first. Imagine meeting your internet crush for the first time, only for her to launch a total offensive on your heart the second you lock eyes. When our male lead finally meets Yifeng in person, she's even more breathtaking than her avatar, immediately holding out her hand and asking, "Do you want to shake hands?" While he can only stammer out a confused okay. They start their date walking side by side, but the tension in the air is already thick enough to cut with a knife as their footsteps fall into sync. Our boy is already sweating bullets, thinking to himself, "It's only our first meeting and you already want to be arm in arm." But look at this little nugget. How can he possibly say no when she looks this adorable and sparkly, radiating pure main character energy? Suddenly, bam, she presses a freezing cold drink against his cheek, making him jump out of his skin with a startled yelp as the icy condensation hits his skin. "Here's your carrot juice," He Fang says with a mischievous glint in her eyes that suggests she knows way more about him than she should. Our poor guy is completely baffled, his brain short-circuiting as he wonders, I didn't tell her I wanted carrot juice, right? He starts panicking internally, looking like a lost little bunny as he wonders if he's fallen right into a high-level, beautiful honeypot trap. Seeing his terrified expression, He Fang bursts into a fit of giggles, chirping, "I'm just teasing you." The male lead can only stare at her in a daze, his heart doing backflips as he realizes he might be in way over his head with this savage beauty. As night falls and the city lights begin to glow, the atmosphere shifts into something much more intimate and electric. He Fang leans in dangerously close, her gaze both icy and inviting as she whispers, "Your face is red," while he realizes she's easily a 10 on the abnormal scale. He turns a shade of crimson that matches her hair, completely speechless and trembling from her sudden, overwhelming closeness. This isn't just a simple first date. It's the start of a chaotic, romantic war between a mysterious girl and the guy who never saw her coming. You better mark your calendars and get ready, because this wild ride is just getting started, and our girl He Fang is playing for keeps. He Fang leans in close, her breath hot against his ear as she reminds him of their scandalous afternoon. "We slept in one bed," she murmurs, sending our poor guy into a total meltdown as his face turns a shade of red that shouldn't be humanly possible. Our male lead's brain is practically short-circuiting as he screams, "Don't say that, weren't we just resting?" He's losing his mind, but He Fang is just enjoying the show from the sidelines. She shoots him a playful, mischievous look, asking why he's panicking when they're in the safety of his own room. He looks like a stressed-out chibai, wondering how his life got this chaotic so fast. Meanwhile, He Fang gives him a look that says she knows exactly what she's doing to his heart rate. Later on, she gently grabs his sleeve, pulling him along as they head out for some air. They end up at the cinema, but our guy is way too tense to enjoy the movie, even with a giant bucket of popcorn to distract him. He Fang is acting like a total master manipulator, looking like a sly fox as she teases him in the middle of the dark theater. He starts to genuinely wonder if she's actually the reincarnation of some legendary fox immortal sent to ruin him. Standing there with his heart racing, he feels like she can see right through his chest and read every single one of his nervous thoughts. Our male lead is feeling the pressure because his boss just dumped a brand new project for an original work on his lap. While scrolling through some boring ads, a specific slogan catches his eye and gets the gears turning. Suddenly, inspiration strikes like a lightning bolt. He imagines a classic Tang Dynasty romance where a hero picks up a girl from the past right in a corridor. This idea doesn't seem too bad at all. He thinks, his eyes practically sparkling with creative fire. He dives straight into work, his pen flying across the tablet as he loses himself in the zone. But the creative flow is interrupted when our girl, He Fang, pops her head into the room with a bright smile. "Honey, I'm back," she chirps, telling him she's brought some friends over to hang out and finally meet him. She's looking adorable as she introduces her crew, including a girl in stripes and a cheerful-looking guy. They've already made themselves at home, stepping inside to greet the man of the house. Instead of being a gracious host, our male lead starts sweating bullets, his face pale with pure social dread. He's completely spiraling, question marks practically popping out of his head as he realizes he's caught totally off guard. He glances nervously at his screen, where he was just sketching a rough, action-packed scene of a fierce woman and a shocked guy talk about awkward timing. Meanwhile, the male lead is out in the bright sun, finally getting that manuscript sent off. He looks down at his clothes, making sure he's presentable. Once the envelope hits the bottom of the mailbox, it's official. It's 2 in the afternoon, and he's got an hour before his big meeting. He's meeting an online friend, and even though he knows the internet is a wild place, he wants to be early. But suddenly, the nerves hit him like a freight train. He's only known her for 2 weeks, and he's already wondering what she looks like in person. What if it's a scam? He worries, imagining an older lady catfishing him behind a screen. He starts sweating buckets just thinking about the potential awkwardness. He tells himself to just keep it cool and act normal. He's got to keep his expectations low to avoid disappointment. He pulls out his phone to check the location. They agreed to meet at the plaza but didn't pick a specific spot. He checks his messages, seeing her description of her outfit. He starts walking through the crowd. The plaza is is filled with people and pigeons. He looks around, feeling like he's in a movie. He tries to spot her through the greenery. Suddenly, he sees something sparkling in the light. It feels like a fated moment as a petal falls into his hand. He looks up and his eyes go wide. High, dense forest, a sweet voice calls out. He turns to see our girl, looking like a dream in her pink dress. She walks right up to him. Our poor hero is absolutely stunned into silence. She gives him a knowing, playful smile. "Is that you?" she asks, standing right in front of him. He can't help but blush like a total dork. Gone astray awaiting return? He manages to stammer out using her online handle. She nods with a grin. "Do you want to shake hands?" she offers. They stand there for a moment, just taking each other in. Chin is so flustered he doesn't know where to look. "We don't need to be so formal," he says, trying to regain his composure. Fang leans in close, inspecting him. She has this mischievous glint in her eyes. "It's only our first meeting and you already want to be arm in arm," she teases. He looks down at her dress, his heart doing backflips. "Wait, that's not what I meant," he yells, waving his hands in a total panic. She just bursts out laughing at his reaction. "I'm just teasing you," she giggles. She suggests they take a walk around the area. Chin realizes she's a student at the local university, which explains why she picked this spot. He watches her walk ahead, noticing how graceful she is. He quickly catches up to her. "My name is Chin Guanglin," he says, finally introducing himself properly. She turns back with a smile. "My name is Fang," our girl replies. He's mesmerized by her beauty. He's still sweating a bit, but he's doing his best. "Pleased to meet you, Chin Guanglin," she says softly. He agrees to treat her to some milk tea as a thank you for the invitation. But then he realizes he's walking the wrong way. "The shop is that way," he points out. Fang laughs it off, saying she rarely comes to this specific district. He just nods, thinking she's adorable. They find a cute little shop called Kumquat Time. They step inside and head to the counter. Chin orders a kumquat lemon tea with less ice and sugar. Fang looks over the menu with a curious expression. "What would you like?" he asks. She decides on a carrot juice of all things. They take a seat at a table by the window. Fang starts scrolling through her phone. Chin is sitting there, his mind racing. He has absolutely no experience with girls and doesn't know what to say. He starts panicking internally, wondering if he's being too passive. He even considers making an excuse to go to the bathroom just so he can Google how to talk to girls. Fang looks up and catches him staring. She rests her chin on her hand, looking right at him. She's wearing a lovely white blouse under her dress. "Why do you keep staring at me?" he asks, feeling self-conscious. "I'm reading your face," she replies with a straight face. He's shocked. Does she actually know how to do that? She leans in closer, examining his features. But Fang just smiles, bringing him back to reality. She hums, still watching him. The restaurant worker calls out that their drinks are ready. Chin jumps up, eager for the distraction. As he walks to the counter, he feels her eyes on his back. He's certain she's been staring at him this whole time. "Am I really that handsome?" he wonders, feeling a boost of confidence. He grabs the drinks and heads back. "You don't have class today?" he asks, trying to start a real conversation. She explains that she's a literature major and is currently working on her thesis. Then she turns the question on him, asking if he does creative work. He admits he's a freelance artist who provides sketches for clients. Chin worries that being a freelancer doesn't seem like a proper job. Fang just giggles behind her hand. "You seem very serious," she notes. "It's like you're on a blind date," she adds with a smirk. Chin is taken aback, looking like a confused chibai. He nervously bites his lip. He starts chugging his tea to hide his blushing face. He's gripping the cup so hard his knuckles are turning white. "So what's the result of my face red?" he asks, trying to be bold. He stares at the table, waiting for her answer. She leans forward, her eyes sparkling. She looks him up and down with a mysterious smile. He can't look away from her. She folds her hands on the table, looking like a total pro at this game. He's completely under her spell. "It's very good, absolutely perfect," she finally says. They finish their drinks and head back out. As they walk together, it's clear this is just the beginning of something very special for our two dorks. He's busy working on a new piece, but his thoughts are drifting to their recent time together. It's already been half a month since he first met Fang, and ever since then, they've been meeting up like clockwork once a week. Just like their online meetings, their real-life hangouts aren't as awkward or tense as the first time. He finds it hard to describe, but beneath Fang's lively appearance lies a gentle, intellectual side that puts him at total ease. He's basically a goner for her, and honestly, we can't blame him. Suddenly, his artistic flow is interrupted by a ping from his phone. He pauses, brush still in hand, wondering who's bothering him now. It's a text from Fang. "Are you busy? Wanna watch a movie together?" she asks. He doesn't even hesitate, immediately agreeing to meet her at 4 p.m. in the Zecheng district. He realizes the square is close to her school, so it'll be super convenient to walk her home after the film. He looks around his messy room, realization dawning that he needs to get his life together before the date. His eyes land on the portrait he just finished, a beautiful painting of Fang amidst cherry blossoms. It's a masterpiece, and he's finally ready to show her. He gives himself a quick look in the mirror, making sure he doesn't look like a total disaster. He's determined to make a good impression today. But just as he's about to leave, he's ambushed by Mrs. Chin, better known as Auntie. She's determined to drag him out to the old streets to find some good deals. "I'm busy today, tell someone else to go with you," he protests, trying to make his escape. Auntie is offended, claiming if she goes with anyone else, they'll snatch all the best bargains away. "Go get some fresh air, you'll develop problems staying home all day," she nags. He practically sprints for the door, yelling that he has plans. In his mind, she's still screaming at him for being a disobedient son. Back on the street, he checks his messages again. He's carrying the painting tubes, looking like a man on a mission. She suggests seeing Terminator Genesis, which is the last thing he expected. "You like Terminator? I thought girls liked lighthearted movies," he texts, clearly not knowing our girl at all. He imagines the theater filled with nothing but dudes, worrying his date might feel out of place. He rubs his chin, feeling a bit sheepish about his assumptions. He scrolls back through their chat history, surprised by how much they've actually talked. It's like a digital diary of their growing bond. It makes him wonder, what exactly is their relationship? Are they just friends, best friends, or something more? He stops walking, the weight of the question hitting him hard. He needs to pull it together before he sees her. A single leaf falls as he approaches the square. The city skyline is bright as he arrives at the meeting spot. He scans the crowd, and there she is, waiting for him. She's looking around, and even from a distance, she stands out. She spots him, and her face lights up instantly. He approaches her, trying to play it cool despite his nerves. Up close, she looks absolutely stunning. Her smile is so bright it's practically glowing. He stares at her, completely lost for words. She notices his feet first as he stands before her. "What's this?" she asks, tilting her head. He awkwardly shifts the gear he's carrying, hoping he hasn't overstepped. "I told you I'd give you this. I painted it for you," he says, his voice a bit shaky. "Thank you," she exclaims, her face lighting up with genuine joy. She reaches out to take the gift, looking like the happiest girl in the world. But then she leans in way too close for comfort. Our girl is just being friendly, but our poor hero is having a total internal meltdown. Too close, too close, he thinks, his face turning a shade of red that shouldn't be humanly possible. Let's go see the movie now," he blurted out, desperately needing to move before he explodes. Then he realizes he can't exactly bring a giant tube into a theater. "Wait, not yet, I need to put this in my dorm first," he explains. She smiles, not minding the detour at all. "I can hold it for you for now," she offers. She looks at him so sweetly, he can't possibly say no. He hands it over, and she clutches it to her chest. "All right," he says, trying to regain his composure as they set off. The sky is a perfect blue as they reach the crosswalk. They wait for the light, the tension still thick in the air. He glances at her out of the corner of his eye. He notices there isn't a single car in sight. Obeying traffic laws is good, but it has its drawbacks, he muses. They stand there together, a perfectly mismatched pair. Suddenly, he feels a tug on his arm. He looks down and sees Fang is clutching his sleeve. She holds on tight, her expression serious. They stand at the edge of the road, and he can't help but notice how small her hand is. He looks at where she's holding him, his heart doing backflips. Is she scared? Did she see a tragic accident before? He wonders, his protective instincts kicking in. But then his inner monologue turns into pure snark. "It's so hot, why did I wear long sleeves? I can't feel her hand at all," he internally screams. He's literally berating himself for his fashion choices because he's missing out on a prime hand-holding opportunity. She notices him staring and asks what he's thinking. "And nothing," he stammers, looking like a caught criminal. He's just obsessed with the way she's holding his sleeve. Finally, the light turns green. His eyes narrow with a new resolve. The walk signal flashes. The city towers over them as he makes his move. As they step onto the street, he finally gathers his courage. He reaches down and firmly takes her hand in his. "I'm in my 20s already, it's just holding hands, there's nothing to be nervous about," our boy tries to tell himself. But look at him, he's trailing behind our girl like a lost puppy while their hands are locked tight. His brain is doing gymnastics, wondering if this is already sailing way past the friendship zone. He's got an inner angel and a devil literally screaming at each other over whether this counts as romantic. He keeps walking with her, his heart racing with every step he takes. Finally, our heroine turns around with a dazzling smile and asks, "Are you hungry?" Her pink skirt flutters in the breeze as she waits for an answer. "It is about time to eat, what do you want to eat?" he stammers, sweating bullets. He's mentally calling himself pathetic for having such sweaty palms over a simple walk. Fang is already one step ahead, pointing toward her favorite secret spot. "Then I'll recommend this place, come with me," she chirps. They head toward a cozy little joint called Shaojai Homestyle Cuisine. Our boy is surprised she picked a place tucked away in a corner like this, but Fang knows what's up. He explains that he used to frequent this place back in college, though he hasn't been back in over 2 years. As they walk in, he notes that it's usually a place for regulars. The restaurant worker is already busy in the back. He looks up and beams, "Isn't this little Chin? It's been a while, what would you like to eat today?" Fang watches the interaction with a curious, sweet look. She's dressed to impress in that pink top, and the vibe is just right for a date, or not a date. But then the restaurant worker drops the bomb, "You brought your girlfriend here to eat." They both instantly go into panic mode, waving their hands and shouting, "Friend, friend." The worker doesn't miss a beat, setting down the tea and telling them they can pour it themselves. Our girl gets straight to business, grabbing the pen and checking off items on the menu. I'm done ordering, see if there's anything else you want to add, she says, sliding the paper over. He scans her choices: longevity fish, stir-fried shredded carrots, and a smashed cucumber. Uncle Xiao, I'll have the usual, the male lead calls out. The restaurant worker gives a thumbs up, promising to pick out a fat fish just for him. Our boy settles in, resting his chin on his hands as he stares at Fang. She looks like a literal dream framed by cherry blossoms. She starts pouring the tea with such grace. He can't take his eyes off her, thinking about how he always feels an inexplicable tranquility in his heart when he looks at her. Thanks for the painting, she says, sliding a cup toward him. He gets all flustered again, hiding behind his glass of water and muttering that it was nothing, really. Suddenly, the food is ready. Sorry for the wait, here's your fish, the worker announces. He sets down a massive, steaming plate of fish right in front of them. It looks absolutely mouth-watering. He points out where the rice is and tells our girl to eat as much as she likes. She looks at the fish with stars in her eyes, ready to dig in. The worker gives our lead a heavy-duty man-to-man look, hinting that he should be the one to serve her. I'll serve it for you can stay seated, the male lead shouts, jumping into action. Our girl just giggles, I'll leave it to you then. She starts digging into a bowl of rice, and boy, can our girl eat. Between bites, he nervously suggests they order a soup. Watching her eat, he thinks she reminds him of a manhua protagonist he's been reading lately. She's just so happy and satisfied with her tea and meal. He looks at her bowl, realizing she's actually eating quite a lot and enjoying every second of it. He picks up a prime piece of fish with his chopsticks. This fish is tasty, you should eat more, he says, placing it right on her rice. He looks at her with wide, expectant eyes. She pauses mid-bite, looking surprised. This is me thanking you for the painting, she says with a bright, blushing smile. The meal ends with nothing but bones left on the plate. Our girl immediately pulls out her phone to be the responsible one. I'll pay for the bill, she starts. But a hand stops her cold. No, he says firmly. He tells her the worker won't take her money and insists on paying the 80 yuan himself. She pouts slightly but agrees, then I'll pay for the movie tickets later. Meanwhile, out on the street, a couple of neighborhood busybodies are on the loose. Auntie is holding a snuff bottle treasure she just got. She thinks it's a rare piece from the Ming or Qing dynasty and wants to go home and study it. Her friend is calling her stingy for not sharing the find. But then she spots something suspicious. She points her finger toward a familiar-looking couple walking down the sidewalk. Isn't that your son over there? Her friend asks. They watch from behind as the male lead and Fang walk away together. The friend keeps pointing, confirming it's definitely him. Hey, it's actually him, let me go show him this treasure, the auntie exclaims. But her friend grabs her shoulder, yelling, wait. They get a good look at Fang's profile as she laughs. The auntie's eyes nearly pop out of her head in shock. She's so stunned that the top of her snuff bottle literally flies off. They duck behind a wall to avoid being spotted. What are you doing? You don't want your treasure anymore? Her friend asks. They stay hidden, watching our couple walk into the distance. SHH, let's follow them and see what they're up to, the auntie whispers, sliding on some sunglasses like a secret agent. Her friend just stares at her, sweating bullets, wondering where she even got a disguise that fast. They finally make it to the theater, and our girl stands by while the male lead tries to figure out the ticket kiosk. He's trying his best to be the big spender here, telling the worker 2 medium, no 1 large bucket, because he knows sharing is where the real romance happens. But Fang isn't about to let him take all the credit. Didn't I say I would be the one paying for the movie? She reminds him, clearly not wanting to owe him any favors. She's firm about it, crossing her arms and declaring it's already been agreed upon. The male lead just gives her a smug look while tossing a piece of popcorn into his mouth. Didn't you buy the tickets? He teases, knowing full well she's already handled the heavy lifting. He tries to play it cool, asking, do you want orange juice or Coke later? Our poor heroine isn't feeling the basic fountain drinks today, though. In her head, she's a little pouting fox screaming, I want to drink milk tea. The male lead is left sweating a little, watching her adorable reaction. The movie doesn't start until 20 minutes, so I'll go buy milk tea from the store across the street, she announces, leaving him behind to guard the snacks. He watches her walk away, looking like a lost puppy who just lost his favorite human. She points a finger back at him, warning, I'll buy your share as well, just sit here and wait for me. He can only watch her retreating figure, feeling a bit lonely in the middle of the lobby. Suddenly, he realizes he missed his chance to speak up. I forgot to tell her that I wanted carrot juice, he thinks, his inner rabbit ears drooping in pure disappointment. Meanwhile, Fang is navigating the mall, completely unaware that she's walked right into a trap. It turns out the neighborhood gossip squad is on the prowl. Auntie and her friend are hiding behind their newspapers, whispering, what's the situation? They're practically camouflaged in the seating area, eyes peeled for any juicy tea. Why did that girl come out alone? Where's that rascal? Auntie demands, looking for the male lead. Fang suddenly feels a chill down her spine, sensing the eyes of the Judgment Council on her. Her survival instincts kick in, and Chibai Fang does a sharp U-turn before they can spot her. She books it through the mall, trying to vanish into the crowd before she gets caught. The aunties are left confused, adjusting their glasses. This girl, could it be that she recognizes us? They wonder. One of them starts venting, saying, you really have to discipline that son of yours. It's outrageous for him to let a girl buy milk tea while he waits. They continue their stakeout, clutching their drinks as they plot their next move. One auntie narrows her eyes behind her glasses, suspicious of the whole secret date scenario. She gets all worked up, comparing the male lead to a pig that finally learned how to find the good cabbage. But the other auntie is actually impressed. That girl really gives you good vibes. That rascal is lucky, she admits. Still, the first one looks like she's ready to explode from the sheer happiness of the gossip. They sigh about how much young people care about privacy these days. Don't go randomly asking, let them develop first, the wiser one suggests, knowing they'll have to get approval eventually anyway. Back at the theater, the male lead is still sitting alone, looking like the loneliest guy in the world while staring at his popcorn. He's already planning their next outing in his head, thinking, it would be nice to ask her out for another movie. Suddenly, a freezing cup is pressed against his face, making him jump out of his skin. It's Fang, returning like a goddess with a surprise. Your carrot juice, she says with a sweet smile. She actually remembered his favorite flavor. He gazes at the orange drink like it's a holy relic. Thanks, he stammers, his heart probably doing backflips in his chest. He holds onto that cup like his life depends on it. But the romantic moment is interrupted by a speaker announcement. Apparently, cinema number 3 is closing for emergency maintenance. This is a total disaster for their movie plans. They stand there in the lobby, looking like two statues of disappointment. Cinema number 3, the male lead repeats, his mind racing. He pulls out their tickets, his hand shaking slightly as he realizes their luck is truly cursed. What a coincidence, he mutters, seeing the room number match perfectly on the paper. He tells her they need to hurry and swap the tickets before everything else sells out. At the counter, the staff delivers more bad news. The other 3D rooms are already fully booked for the day. The male lead is left scratching his head, trying to save the date. He scans the board with laser focus, determined to find a backup. How about that one, he asks, pointing at a random poster. Fang leans in to check out his choice, her hair falling perfectly over her shoulder. She notes that it looks funny and lighthearted, which might be a nice change of pace. She checks her watch, making sure they still have time for the new showing. After a moment of consideration, her eyes sparkle. Okay, we'll watch that then, she agrees. They finally make it inside, but the room is practically empty, giving them all the privacy in the world. The male lead is sitting there, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. This is my first time watching a movie with a girl, he thinks, feeling incredibly awkward. Fang notices his weird vibe and asks, what are you thinking about? He panics, babbling about the guys fighting in cinema number 3 and how they should be watching a blockbuster instead. Our girl leans in close, her voice a soft whisper. It was originally for you, she says, hinting at something much deeper. He's caught off guard, leaning his ear toward her. What did you say? He asks, his heart racing. He's so close he can probably smell her perfume. But Fang just smirks and looks back at the screen. I said pay attention to the movie, she teases. He laughs it off, finally relaxing and digging into the popcorn. He admits that the movie is actually surprisingly interesting once you get into it. He can't help but steal a glance at her out of the corner of his eye. She's completely focused on the screen, looking absolutely stunning in the dim theater light. She takes a slow sip of her milk tea, looking like a scene straight out of a romance novel. The male lead is mesmerized by every little detail, from the bows on her sleeves to her focused expression. He bites his lip, trying to find the courage to be bold. You don't want any, he asks, holding out a piece of popcorn. The bucket sits between them, a silent witness to his nerves. Fang looks at the offered snack, her expression unreadable. A small, mischievous smile plays on her lips. Instead of taking it with her hand, she leans forward and takes it directly from his fingers. The contact is electric as he feels her breath on his skin. The male lead's brain completely short-circuits, his face turning into a literal tomato. He stares at his hand in total shock, his mind screaming, I touched it. The movie screen flickers with a generic romance scene. But the real drama is happening right in the front row. Our male lead is currently vibrating at a frequency only dogs can hear, his face turning a shade of red that would make a tomato jealous. His brain is short-circuiting as he realizes his cool guy persona is melting faster than the butter on their popcorn. He tries to hide his face, gripping his hands together to stop the shaking. But Fang isn't done with him yet. Our girl reaches into the bucket, her fingers grazing the salty snacks as she prepares her next move. She picks out a single, perfect piece of popcorn and slowly brings it toward his face. He freezes, his eyes wide with a mix of terror and anticipation. She coos, looking at him with those mischievous eyes. She's literally hand-feeding him in a dark theater. He has no choice but to accept his fate, opening his mouth as she pops the snack in, her fingers nearly brushing his lips. He leans back, trying to hide his face behind his arm like a shy bunny. Internally, he's having a crisis. He's supposed to be the older, more mature one, yet here he is, getting absolutely played by a girl 2 years his junior. He glances at her out of the corner of his eye. He tells himself he can't be this timid anymore. As a man, I need to have some dignity, he thinks, psyching himself up for a counterattack. He reaches for his drink, trying to cool down his parched throat. Then he goes for the bucket. In a move that was definitely supposed to be smooth, their hands collide midair. He nearly jumps out of his seat, stammering, coincidence? That was just a coincidence. Fang just tilts her head, looking at him with a confused but totally knowing expression. expression. Do you want one too? She asks, offering the bucket back to him. He's convinced she's doing this on purpose just to see him squirm. He tries to steady his breathing, telling himself to be calm because he can still win this game. He takes a piece of popcorn and slowly eats it, trying to look like he's actually focusing on the screen. He steals another glance at her, then gathers his courage. Do you want one? He asks, holding a piece out to her. They sit there in the dim light, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. She just smiles and says, thank you, as she takes it from him. He's frustrated now. Why is she suddenly acting so honest? It feels like she just ended their teasing game halfway through, leaving him hanging. He feels like a total loser, tears of embarrassment pricking his eyes. He's kicking himself, thinking that if he had just grabbed her hand earlier, he could have actually won a round of this psychological warfare. And they make their way out of the theater. As they walk through the lobby, he checks his watch. It's almost 9 p.m. Shall I walk you home? He asks, trying to regain some of that cool boyfriend energy. Fang gives him a bright, heart-melting smile and agrees. As they step out into the cool night air, he asks, was the movie okay? She gives a non-committal, it wasn't bad. And they start walking side by side. He can tell she wasn't really paying attention to the plot. Desperate to find something to talk about, he brings up the film's theme. If you could return to the past like in the movie, what would you want to do? He asks. Fang goes silent for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then she scoffs, how could something like that ever happen? He laughs it off, saying it's just a what-if scenario. They continue down the street. Fang looking back at him with a mysterious glint in her eyes, her hands tucked behind her back. He's still thinking about his missed opportunity in the theater. If I could return to the past, I'd go back to when she was teasing me and grab her hand as retaliation, he thinks. He imagines himself being bold, taking charge of the moment. Suddenly, his hand moves on its own. He sees the green light at the crosswalk and realizes this is his chance. He reaches out, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. He finally does it. He grabs her hand. The world seems to blur around them as his fingers interlace with hers. And they walk across the street together, hands locked tight. For a split second, he feels like he's letting go. But then he grips her even firmer. Fang is visibly shocked, her eyes widening as she looks at him. He's finally done it. He's taken the lead. Both physically and mentally, that was soothing. This is my revenge, he thinks, trying to keep a straight face. He feels like he's finally asserted his dignity. Fang looks at their joined hands and lets out a small, satisfied smirk. He can feel the warmth of her palm, and for a moment he feels like the GOAT. But then reality hits, his face explodes into a deep crimson. He starts coughing into his free hand, trying to hide the fact that he's currently dying of shyness. He realizes that even though he won, he's still the one being led around by the heart. Our boy is looking like he's about to short circuit as they walk through the quiet night. He tries to keep his cool, but his hand is practically glued to hers. Suddenly, they come to a halt. Fang turns to him with a smile, announcing they've finally reached her dormitory building. But she doesn't let go. In fact, she grips his hand even tighter. Can't bear to let me go, she teases, and our poor hero is sweating bullets. Our girl Fang gives him that look, you know the one, and leans in close. Before he can even process what's happening, she's closing the distance. He's completely frozen, his heart doing backflips in his chest. Their shadows overlap under the warm streetlights as she gets even closer. Their feet are practically touching now. Then she drops the bomb. I like you, Chin Guanglin, let's date, she says with the most precious smile you've ever seen. He's standing there like a statue while she moves in for the kill. The atmosphere is thick enough to cut with a knife. Time seems to stop as the world fades into a pink haze. Is all he can manage before his brain officially leaves the chat. The light flares behind them, and she finally claims her prize with a kiss. It's short, sweet, and absolutely devastating to his sanity. She gives him a playful wave and a bye-bye as she skips away. He's left standing there, staring at the ground like he just witnessed a miracle. He touches his face, wondering if this is actually real life. He's blushing so hard he might actually catch fire. What should my reaction be right now? He panics, his heart thumping like a drum. He's absolutely losing it under the streetlights. He finally collapses into a squat, burying his face in his hands because he's a giant cinnamon roll. He eventually makes it back home in a total trance, barely noticing Auntie watching him while she holds a small vase. He's moving like a total zombie. Auntie is like, what is wrong with you? Put your sandals on. He just stares at the slippers in his hands like they're alien artifacts. All he can think about is her eyes. And that confession. He can still taste her orange-flavored lip balm on his own lips. It's nothing, I'm going to sleep, he shouts, bolting for his room while his mom just watches him in confusion. He kicks his shoes off and face plants onto the bed. He rolls around, clutching his pillow like a teenager in love. This is way past just teasing now, he groans, his face still bright red. The sun rises the next morning, but he's already glued to his phone, staring at Fang's profile. He looks like he didn't sleep a wink. He's hovering over the message button, then slams the phone down in a fit of nerves. He's a total mess. Have we started dating, or does it not count because I didn't say anything? He agonizes. He remembers the feeling of her against him. him. He's sprawled out on the bed, feeling like he's floating on air. Falling in love in 2 months is incredible, he realizes. He stares at his shirt, still smelling like her. He's lost in his own little world. Ding, a notification pops up. He grabs the phone like his life depends on it. It's a text from our girl, good morning. He's so excited he's practically vibrating. She asks to hang out and he agrees immediately. He sits there for a second, processing the win, then celebrates with a silent fist pump. He rushes out the door, yelling to Auntie that he's skipping lunch. She yells after him to at least eat breakfast, but he's already gone. He makes it to Nanfei Road, checking his surroundings. He stands under the street sign, trying to look cool. Should I wait here or look for her? He wonders, scratching his head. He feels like he was way too impulsive, rushing over. He starts typing a text to ask where she is. Ding, another text arrives. What are you looking around for? He jumps nearly out of his skin. He turns around and there she is, looking as smug and beautiful as ever. He can't even speak as she leans in close to his side. They stroll down Nanfei Road together, though the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. I came to see if I could help, the male lead stammers, rubbing the back of his head nervously. Our girl just smirks, thinking he's a bit too eager to be a knight in shining armor. Yeah, where are you planning to go? He asks, trying to sound casual while his head literally floats in the clouds. She explains she's just heading to mail out a manuscript. Catching his intense gaze, she tilts her head and asks, is that not okay? Our girl isn't letting him off the hook for his tired appearance, though. You have really dark circles under your eyes. Did you not sleep well last night? She teases, leaning in. He freezes up, caught in her trap. In his head, he's counting sheep just to stay upright, but he's determined to act cool. There were too many mosquitoes, so I couldn't sleep well, that's all. He lies, swatting at the air. Our heroine just beams with energy, looking refreshed as ever. Haha, that would make sense, she giggles, clearly not buying his excuse. It looks like you slept well yesterday, he grumbles, looking at her glowing face. I slept until it was bright outside. It was very comfortable, she chirps, rubbing it in. They finally arrive at Kaneo Station to drop off her package. What kind of manuscript is this? He asks, curious about her secret life. It's a novel. I wrote it when I had nothing to do, and I plan to submit it to a publishing house to see how it goes. She explains nonchalantly. Our girl is a secret author, talk about a multi-talented queen. She starts filling out the mailing forms with practiced ease. He watches her every move, completely mesmerized by her focus. Even the way her hair falls is distracting him. She carefully sticks the label on the package, ready to send her work into the world. Her eyes are full of determination as she finishes the task. What are you thinking about? Let's go, he says, waving a hand to snap her out of it. But then she reaches out and grabs his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. He lets out a surprised sound, his heart probably doing backflips. He looks down at her hand on his arm, completely stunned by the contact. As they walk away together, he's still acting a bit dazed by her touch. Were you in a daze staring at me just now? She asks with a playful, snarky glint in her eye. His face turns beet red instantly. I was just thinking about something, he shouts, looking like a panicked bunny. My business is done, where should we go next? She asks, keeping the momentum going. She pauses to think for a second. You said you live near here? She asks, testing the waters. It's indeed not too far, he admits, sensing where this is going. He's sweating bullets now, realizing he might be inviting her over. Our poor heroine looks absolutely delighted by the prospect. She looks like a total sweetheart, but we know she's the one in control here. She smooths out her dress, looking perfect for a home visit. Suddenly, they run into an older woman near his place. It's his mom, Auntie, and she looks very surprised to see her son with a beautiful girl. Hello, Auntie, my name is Yifeng. Our girl introduces herself with a perfect, polite smile. I'm his friend, she adds, though the male lead looks like he wants to vanish into the floorboards. Both of them are sporting some very comical, shocked expressions as the reality sets in. The poor guy is blushing so hard he might actually combust. So your little Lindsay's friend, quickly come in, Auntie says, her eyes twinkling with pure gossip. Auntie is secretly impressed, thinking her son is a real smooth talker for bringing a girl home so quickly. She can't stop giggling to herself. This boy rarely brings friends to his house, and this is a first for a girl, she adds, throwing him under the bus. He brings her inside, still looking completely flustered and embarrassed. I want to see, can you take me there? Yifeng asks, wanting to see his painting studio. She's definitely got him wrapped around her finger. I really couldn't resist. Please, she begs, looking like an adorable Chiba fox. He doesn't stand a chance against that level of cuteness. He lets out a massive, dramatic sigh, totally defeated. He looks at her, realizing he's lost this battle before it even started. Please sit, Auntie says, laughing at her son's obvious misery. Yifeng sits down immediately, making herself right at home on the sofa. My studio is over there, he points out, still trying to keep some boundaries. They take off their shoes and swap into slippers. But Yifeng just sits there, not moving an inch toward the studio yet. The tension in the room is hilarious. She gives him a triumphant, sparkling little smile. He just glares back with a twitching face, realizing he's been played. What are you standing there for? Go pour a cup of water for her, Auntie barks, immediately putting him to work. He lets out another long, weary sigh. Don't stand on ceremony, you're a guest, he should be doing that, Auntie tells Yifeng warmly. He looks absolutely miserable as he heads to the kitchen. He grumpily pours the water, probably wishing he could just hide in his room. It seems like you have known each other for a long time, time, Auntie remarks, watching their dynamic with interest. She's definitely digging for more information. McGuanglin is my senior, Fang explains politely. She looks so innocent, but she's clearly enjoying the male lead's suffering. In his head, he's screaming that they've only known each other for 2 months. They continue their little chat on the sofa while he's stuck in the kitchen. Young lady, you're studying at Liucheng University too? Auntie asks. Yeah, I graduate this year. You can just call me Fang, Auntie, she replies sweetly. He finally returns and shoves a glass of water toward her with zero grace. Fang, right? Forget him and have a drink of water, Auntie says, literally pushing her son out of the way. Thank you, Auntie, she says, playing the role of the perfect guest to a T. He stands there completely ignored in his own living room. If you're going to thank someone, you should be thanking me. I poured and handed it to you. He explodes, finally losing his cool. He's so frustrated he's practically steaming from the ears. The male lead can tell something is definitely up, but he can't quite put his finger on it. Auntie decides to play matchmaker, announcing she's heading out for groceries and insisting Fang stays for lunch. Our hero is internally screaming, while Fang tries to play it cool, though she's clearly caught off guard. Auntie doesn't even give them a chance to argue, heading for the exit with a mission. It's settled then, she chirps as the door slams shut, leaving the two of them in total silence. Now that they're alone, the atmosphere gets incredibly awkward as they stand on opposite sides of the room. Fang sets her glass down with a soft click, her mind clearly racing. Suddenly, she flashes a cheeky wink and says, let's go see your studio. She's moving in fast, and our girl is not wasting any time marking her territory. The male lead checks his watch, realizing it's not even 11 a.m. and he's already lost control of his day. He reluctantly leads her to his creative space, muttering, this is where I usually do my painting. The room is an absolute disaster zone, with paint cans and paper scraps littering every inch of the floor. Fang steps inside, taking in the chaotic gallery of his work. It's very artist-like, she muses, which is basically a polite way of saying it's a mess. Our hero watches nervously as she begins to navigate the clutter. Without being asked, she bends down and starts gathering the scattered papers. He panics immediately, reaching out and shouting, I can clean those up by myself. Fang isn't having it and points toward the exit, telling him, don't just stand there, go take out the garbage. He can only offer a weak yes, as he's officially been put to work in his own house. 20 minutes later, our girl has worked her magic and the room is finally visible again. It looks much nicer now, she exclaims, looking satisfied with her deep cleaning session. The male lead looks on, feeling a mix of gratitude and total confusion. Every paint can and brush is now perfectly organized and ready for use. Even in his chibai thoughts, he has to admit that this is way neater than he ever could have managed. He finally finds the courage to say, thanks for helping me clean up. Fang just smiles, telling him to take it as her thanks for the lunch he's about to provide. As they leave the studio, she suddenly stops dead in her tracks. Want me to guess where your room is? She asks with a look that says she already knows the answer. Our hero is sweating bullets, praying she doesn't find any more messes to fix. She's not trying to help me clean my bedroom as well, right? He worries to himself. Fang doesn't wait for permission and heads straight for the next door. He can only watch in horror as she reaches for the handle. It's this room, right? She asks, wearing a triumphant smirk. Her hand is on the knob and the tension is through the roof. Yeah, he mumbles, completely defeated. She steps into his private sanctuary like she belongs there. She takes a long, deep breath as if trying to soak in the essence of the room. She stands there in her elegant dress, looking like she's about to deliver some big news. Her eyes are glowing with a mysterious, playful light. The male lid is practically hyperventilating at this point. He starts sniffing the air frantically, wondering, does my room smell weird? Fang turns her attention toward the bed, the final frontier. I'm tired, she says, dropping a bombshell that makes his heart skip a beat. She sits down on the edge of the mattress, looking perfectly at home. He's blushing so hard he looks like he's about to overheat. And then you should rest, he suggests, his voice cracking. He can't help but stare at her, completely captivated by the moment. Then comes the ultimate invitation, how about you come join me? She even pats the bed for emphasis, sending him into a total spiral. What are you trying to do? He stammers. She looks at him with a deadpan expression and sighs, I won't eat you. She points out the dark circles under his eyes and tells him he needs to lie down. He tries to summon some courage, thinking, this is my room, my bed, what's there to be afraid of? He marches toward the bed with a determined, if not terrified, look on his face. He finally flops down next to her, though he's clearly a nervous wreck. Fang watches him settle in, her plan coming together perfectly. She leans in close, her lips almost touching his ear. We're, she whispers, sleeping in one bed, she finishes, causing his brain to practically short-circuit. She hovers over him, enjoying the absolute chaos she's caused in his mind. Seeing his panic state, she laughs and says she won't tease him anymore. He looks at her with an intense gaze, the silence between them growing heavy. About last night, he begins, finally ready to address the elephant in the room. Fang gasps dramatically. Oh yeah, last night you confessed to me, but I haven't agreed yet. She leans back, looking like the picture of innocence. He's completely stunned by her words. Wait, no, he shouts, sitting up in a hurry. When did I confess to you? He demands, his face turning a shade of red that shouldn't be humanly possible. She doesn't miss a beat, reminding him, you confessed your love in front of my dorm building. She leans in closer, her voice dripping with mock sadness. At the end, you even kissed me, she adds, looking like a kicked puppy. The male lead is hit by a metaphorical bolt of lightning as he wonders if his memory has completely failed him. Emil is having a total total meltdown on the bed while our girl just lays there, acting like she didn't just drop a logic bomb. He stares at her, noticing how calm she is despite the chaos. He's sweating bullets as he finally gathers the courage to ask, "Then do you accept my confession?" Keep in mind, this guy thinks he's some sort of romance god with a wealth of experience, even if that's 100% self-proclaimed. He's waiting for her answer with bated breath, his legs crossed nervously as he anticipates her rejection. But Fang just mumbles into the pillow, "You've already kissed me." He can't believe she's bringing that up now. Our boy is short-circuiting as he asks if that means they're officially dating now. And the answer, a cold, hard no. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him he has to make a formal confession again. She looks absolutely adorable while bossing him around like a CEO. ML takes a deep breath, trying to look cool and collected. Fang, I like you," he says, his face turning into a literal tomato. He's putting his whole heart into this moment. He goes all out, shouting, "Let's date," loud enough to wake the neighbors. Unfortunately, it's not the neighbors he wakes up, but his own mother. Auntie pops her head in, pretending she's blind and deaf to the spicy scene she just interrupted. ML is so mortified he wants to sink into the floor and disappear. He literally jumps off the bed and sprints for the door like his life depends on it. He slams it shut and leans against it, wondering how his life became a rom-com nightmare. Fang is just chilling on the bed, worried about one thing. If she rejects him now, she won't get to eat the delicious lunch his mom is cooking. She starts walking toward the door in her little slippers. ML is convinced she's doing all of this on purpose to mess with him. "I'm a pretty normal guy, how do I always end up getting toyed with by her?" he screams internally. They stand there in a tense standoff near the window. He's trying to figure out her next move. He's standing his ground at the door, vowing he won't go out even if she kills him. Fang just gives him a sweet smile and says she's leaving. She leans in close, invading his personal space and making him blush. Then she plants a surprise kiss right on his cheek. She looks so satisfied with herself after that move. ML is frozen in place, his brain completely flatlining. His eyes are wide with total shock. He can only touch his cheek in disbelief while our girl casually strolls off. "Auntie, let me help you," she calls out. Auntie's voice drifts from the kitchen, telling her there's no need to help, but Fang insists she's a pro at cooking. ML realizes he's being treated like a little brother instead of a boyfriend. While she's winning over his mom with her cleverness, ML is still hiding in the room, too embarrassed to show his face. An hour later, the food is finally ready. Auntie and Fang are serving up a feast, and ML finally crawls out of his hole. He's trying to act normal, but his eyes keep darting toward Fang. Auntie and Fang are already besties, laughing together like they've known each other for years. The table looks amazing. Auntie looks over at her son and immediately goes on the attack, yelling at him to wash his hands and serve Fang her rice. Fang tries to play the humble guest. Auntie points to the table, but Fang serves herself a tiny portion of rice. This actually shocks Auntie. Fang asks how she knew she only eats that much. Auntie realizes she accidentally served the same small portion she eats every day because it's a habit. They laugh about their shared habits. Fang insists the amount is perfect. They really do have some sort of connection. ML pulls out a chair, stunned at how quickly she integrated into his family. She's a master, she's got both him and his mom wrapped around her finger. He watches her pick up her chopsticks and start eating gracefully. Auntie takes a bite and is blown away by Fang's skills. She's absolutely delighted with the meal. She tells ML to eat more of the stir-fry Fang made. ML is fuming, wondering if this girl has any flaws at all. He feels completely overshadowed in his own home and vows to find a way to get back in the game. He stares at his plate in silence. Meanwhile, Auntie is judging him hard, wondering what a girl this amazing sees in her silly son. Fang catches him staring and asks if there's something on her face. ML looks at his empty bowl and realizes he's polished off everything, but he's still hungry. He rubs his stomach and reaches for another serving. He looks at Fang, but she grabs the bowl first. ML is terrified of what's coming next. But wait, she's actually just ready to teach us how to make that stir-fry. First, get your ingredients ready: dried tofu, chives, and mung bean sprouts. Wash the sprouts and cut everything into strips. Heat up the oil, stir-fry the tofu first, then the sprouts and chives. Add some salt and MSG, stir it well, and you're done. Have you learned it yet? The male lad is holding his bowl, ready for a refill. But before he can say a word, he looks totally confused as a sharp pain shoots up his leg. Our girl just gave him a ruthless kick under the table, and he's struggling not to scream. Fang completely ignores his suffering and serves more rice to Auntie with the most angelic smile you've ever seen. Auntie immediately turns on our poor hero, scolding him to serve his own food next time instead of letting Fang do all the work. Internally, he's fuming because he was literally about to do it himself before she snatched the bowl away. She hands him the rice with a simple "here." He can only mutter a thanks while she beams at him, clearly winning this round. Even though the atmosphere is a bit tense, the food smells absolutely divine. After the meal, Fang immediately offers to help clean up the dishes. But Auntie isn't having it. telling her to just wash her hands and go spend some more time chatting with her little Lindsay. Fang heads out to the balcony to water the plants, looking like a total vision in the sunlight. She hums to herself, enjoying the peaceful moment. We see her just relaxing in her slippers as she tends to the greenery. The male lead walks up behind her, probably hoping for a quiet moment alone. But peace is a luxury in this house, as Auntie shouts from inside that they're completely out of dish soap. He's immediately sent on an errand to Old Pan's store. He arrives at the convenience store, looking like he just wants to get this over with. He plops the massive jug of soap on the counter, ready to pay Uncle Pan. But Uncle Pan has that knowing look in his eye, the kind that spells trouble. "You brought your girlfriend home today?" he asks with a cheeky, knowing grin. Our hero nearly jumps out of his skin, demanding to know who the neighborhood snitch was. Uncle Pan just chuckles, explaining that everyone saw Auntie buying a massive heap of groceries, so it was pretty obvious. The male lead can only sigh, telling Uncle Pan he should have been a detective. While waiting, his eyes drift toward a jar of lollipops on the counter. He decides to grab a few, asking for the total. Uncle Pan teases him again, saying all girls love that kind of sweet stuff. Our boy turns bright red but doubles down, asking Pan to help him add even more snacks to the bag. Uncle Pan then mentions that he saw Fang wandering around the area a few days ago, wondering who she was looking for. The male lead is completely surprised by this news. He grabs his heavy bags, trying to play it cool as he prepares to leave. "Thank you, Uncle Pan," he says, making a quick exit. Behind him, Pan just tusks, muttering about how young people these days love keeping their relationships a secret. He finally makes it back to the apartment, calling out that he's home. Auntie immediately starts nagging him for taking so long just to buy a bottle of soap. But then she drops the real news: she's in your room right now. His heart starts racing as he walks down the narrow hallway toward his door. He slowly reaches for the handle and creaks the door open. And what does he find? Our heroine is literally rolling around on his bed like a happy cat. They both freeze in shock, and Fang's inner wild side comes out as she stares him down. The awkwardness in the room is so thick you could cut it with a knife. He tries to act like a pro, coughing and pretending he didn't just see her rolling on his sheets. He holds up the bag of snacks as a peace offering. Fang teases him, asking if the privileges of being his girlfriend are already starting. He looks at her and asks what kind of privileges he actually gets in return. He's trying to act like he has an abundance of romantic experience, but he's sweating bullets. Fang just ignores his posturing and rips open a bag of chips. She pulls one out and holds it right to his lips. He stares at the chip, his heart doing backflips. She tells him his big privilege is getting the very first chip in the bag. She leans in dangerously close as she feeds it to him. He takes a bite, his throat tightening with every chew. His face is basically glowing red at this point. "Is that the only privilege?" he asks, trying to be bold. Our girl just smiles and asks what else he could possibly want. The tension is absolutely off the charts as they lock eyes. He stares at her lips, completely under her spell. He gulps, his brain completely short-circuiting. Fang leans in even closer, her voice a soft whisper as she asks, "So you want this, huh?" They are inches apart now, the air between them practically vibrating. Just as they are about to close the gap for a real kiss, he's totally lost in the moment, leaning in for the prize. Fang looks at him with those intense eyes, telling him if he wants it, he has to come get it himself. He's paralyzed, his heart pounding like a drum. He's blushing so hard he's practically steaming. He finally starts to lean in, ready to take the lead. Suddenly, the door flies open and Auntie walks in with a plate of watermelon. Both of them jump back like they were struck by lightning. Auntie doesn't even look embarrassed, just smiling brightly and telling them to continue. The male lead collapses in a heap of total shame, wishing he could just restart his entire life. Our poor hero is currently hiding under the covers, trying to survive the sheer audacity of his girlfriend. Fang leans in close and drops a literal nuclear bomb of a statement. "I'm actually pregnant." The male lead sits bolt upright, screaming "what?" as his soul practically leaves his body. Fang isn't finished yet and grabs his arm to keep him from running away. "I'm expecting a child," she repeats with the straightest face you've ever seen. She looks so innocent and sweet while dropping this life-altering news. To make it even more real, she takes his hand and places it right on her stomach. Our guy is absolutely malfunctioning, his face turning a shade of red that shouldn't be humanly possible. So soft is all he can think, his brain officially short-circuiting. Fang leans in even closer, enjoying every second of his suffering. "This is your baby," she whispers, doubling down on the lie. He is sweating bullets, looking like he's about to have a heart attack at 20-something. "Huh," he gasps, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. He finally finds his voice, but it's more of a strangled yelp. He starts kicking the air in pure frustration because he can't handle the pressure. "Who's," he stammers, still trying to process the timeline. Fang finally breaks character and laughs. "You kissed me last night, I'll get pregnant when you do so." She is really out here playing the kissing leads to babies card on our clueless, innocent hero. He stutters, but wasn't it clearly you who? "KISSEDME?" he finally shouts, pointing an accusatory finger at the mischievous fox in front of him. He collapses back onto the bed, realized he's been played like a fiddle. He just stares at her, wondering how he ended up with such a beautiful menace. Later that night, Fang is still being a little terror, clinging to his back while they try to sleep. Her hands start wandering again, proving she has no intention of letting him rest. He tries to catch her hands in the dark, desperate for some peace. "Stop moving your hands," he barks, but she just gives him a cheeky giggle. "Damn it, she's trying to toy with me again," he grumbles internally. Even though he's annoyed, he can't help but notice how soft her hand feels in his. He peeks over his shoulder, watching her as she pretends to be asleep. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife, and he's losing the battle. He finally squeezes his eyes shut, trying his best to ignore the way his heart is racing. Fast forward to later, and our guy is finally waking up from a much-needed nap. He looks around the empty room, blinking in confusion, and asks, "Where is she?" He grabs his shirt, realizing he's slept way longer than he intended. He can't stop thinking about Fang's playful smile and the way she was teasing him earlier. It's like her mischievous presence is still lingering in every corner of the room. He checks his watch and groans, seeing that it's already past 5 p.m. Feeling parched, he grabs a cup from the desk and takes a massive gulp. Suddenly, his eyes widen in total shock. Orange? It tastes like orange, he realizes, knowing damn well Fang secretly drank from his cup. He looks down at his clothes, feeling like he's constantly one step behind her. He finally wanders into the living room, still wiping his mouth from the unexpected citrus surprise. His mother, Auntie, is sitting there waiting for him like a final boss. He immediately tries to hide his blushing face, but it's too late. "Where'd she go?" he asks, trying to act like he hasn't been thinking about her for the last 3 hours. Auntie gives him a sharp, judgmental look and asks, "Are the both of you sure about your relationship?" He's completely caught off guard by the sudden interrogation. He starts sweating under his mother's intense gaze. "I didn't see her agreeing with you. You didn't even bring a gift when you confessed," she scolds. She agreed, he insists, waving his hands around like a madman. Auntie puts down a vase and gets straight to the point. "How'd you two meet?" He panics internally, thinking, "I definitely can't let my mom know that it was Fang who made the first move." Auntie doesn't stop there, adding, "She's still in school, you aren't doing the right thing. She's about to graduate from college, okay?" He argues, feeling his blood pressure rise. He thinks about Fang and realizes that even though she's younger, she's the one constantly running circles around him. He looks down at his shirt, feeling like a total loser in this conversation. Auntie brings up the fact that she saw them at the movies yesterday, even though he just confessed today. "I'm a grown man, why can't people find me attractive?" he rants, reaching his breaking point. "Don't you bully her," his mom warns, pointing a finger of doom at him. He's officially done with this conversation and decides to retreat to his room. "I'll eat dinner later," he shouts over his shoulder, his pride thoroughly wounded. He slams his bedroom door shut, finally escaping the maternal lecture. He leans against the door, sighing as he wonders how Fang actually became interested in him. He grips the door handle, feeling like he needs to level up his game. He pulls out his phone, deciding it's time to seek professional advice. He texts his friend Zayooyu, asking the age-old question, "How do you tease a girl?" Zayooyu immediately fires back, asking if he's trying to rizz up his lady. Our hero just stares at the screen with a defeated look, realizing that he doesn't need to rizz anyone. He's the one who's already been completely rizzed by Fang. Our boy is desperate for some game, so he's hitting up his friend for the secret to making a girl's heart skip a beat. But he's a total amateur, panicking over a simple cheesy line before he even tries it on Fang. He's literally sweating bullets just thinking about testing his smooth-talking skills on our girl. The cringe is so real it's practically a physical force. "How can this be? That's so cheesy," he screams internally. He's having a total meltdown over how lame he sounds. His friend tells him his opponent is way too skilled for basic moves. "If you haven't mastered the basics, will you know how to use the ultimate techniques?" the friend asks. Our guy doesn't care about the basics, he wants the nuke. He's blushing like a tomato just thinking about a move that might actually work. He's finally ready to learn the ultimate technique. He tells himself that if Fang starts teasing him about pregnancy again, he's dropping the hammer. He grips his mouse, ready for war. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing like crazy. He looks at the screen with a mix of fear and anticipation. Fang is actually being nice, saying she'll cooperate this time. She asks him when he woke up. He's trying to play it cool, but he's basically a nervous wreck in his room. He's overanalyzing every single word she sends. He's staring at the screen so hard he might burn a hole in it. He finally sends a simple why. Fang is confused by all his questions. "You know what I'm asking?" he insists, trying to sound firm. He waits, his heart pounding in his chest. He sets the phone down, falling into a deep pit of philosophical despair. He tells himself he doesn't believe in love at first sight because that's just lusting after a body. His desk is covered in notes, but none of them can explain his feelings. He realizes that ever since he met Fang, she's been the one pulling the strings and making all the moves. He recalls her beautiful face and how she basically led him to confess to her. He's realizing he's been a passenger in his own love life. "Does she just desire my body?" he wonders, which is a pretty bold thought for someone with zero game. He immediately shuts that down because he knows he's overthinking. My IQ might be lacking, but my IQ certainly isn't, he declares, trying to regain some dignity. He clenches his fists, determined to be the one in control for once. His intense plotting is interrupted by a call for dinner. He sits down to eat with Auntie, looking like he's still processing a math equation. Auntie is raving about Fang's cooking, saying her skills are professional level. She's convinced Fang must have been a child prodigy in the kitchen. Auntie looks at our boy with a serious expression. She's really enjoying the meal Fang prepared. What do you think of her? Auntie asks point blank. Our guy avoids eye contact, suddenly getting serious. He tells her he needs to find a real job at a studio. Auntie is surprised because his current freelance gig seems fine. I'm not just supporting myself now, he says, basically admitting he's thinking about a future with Fang. He's ready to step up and be a man. Auntie looks at him, totally stunned by this sudden character development. She realizes our little boy is finally growing up. She's proud to see him taking responsibility. Our guy is still blushing though, because admitting he wants to provide for Fang is a lot. Back in his room, he's feeling the weight of the world. He stares at his phone, still thinking about our girl. But then he starts sending a text, his hand shaking slightly. He's back in bed, trying to focus on his career as an animator. He looks at his friend's work on the screen, feeling the pressure to succeed. He checks out the gaming industry, knowing the competition is fierce. He's trying to be productive, but he's totally distracted. He leans into his pillow and realizes it still carries the fragrant scent of Fang's shampoo. Suddenly, Fang appears in a stunning white dress, looking like an absolute angel. Our boy is completely floored, his jaw hitting the floor. He can't help but let out a little gasp. Where are your eyes looking at? She demands with a playful smirk. Our girl is looking absolutely radiant, and she knows it. She strikes a pose, testing his reaction. She's teasing him with every little movement. Are you nervous? She asks, leaning in close. Our guy is paralyzed, his heart probably doing backflips. I'm not, he shouts, which is a total lie. He's looking at her like she's the only thing in the world. She puts a hand on his face, her touch burning like fire. Why are you blushing then? She whispers, getting dangerously close. She's completely in his space now, dominating the poor guy. He's totally cornered, trapped by her beauty and his own lack of experience. He's completely paralyzed with shock as our girl leans in, her hand resting firmly on his chin. He's blushing like a beet, wondering what on earth is happening. Suddenly, she gives a wicked grin, revealing sharp fangs. Before he can even process the danger, she begins a terrifying transformation. A massive, beastly creature looms over him. Its glowing eyes filled with a dark hunger. Don't you think I'm pretty? The monster roars. Our guy is trapped against the wall, shaking like a leaf. The creature towers over him, its shadow engulfing his small frame. Am I actually pretty or not? It demands. He can only let out a blood-curdling scream as those giant, salivating jaws snap shut right in front of his face. He bolts upright in bed, heart hammering against his ribs and sweat pouring down his face. So it was all just a dream. That scared the shit out of me, he pants, clutching his chest. Sleep is definitely off the table now that his adrenaline is through the roof. He decides to distract himself by scrolling through job listings on his phone, trying to get his life together. But then, a notification pops up that makes his heart skip a beat for a completely different reason. It's a message from Fang. She's awake early too and wants to know if he's free later. He tries to be responsible for once, thinking he should prioritize his work search and turn her down. But let's be real, his fingers have a mind of their own when it comes to her. When she mentions wanting to go to the amusement park, his brain basically short-circuits. The sacred dating location, he thinks, looking like a total chibai fanboy. He quickly agrees to meet her at noon, wishing her luck on her morning test. The moment he hits send, the post-text regret kicks in hard. Why do I lose all resistance to her when I see the word together? He groans, face planting into his pillow. He knows he's a total goner, but since it's their first date since he officially got the boyfriend title, he decides he has to look his best. He starts sifting through his wardrobe, determined to find the perfect outfit. He's taking this very seriously, almost like he's preparing for battle. Suddenly, the door creaks open and Auntie pops her head in. She's shocked to see her usually lazy son up and moving so enthusiastically. He holds up a plaid shirt, hoping for a little fashion validation. Mom, does this shirt look pretty cool? He asks. Auntie does not hold back. That one's old-fashioned, she critiques, suggesting a light blue shirt instead because it gives off a youthful vibe. He huffs, annoyed that his own mother is dragging his style. Auntie walks in and hands him a plate with 3 eggs. Did you forget again? It's your birthday, she reminds him with a sigh. She tells him to hurry up and secure a good relationship with Fang, so she can finally hand over the responsibility of dealing with him to someone else. He stares at the eggs, noticing 7 tiny holes poked into the shells. Apparently, it's some old tradition called 7 clever and delicate hearts, meant to make the eater more insightful. He doesn't believe in the superstition for a second, but he takes the plate anyway. Auntie keeps the pressure on, telling him to invite our girl over for a birthday dinner. He tries to make a quick exit to his room, but she's just getting started. She warns him to take her somewhere nice and avoid cheap roadside snacks. He's getting more annoyed by the second, wondering why she cares about his girlfriend more than him. She starts shouting dating advice through the door, telling him he needs to cajole girls and give them gifts regardless of the price. He slams the door shut, muttering about growing moldy from her nagging. Isn't that just the basis of dating? He wonders, feeling the weight of the boyfriend title. As if I don't know how to do it, he scoffs, looking determined. Later that afternoon, he arrives at the amusement park feeling confident. He spots Fang waiting for him in the distance. But as he gets closer, his confidence evaporates and his jaw hits the floor. She's dressed exactly like she was in his nightmare. He stares at her like he's seen a ghost, his eyes wide with terror. Why are you looking at me like that? Do I look ugly? She asks, confused by his reaction. He quickly stammers that she looks great, his eyes darting to a mysterious box she's carrying. It's a secret, she chirps with a playful smile, leading him toward the entrance. They head over to the lockers to drop off their things, our guy still trying to shake off the eerie coincidence. He tries to play it safe as they look at the park map. Where shall we go first? The carousel, bumper cars, he suggests. But our girl is a secret adrenaline junkie. She points right to the most intense rides in the park, the roller coasters and the drop tower. You're scared, she teases, giving him a mischievous wink. His pride takes over instantly, his face contorting into a mask of fake bravery. Huh, you think I'd be scared? He challenges. Oh boy, he is going to regret those words very soon. The male lead tries to act cool, leading our girl through the park, but he's walking way too fast. He stops and looks back, asking, why aren't you keeping up? Our poor heroine stops him in his tracks with a pout. You forgot something, she says with a knowing look. He checks his pockets, totally lost. I'm holding onto my phone, what else did I forget? He asks, looking like a total dork. She looks him dead in the eye and declares me. Our girl is looking absolutely stunning today, rocking her white dress and pearls with total confidence. The male lead turns into a blushing mess instantly, his brain short-circuiting. They lock fingers, holding hands tightly as they walk past the colorful rides. Fang decides it's the perfect time for a little teasing to keep him on his toes. Mr. Chin, you texted me some sweet talk yesterday, she says, flashing a mischievous grin. He looks away, trying to defend his dwindling dignity. It wasn't just me, you were texting me too, he counters, his face turning a deeper shade of red. He mentions he wants to reward her for all the progress she's been making lately. But then he gets all flustered, realizing they're in a very public place. Here, I don't think this is the best place for, he stammers. Fang just laughs at his panic. In that case, I guess it'll have to wait, she sings, clearly enjoying his suffering. As they walk, he squeezes her hand, marveling at how delicate she feels. Her bones feel soft, they're smooth and tender, he thinks to himself, completely lost in the moment. She catches him red-handed. Do my hands feel nice? She asks playfully. He completely loses his cool and shouts, yeah. She smiles sweetly, telling him he can feel them for as long as he likes. Next stop, the giant roller coaster. The safety warnings are everywhere and the vibe is getting intense. He looks at the brochure and his face turns pale as a ghost. Large loops, he whispers, sweating bullets as he realizes what he's signed up for. They get strapped into the front row, and our girl can practically smell the fear coming off him. Are you scared? She asks, looking totally unfazed. He grips the safety bar like his life depends on it, his knuckles turning white. I'm not, he screams, even though he's clearly shaking in his boots. Fang gently takes his hand to steady him. Even if you are, don't worry, I'm here, she says, being the ultimate emotional support. Suddenly, the ride locks in with a heavy thud. Start. They begin the slow, torturous climb up the steep track. He gulps, looking at the sheer height of the drop ahead. They both grab tight as they finally reach the peak. Then comes the terrifying drop. They scream as they plummet toward the ground at terminal velocity. They hit the loops at full speed, and the male lead looks like he's seeing his life flash before his eyes. Meanwhile, Fang is having the time of her life, grinning through the wind. She looks over at him and yells, you should try screaming like this. He finally gives in to the chaos and lets out a roar. He bellows at the top of his lungs. Surprisingly, the fear vanishes as the adrenaline takes over. Turns out it's not as scary when you scream, he realizes with a laugh. He starts actually enjoying the rush, feeling more alive than ever. The world is just a blur of blue sky and excitement. As they walk off the ride, he's actually smiling ear to ear. It was exhilarating, he admits, his legs a bit wobbly. They head straight to the photo booth to see the evidence of their bravery. They lean in close to check the monitor, eager to see their expressions. The screen shows a bunch of blurry, hilarious shots of people losing their minds. They have this kind of service, he asks, looking at the preview. The clerk points out their front row masterpiece. It's a perfect shot of them screaming with pure joy, still holding hands. Our girl doesn't hesitate for a second. We'll take this picture then, she decides with a satisfied smile. Are there any other photos you'd like to print out? The staff member asks. Fang doesn't hesitate for a second, pointing to the screen and saying, nope, just this one will do. The worker then asks if they want one copy or two. Before the male lead can even open his mouth, our girl demands, one copy, make it a big one. The male lead is left awkwardly smiling and saying, one please, thanks. As the printer whirs to life and starts producing their memory, the worker tries to upsell them on more souvenirs. Our girl just gives a radiant smile. It's fine, just this one is plenty, pay, she says firmly. When it's time to settle the bill, the male lead panics and shouts, I'll pay, as they both scramble for their phones. Our heroine looks at him with those big, soulful eyes, and he's completely caught in her spell. They stand there in a tech standoff, both holding their devices. As they walk away, Fang asks, so I scan this QR code, right? The male lead is stuck in his feelings, realizing she didn't say a word, but he understood her heart perfectly. He literally has to clutch his chest because the cuteness is too much. But Fang isn't done with the worker yet. Oh yeah, could you also send me a digital copy? She asks. When the guy mentions company policy is to avoid that, she turns on the maximum charm. She leans in, making it impossible to say no. If it's an inconvenience, can I pay an extra 10 yuan? She offers with a sparkle in her eye. Needless to say, the bribe works perfectly under a clear blue sky. She holds up the physical photo of them screaming on the ride. She gazes at it with a soft expression, getting lost in the memory. The male lead snaps her out of it by asking which ride is next. She's still totally distracted by the photo, humming a happy tune to herself. After a quick adjustment to her cute outfits, she shoves the photo into his hands. You hold on to the photos, she commands. Then she points to a massive drop tower. Let's go on that one. She cheers, dragging him along by the hand while he's still clutching their souvenirs. The male lead is still hung up on the logistics. Why didn't we get 2 copies? He asks. He looks down at the single piece of paper in his hand, realizing that it actually turned out great. He really likes how they look together in it. Fang leans back and teases him. Why get 2, you ask? Are you planning to break up with me? She gives him a look that is equal parts playful and dangerous. He feels the weight of her words and turns a shade of red that matches her hair. Why would I think of that? He stammers. She just giggles, then just 1 copy's enough. He can only pout and agree. They arrive at the base of the suicide machine ride. People are plummeting from the sky and screaming their lungs out. Our heroine is practically vibrating with excitement, pointing up at the tower, while the male lead looks like he's about to faint. Watching the ride drop makes him let out a heavy gulp. His eyes are wide with pure terror. She leans into his personal space and asks, are you coming along? She's smiling like an angel of chaos. He realizes there is no escape. There are times where you just have to do it, he thinks, before finally squeaking out an okay. 2 hours later, the poor guy is slumped on a bench, looking like a soulless husk. Fang, of course, is perfectly fine. Let's take a selfie together, she suggests. She grabs his arm and pulls him into the frame. Snap. They take the first shot and it's okay. But Fang isn't feeling it. She looks at him and declares, in the future, I'm going to throw out all those checkered shirts of yours. They're so tacky. He's genuinely offended, huh? He looks down at his perfectly normal shirt. How are they tacky? He demands. He tries to pose with a peace sign, but she shuts that down immediately. Peace signs are cool. How is it that bad? He yells, but she's already decided they are retaking it. Lean over towards me a bit more and put that peace sign down, she instructs. He's blushing furiously as she complains about his serious face. Don't make a poker face, don't you know how to smile? They finally get a cute shot using a cat filter. He thinks they're done, but our girl is a perfectionist. It's not good enough, she shouts as he tries to take his phone back. She insists on taking one more last photo. When he complains about taking too many, she pulls out the big guns. I'll kiss you if you continue to be disobedient, she threatens. He looks at her, his heart doing backflips. He is completely stunned. Damn it, if I were to say no, she will think that I'm doing it on purpose to kiss her. This isn't good, he panics internally. They take another adorable selfie with bunny ears. He watches as she fiddles with his phone settings. He realizes that all girls are liars. She said one more, but they ended up taking way more. She insists on setting the newest one as his wallpaper. He looks at his new lock screen, featuring them making a heart with their hands. At first glance, he thinks it's tacky, but then he shakes his head. No, the photo is fine. It's definitely just the checkered shirt that's the problem. ML and Fang are strolling through the amusement park when they come across a building shaped like a giant red mushroom. The male lead turns to her, noticing she might be hitting her limit. Are you tired? Do you want to go to the rest area up ahead to take a break and get some drinks? He asks. Our girl gives a soft nod and agrees. As they head inside, the male lead starts pointing out the various options, though he looks a bit overwhelmed by the choices. He takes one look at the menu and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. A bottle of cola and water cost 10 and 6 yuan respectively. These tourist attractions really charge at inflated prices, he grumbles to himself. He eventually decides on a lemon beverage, while Fang grabs a carton of yogurt. He hands her the drinks and tells her to find a seat while he handles the payment. Fang finds a spot and starts digging into her snack, popping the straw into her yogurt. She takes a long, satisfying sip, finally getting a chance to rest her legs on a mushroom-shaped stool. She looks completely relaxed as she sits there. He finally catches his breath and joins her, but he notices her looking at something nearby. What are you looking at? He asks. He follows her gaze to a claw machine where another couple is trying their luck. Thinking he can impress her, he asks, do you like those? Want me to win you something? Fang just gives him a skeptical look. You don't even know how to play it, she teases. He tries to argue that it's just about lining up the claw and pressing a button, but she isn't buying it. It's fine, there are no toys that I like in that machine, she says, shutting him down. They decide to keep moving and stand up to leave the rest area. Fang gives him a playful smile. If we find something I like next time, you have to win it for me, okay? She challenges. The male lead blushes and agrees, looking a bit flustered. Then let's get going, she cheers, looking much more energetic. They walk past a large, ominous-looking purple building. The male lead stops and points. Is that a haunted house? Wanna check it out? He asks. Our poor heroine immediately freezes, looking like she's seen a real ghost. They're quite scary, let's play something else instead, she pleads. The male lead realizes his girlfriend is actually terrified. You're scared? He asks, surprised. He starts getting that mischievous glint in his eye. The point of coming to an amusement park is to feel thrilled, he exclaims. He realizes that up until now, she's been so easygoing, and this is the first time he's seen her truly afraid of something. How can I miss an opportunity like this? He thinks to himself, while Fang reluctantly agrees to go in since he's so excited. She's already sweating, her nerves shot before they even step foot inside. But let me make this clear first, she warns him. When we're inside, you mustn't try to scare me on purpose and don't stray too far from me or else I'll be mad. All right, I'll always be by your side, he promises. They take a hesitant step into the dark entrance. Suddenly, a voice booms, welcome you two, as a terrifying skeleton employee looms over them. Fang lets out a blood-curdling scream and dives right into the male lead's arms. The skeleton employee doesn't miss a beat, telling them to enter through the sliding door. If you can find your way out alive, you can exit, he adds ominously. And if you don't, Fang is shivering, clinging to the male lead's arm for dear life. They shuffle past the skeleton and head into the dark maze. The male lead tries to act brave, asking if there are any other staff members waiting for them. Will there be any? The creepy voice mocks from the shadows. The skeleton employee just watches them go, looking absolutely menacing. The male lead starts looking a bit nervous himself as he leads the way. Suddenly, Fang stops. There's also a weird smell in here, she whispers. The male lead takes a sniff and has to agree. Fang is hiding behind his back, her hands trembling. The voice from the dark chuckles, hey, it could just be the smell of rotting corpses. The skeleton is still lingering by the door. I'll bid you farewell on your adventure then, he says as the door shuts behind them with a loud shut. The male lead looks like he's regretting his life choices. They enter a room with grimy green tiles and cobwebs hanging from the ceiling. The sound of spooky whispers fills the air. They approach another door and the tension is palpable. The male lead tries to steel his nerves. He takes a hard gulp. He tells himself that it's a man's job to protect the woman and this is his time to shine. This is a haunted house that's the least bit frightening, he lies through his teeth. He tells Fang that they just use the darkness to induce fear. He turns back to her with a forced smile. And they use fake props for jump scares. As long as you remember that everything's fake, you'll be okay, he explains. Just as the words leave his mouth, a monstrous figure drops from the ceiling, screaming in their faces. A gray, rotting hand reaches out toward them. Fang screams AAH and grabs the male lead's shirt. She's completely panicked, her mouth wide open in terror. It's fake, everything's fine, the male lead stammers. He pushes her forward through a set of dark curtains to escape the monster. Fang is literally vibrating with fear. She grips his shirt so hard her knuckles are white. The male lead looks at her, seeing how truly terrified she is, and a wave of guilt hits him. He realizes he shouldn't have forced her in here. But before he can apologize, a loud clank sounds from the shadows. What's that sound? He asks, his own voice shaking. They turn to see a massive mummy-like figure wrapped in barbed wire staring them down. The monster drags a massive, blood-stained cleaver across the floor with a terrifying screech. Even with the monster gaining on them, our girl is frozen in place. The male lead tries to pull her along, but her feet are like lead. My legs aren't cooperating, she whimpers, her eyes wide with genuine terror. He can feel her hand trembling in his, realizing she's reached her limit. Her legs are literally shaking beneath her. Shit, who would have thought there'd actually be someone acting as a monster in this haunted house? He curses internally. He looks back at the bandaged freak and decides they need to move now. This isn't fun at all, he shouts, his own panic starting to flare. He sees our heroine is scared stiff. She's clutching her chest, her breath coming in short gasps. He realizes he shouldn't have forced her to come into this nightmare. The sound of the monster's footsteps is getting louder. Hold on for a sec, I'll carry you and run, he yells. He doesn't wait for an answer, scooping her up into his arms. Hold tight, he commands as he begins to sprint. Luckily, he spent a lot of time working out with his roommates in university. Even if he's been a shut-in lately, his physical foundation is still solid. 8 minutes later, and the workout is definitely paying off because that monster is still relentless. Fuck, how's he still chasing us? He pants, checking over his shoulder. No matter how much he speeds up or slows down, the monster stays right on their heels. He knows he can't keep this up forever. He spots a hallway lined with doors. I'll take a gamble and hide in one of these rooms, he decides. He slips into a dark room and whispers, SHH. They are pressed so tightly together in the small space that he can feel her heart racing. Fang nods, looking absolutely traumatized. He holds her close, the silence of the room only broken by the heavy thudding of their hearts. Outside, the sound of dragging chains passes by the door. He listens intently, waiting for the threat to vanish. Our poor heroine is buried in his chest, still shaking. The clanking of the monster's shackles slowly fades. He waits another moment just to be sure. Is he gone yet? He whispers into the dark. It seems that I can't hear him anymore. They are both slumped against the wall, catching their breaths. Now's our chance, let's get out of here, he says, but then he realizes something awkward. Thanks to a certain someone hugging me too tightly, I can't get up now. Fang teases, her voice returning to normal. He looks down and realizes exactly where his hands are. Eek, that wasn't on purpose. He screams, his face turning a shade of red that could be seen in total darkness. He quickly gets up and peeks out the door. Now's our chance, let's get out of here. He grabs her hand and starts dragging her toward the light. He's not letting go this time. Our girl looks up at him, her fear replaced by a strange, sparkly admiration. Her dress is a bit messy from the ordeal, but she doesn't seem to care. We see flashes of the other terrifying props they bypassed in their mad dash, including some very creepy skeletons. They finally spot a map on the wall. Seems like we're close to the exit now, he sighs with relief. He notices she stopped trembling. However, it doesn't seem like you're that scared now. She looks at him for a long moment, the tension in the room shifting from terror to something way more romantic. The camera pans down, and bam, our girl goes for the gold and pulls him into a kiss. The world around them disappears as they share a moment in the dark. When they finally move apart, the male lead looks like his brain has completely short-circuited. She gives him a smug, beautiful smile. All right, let's get out of here, she says, sounding way too casual for someone who was just petrified. He's left standing there, touching his neck and wondering if he's dreaming. He's blushing so hard he might actually explode. They finally burst out into the sunlight and see a staff member in a Reaper costume. Was it you who was chasing us there the entire time? He demands. The poor actor is just confused. How could I? There's no way I'd be able to. Whatever, he's just glad to be out of there. Where are we going next? He asks, trying to act cool. He starts to open a bottle of water, but Fang is faster. She looks like a total princess in her white and pink dress, not a care in the world. Let's exit this place, she says cheerfully. He looks at her dress, then back at her face, which is still radiating that I just kissed you energy. How did she do it so naturally? He wonders, his internal monologue screaming. He stares at the water bottle, then his hands, still feeling the lingering heat on his lips as they walk away. Our girl is looking absolutely stunning in her pink and white ensemble as they spend a day out. Even in chibai form, you can tell she's leading the way while our male lead looks a bit lost. She stops by the lockers to retrieve a mysterious package. Our guy is dying of curiosity, asking what's even in there anyway. But instead of an answer, she suddenly turns to him with a blush. Hold my hand, she commands, catching him completely off guard. He looks at her outstretched hand, his face turning a bright shade of red as he tries to process the sudden boldness. Finally, he gives in and they stroll through the park hand in hand. They make quite the pair as they head toward the water. They arrive at the dock where a row of boats is waiting. Our girl knows exactly what she wants, telling the attendant, I want one of those big boats that can seat 4 people, and 2 packets of fish food. She's clearly the one in charge here, flashing a peace sign while our male lead just trails behind. They hop into a bright yellow duck boat, and with a firm push from the dock worker, they're off into the center of the lake. It's time for some manual labor, and our guy gets to work pedaling the boat. They settle in for a nice, relaxing ride. Our heroine starts sprinkling the fish food over the side, and a massive school of koi immediately swarms the boat. Our male lead is genuinely impressed, staring at the colorful fish. The water is practically boiling with hungry fish. Fang explains her master plan, saying that if they sprinkle it along the side, the fish will follow them anywhere. It's a literal trail of followers. He looks at her with a smile, realizing she's just guiding them bit by bit. But then her expression shifts, becoming soft and a bit distant. That's right, you'll have to do it one step at a time, she says, sounding like she's talking about more than just fish. He watches her, mesmerized by her presence. The boat drifts along peacefully. He's trying to read her mind, but she's an open book that's written in a language he hasn't mastered yet. Suddenly, he starts coughing, feeling a bit awkward under her gaze. To save himself from the tension, he changes the subject. You said that you had a test earlier, how'd it go? She nonchalantly tells him it was just a standard Chinese test and was super easy. As she plays with the fish food, he asks the obvious question, where are you being tested on that? She reveals her secret ambition. It's a requirement for her teaching certification. She looks so determined that he can't help but stare. He looks at her graceful profile, then blurs out, you want to become a teacher. He's so shocked it's actually adorable. She looks back asking, is that bad? Instantly, his imagination runs wild, picturing her as a stern teacher in glasses, scolding students. He envisions her in a prim and proper outfit, holding a pointer. He's totally lost in this fantasy. Our girl just laughs at him, saying she wants to be an elementary school teacher because the vacations are great and the work seems leisurely. She leans in close, teasing him, hey, student Chin Guanglin, how was Ms. He's lesson? She reaches out toward him, and his heart is practically beating out of his chest. He admits you indeed act like a teacher. He thinks her gaze really gives off that authoritative vibe. But then he gets serious, warning her that teaching is actually super stressful with all the grading and lesson plans. She just giggles at his wisdom. Actually, from now on, I'm calling you student Chin and you're going to call me Ms. He, she decides. She lifts his chin playfully, demanding he play along. No way, he shouts, his face turning beet red. He tries to flip the script, saying since he's her senior, she should call him older brother Chin instead. He looks her right in the eye, thinking he's won. But our girl doesn't miss a beat. She leans in with a sultry look and whispers, older brother Chin. He freezes up completely. His brain has officially short-circuited. Forget that, just call me by my name, he yells, shielding his face. Our heroine is having the time of her life, acting like a mischievous little fox. Seeing how flustered he is, he quickly backtracks, saying student Chin sounds quite nice after all. But she's not done. She asks if she can hear him call her Ms. He just once. She looks at him with those mischievous eyes. Our poor guy is like a rabbit caught in headlights, wondering how she's so good at being this playful. Finally, she relents, telling him she'll stop teasing for now. She goes back to feeding the fish. But then she drops a serious question. I saw your post in our group chat. Are you looking for a job? He sighs and admits it's true. He confesses that he used to just live off commissions and never really thought about a real job before. She looks concerned, asking why he's searching so early. He looks back at her, confused by the question. Our girl suddenly looks like she's seen a ghost, her eyes wide with shock. She clutches her dress as the realization hits her. Uh-oh, did she say too much? The pair decides to take a break from the hustle and bustle by heading out onto the water in a giant yellow duck boat. Our girl, Fang, playfully tells him that there's absolutely no rush to find a job in the next couple of years. But our male lead is determined, clenching his fist as he explains that he can't support himself on unstable outsourcing forever. He needs a real career and he needs it now. Fang watches him with a thoughtful expression, though he just laughs it off, saying he's preparing now so he won't panic in the future. Our heroine sighs, noting that he's taking things way more seriously than most people his age. All right then, she says, deciding to change the vibe. As the boat drifts further out, she suddenly reaches out and grabs his arm. He looks at her, completely caught off guard. What do you want me to do? He asks, his heart already starting to race. Fang casually adjusts her hair. Before dropping a total bombshell, I can fulfill whatever desire you have. Our poor boy is instantly a blushing mess, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. He's convinced she's plotting some kind of elaborate prank and tells himself he can't fall for her tricks again. But Fang just leans in closer, repeating that she's ready to fulfill his every wish. He clenches his fist, trying to summon his courage. Yes, I'm ready, he shouts, his voice cracking slightly. He stares at her mouth, his mind going a mile a minute. Bottom, his heart is thumping so loud he's sure she can hear it. He wonders why she's taking so long. What is she waiting for? Finally, she whispers, okay, you can open your eyes now. He snaps them open, expecting, well, something else, but instead he hears a bright ta-da. She's holding out a beautifully decorated cake. It's topped with strawberries and little bunnies with a sign that says, Happy Birthday, Chin Guanglin. Fang beams at him, asking if he's surprised. She holds the tray out carefully, while he just stares at it, completely stunned. He was planning to tell her about his birthday after their date, but she already knew. She acts all smug, claiming her foresight allowed her to know with just a snap of her fingers. He looks at the cake, then back at her, still reeling. What I said just now is still valid, she teases, leaning back with a mischievous grin. Anything you want, anything at all. Our boy's brain basically short-circuits. He decides that if she's going to be this bold, he might as well be too. In that case, he says, his face heating up, close your eyes now. He tells himself that since she's kissed him several times, it's only fair he kisses her back. Fang giggles and shuts her eyes, waiting to see what he'll do. He starts approaching slowly, his pulse hammering in his ears. He looks at her soft features. Keep calm and steady, he tells himself, I can do this. He leans in closer. He's almost there. And then Manhwa, he actually does it, planting a kiss right on her. He instantly recoils, looking like he's about to explode from embarrassment. I must stay calm, he screams internally. He turns away, his face looking like a ripe tomato. Fang opens her eyes and smirks. Student Chin, I gave you a chance and you didn't grab it, she says, implying he could have been much bolder. He looks at her, confused by what she means. Then the realization hits him. Did she mean he could have done something even naughtier? Poof, his head practically starts smoking. He starts spinning around in circles, completely overwhelmed. Why are you blushing so much? She laughs. I'm the one who just got kissed by you, remember? He covers his face with his arm, desperately trying to hide his shame. I'm hot, it's way too hot today, he lies, fanning himself frantically. Fang just giggles and tells him to stop being so dramatic and just have some cake. She looks at him with those big, innocent eyes, making him feel even more flustered. That was my first time kissing a girl, he blabs out, unable to keep it in. He looks down at his hands, then back at her, eventually hiding his face again. Student Chin, don't you know that you're really cute? She says, leaning in close to his ear. He ignores her and digs into the cake, taking a big bite to distract himself. They sit there together, enjoying the dessert in the middle of the lake. He looks at her, feeling a bit better. As he finishes his slice, Fang sighs, noting that his birthday has technically already passed. She takes another bite of cake, looking thoughtful, but we'd have to wait a whole year for the next one and that seems unfair to me, she muses. Our boy immediately tenses up, wondering what kind of mischief she's cooking up now. Fang leans in with a smirk, pointing out that since he already made a wish, she has to wait until next year, which puts her one wish behind. Our male lead's internal alarm starts blaring as he realizes he's walked right into a trap. He quickly tells her she can make a wish now to make up for it, but warns her not to get too overboard with the request. Our girl just gives him this devious, mischievous smile. "My wish," she begins, leaning in close with a sparkle in her eye, "is that you'll kiss me first thing when you see me every day." The tension is thick as she gazes at him. "But wait, there's more, and another kiss when we say goodbye on that day," she adds. Our poor hero is absolutely short-circuiting, face turning a deep shade of red. He tries to regain his composure while finishing off his slice of cake. "So is that too much?" he asks, his voice trembling slightly. He scratches his head, looking totally flustered while Fang just hums a happy tune. Finally, he gives in with a soft, defeated fine. Internally, he's trying to justify it. This request isn't that overboard, and besides, she's the one who made it, not him. "Then it's settled," she cheers, looking like she just pulled off the heist of the century. She holds up her hand, ready to seal the deal. She demands a pinky promise because this agreement is effective immediately and lasts forever. He reluctantly hooks his finger with hers, his heart racing. Suddenly, the male lead's brain goes into big brain mode, doing the math like a total nerd. Kissing twice a day means over 700 times a year, and 7,000 times in 10 years. He can't help but wear an absolutely goofy, stupid grin. Fang catches him and asks why he's making that ridiculous face. Chibai male lead shouts, "I wasn't," while our girl just teases him with a smug expression. They turn their attention back to the cake, and Fang grabs a napkin to clean up. They are currently enjoying a peaceful moment on a yellow pedal boat out on the water. The male lead looks over the side, where a group of koi fish are gathering around Fang's reflection. He holds out a bag of fish food, but Fang points out that cake isn't comparable to fish food when it comes to taste. She sits back comfortably, watching as her boyfriend stuffs the rest of the cake into his mouth. He claims it's his boyfriend's responsibility to finish it and tells her to take a break while he handles the pedaling. But our girl isn't done with him yet. She reaches out and gently wipes a bit of cream off his cheek. He's completely frozen in shock. Then, in the most dramatic move possible, she licks the cream off her own finger. She looks stunning and totally in control of the situation. The male lead is internally screaming, his face turning into a literal lightning storm of confusion. "What's wrong? Did you want some too?" she asks with a playful tone. She leans toward him while he sweats bullets. And no, he stammers, completely overwhelmed. He starts wondering if she's actually some kind of malevolent spirit. A fox spirit in disguise, perhaps. Trying to steer the conversation back to safety, he points to a map and asks if there are other places she wants to visit. He pedals with all his might, but Fang tells him she's not tired and that today was really fun. She looks absolutely radiant and happy. As they drift across the water, he asks if she wants to have dinner later. "Your place," she replies instantly. He gets flustered again, suggesting dinner with his aunt instead since it's his birthday. He worries that things are developing a bit too quickly. He's concerned that coming to his place so often might give his aunt a bad impression of her. Fang just stares at him with an intense, serious gaze. She edges closer to him. "So you're saying," she begins, her voice dropping, "that I'm being too proactive and it makes me look frivolous." She looks genuinely hurt and vulnerable. He panics, clutching his neck and trying to explain that he's just concerned for her. But our heroine hits him with the ultimate counterattack. "Then why can't you also be a bit more proactive?" She points out that she's always been the one pursuing him, even though their feelings are mutual. They stand up, the boat rocking with the weight of her words. He tries to say they can take things bit by bit, but she admits she's feeling anxious. "I like you so much you have no idea. What am I supposed to do?" she confesses. She clutches her chest, pouring her heart out. After a brief, dramatic pause, the male lead finally looks moved. "I like you a lot too," he says, his face glowing with sincerity. He admits that's exactly why they are dating now. He takes her hands in his. Fang's eyes sparkle with pure joy. She happily agrees to go to his house for dinner. He promises to head back to buy groceries and cook the dinner himself, and she beams at him. To seal the promise, she leans in and gives him a sweet kiss on the cheek. She tells him to rest assured and trust in Ms. ability to handle everything. Our hero is left absolutely dazed, covering his mouth as he processes the moment. He feels completely blessed. "Screw the Realgar wine, I'll just drink it myself," he thinks as he prays in gratitude. This girl must be a gift from the angels. Our boy looks her right in the eyes and drops a heavy question. "You've met my parents already, so when will you take me to see your family?" Poor Fang looks like she's about to short-circuit from the sudden pressure. Our male lead thinks he's being a smooth operator, telling himself he needs to take the initiative because he wants to be responsible for her. He's blushing like a total tomato as he leans in, gripping the railing while his heart does backflips. He decides to go for the kill, suggesting they get everything settled because, in his mind, they've already touched all the bases. Fang's eyes literally go blank as she processes that bombshell. "What do you mean by touched all the bases?" she screams, her brain going into full panic mode. She's vibrating with shock, demanding to know when they ever did it. Our boy turns even redder and whispers, "Didn't we do it during that time in the haunted house?" Fang stares at him in utter disbelief, before bursting into a fit of hysterical laughter. What's so funny? Our boy shouts, feeling like his dignity is circling the drain. He puffs his chest out, insisting he's being completely serious. Fang reaches out to him, smiling as she explains, "There's no need to rush the marriage, I haven't even graduated yet." She leans in close, teasing that they should actually touch all the bases before they start discussing marriage. Our poor hero's brain explodes, stuttering about premarital activities while she just snaps back, "What the heck were you thinking about?" They stand by the sparkling water, and our girl gives him a mysterious look. "Just relax for now, I'll teach you everything you need to know in due course," she promises. She looks absolutely radiant in the sunlight, but our boy has no idea what he's gotten himself into. Cut to the local market where a nosy auntie spots them and asks if she's his new girlfriend. Even the local butcher is curious, wondering when the neighborhood kid finally started dating. "Hi auntie, I'm his girlfriend." Fang chirps, linking her arm with his while our boy looks like he wants the ground to swallow him whole. He tries to make a break for it, explaining they just got back from the amusement park. He tries to drag her away, but she flashes a winning smile at the neighbors. However, her grip on his arm is like iron, and her face says she'll make him regret it if he dares to move. He practically runs away while she waves goodbye cheerfully. Our boy is dying inside, thinking things are progressing way too fast while everyone watches with excitement. They start picking out produce, looking at radishes and persimmons. Our girl is on a mission, grabbing potatoes while our male lid carries the heavy bags. She lists off everything they need for dinner: potatoes, carrots, peppers, and pumpkin. She tosses another potato in the bag, while our boy nervously asks if they still have pickled veggies. She tells him to forget that and go ask the boss to grab a snakehead fish for them. He gets a good look at the slimy fish, as she keeps planning the menu, mentioning they need garlic shoots to go with the wood ears they have at home. Our male lead is genuinely spooked now, asking, "How do you know all this?" He's sweating bullets, because she knows exactly what he and his mom like to eat, right down to stir-fries that are impossible to find in restaurants. She just smirks and says, "I told you already, Ms. He is just amazing, yet you don't believe me." She starts rambling about divine secret arts and his astrological bazzi. She claims she can deduce he's a vegetarian just from his elemental affinity, which leaves him totally bewildered. She just taps her chin and tells him to listen obediently because everything she says is true. She looks like a literal goddess of mischief. He asks if she was serious about them being destined to be together from the first time they met. "Of course I was," she says, looking up at him. Our boy's eyes sparkle as he asks what else she can deduce, and she jokes that he can win the lottery. But when he gets his hopes up, she just gives him a flat nope. They stare at each other in a comical silence. He realizes she's just playing with his heart again. He looks down at the bags he's carrying, feeling like a total chump. But then she drops the real bombs, "You also don't smoke." She tells him he has a scar on his right foot from a broken bowl when he was a kid, and even mentions a mole on his thigh. Our hero's soul practically leaves his body as he screams, "How could you know?" He's absolutely terrified, wondering if she's actually some kind of fox spirit. She just laughs it off as traditional culture and refuses to reveal her secrets. They finally reach his place. Heading up the stairs, she tells him to pass the keys so she can open the door, and she reaches out to grab one of the bags. He tries to hold on, but she insists on taking over. She explains that even though he insisted on carrying everything, it doesn't reflect well on her if she enters the house empty-handed. Our boy stands there in a daze, realizing he really needs to start considering things more thoroughly when it comes to his mysterious wife. They step into the apartment just as the sun is beginning to set. "Why are you back so early?" Auntie asks, looking a bit confused to see them home before dark. Our girl doesn't miss a beat, offering a sweet smile and greeting her warmly. "Hi auntie, I'll be in your care again tonight," she chirps. Auntie spots the heavy bags of groceries and wonders why on earth they bought so much food. Fang explains that since it's the male lead's birthday, he insisted on buying everything so they could all have dinner together. Auntie is practically vibrating with joy, thinking to herself that her son is finally growing up and bringing a girl over with such enthusiasm. She immediately tells them to go have fun while she handles the rice. But Fang holds up the bags and insists, "Auntie, you don't have to, we will prepare dinner." Our girl isn't taking no for an answer, standing her ground firmly. "Absolutely not," Auntie protests, still feeling a bit guilty about the last time Fang helped out. She tries to shoo them away, telling them to just listen to her and go play. That's when our heroine pulls out the secret weapon, the ultimate sparkly puppy dog eyes. "But when we were buying groceries, he said he wanted to try my cooking," she pouts. Auntie's protective mode flips instantly as she snaps her head toward her son. "Don't listen to that brat, nobody makes the guest cook, what kind of manners are those?" she scolds. Fang just giggles at the male lead's misfortune, telling her it's really okay because she loves cooking. The male lead quickly jumps in to save the situation, pushing his mom toward the living room. "Mom, just take a rest this time, the two of us will definitely cook up something delicious," he promises. Auntie is skeptical, asking if he even knows his way around a stove. He strikes a pose, claiming he can at least wash the vegetables and hand over the salt. Just don't worry about it. He cheers as his mom finally agrees to let them take over. He peeks back into the kitchen to see if the coast is clear and tells Fang to stop looking at him. He tries to act like the boss, telling her she'll be in charge of cleaning the fish. As she pulls her hair back and ties her apron tight, our boy's heart rate goes through the roof. Why'd you insist on cooking today? He asks, trying to distract himself from how cute she looks. She looks him dead in the eye and says she simply wants to improve her skills. She leans in close and whispers right into his ear. So once I'm good enough, I'll be able to cook for you a lot. Our poor hero is left standing there like a statue. He's blushing so hard he's practically glowing, thinking that even if she were a monster trying to eat him, he wouldn't be able to resist. He collapses into a ball of pure embarrassment right there on the kitchen floor, clutching his chest. Eventually, he pulls himself together and finishes cleaning the fish. Fang tells him he can skin the potatoes while she handles the fish from there. She starts slicing with terrifying, professional efficiency. He watches her hands move like a blur, looking absolutely horrified because he thinks she's going to lose a finger. He tries to warn her to slow down, but she just casually turns and asks if the potatoes are done yet. She keeps working that knife like a seasoned chef. He's losing his mind, wondering how she can even talk while working at that speed. And never mind, you focus on that, don't worry about me, he stammers, waving his hands. She tells him the fish is huge and just half will suffice. He's sweating bullets as she tells him to check for pickled vegetables. He literally implores her to stop talking and pay more attention to the vegetables she's chopping. But our girl is in the zone, humming a happy tune, while her hands move rhythmically. He stops and just stares at her profile, his face turning red all over again. He looks down at the potato in his hand, and then back at hers. Why are you staring into space? She asks, catching him red-handed. He quickly looks away, his face like a tomato as he goes back to the sink. She checks if he's done with the potatoes and tells him to soak the wood ears for a bit. He nervously asks if he should soak a big handful or just a little. She gives him a deadpan look that says, "Are you for real right now?" There's a long, awkward silence as they just stare at each other. "I think you should wash the vegetables instead, I'll do it," she says with a dark aura. Our boy realizes he's officially failed the kitchen test and she's totally mad at him. Just then, Auntie pops her head back in to check on the progress. She peeks at the two of them working together. Fang puts on her best angel act and tells Auntie that he's doing great. He's standing there looking like a confused puppy because he hasn't done a single thing right. Auntie is delighted to see them bonding and leaves them to it. The male lead is just left standing there, sweating bullets while Fang maintains her perfect smile. The sound of rhythmic chopping fills the room again. He looks at the bowl of prepped wood ears, and then at the perfectly sliced potatoes on the board. He's genuinely impressed and asks if she's ever worked in a professional kitchen before. She teases him, asking if he's finally witnessing her brilliance again. She wipes the sweat from her brow with a smug grin. Our boy is completely captivated by the sight of her working so hard. He asks if she's a snail girl from the old legends. She turns to him with a playful smile, asking if he'd still like her if she was. He blushes even harder, asking if she'd have to go back to the river to sleep. She leans in close, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Why don't I just sleep in your room anyway?" she suggests. He explodes into a blushing mess, screaming, "How could you?" before he can start a lecture on how girls should be reserved. She shoves a slice of cucumber into his mouth to shut him up. She tilts her head and asks, "Then do you think I'm pretty?" He's too stunned to even chew. She continues teasing him, mentioning that her figure is pretty good too. "Can I warm up the bed for you?" she asks with a wink. He lets out a silent panic scream, his only thought being that his mother must absolutely never hear any of this. Our girl Fang is playing the perfect domestic goddess today, gently warning her man to keep his distance so he doesn't get burned by the stove. But honestly, it's the male lead who's feeling the heat, looking absolutely flustered as he tries to play it cool. He's never really paid attention to her figure before, but seeing her in that apron has his brain short-circuiting. He tries to look away, but his eyes keep wandering back to her curves. Meanwhile, our heroine is in total chef mode, tasting her creation with a look of pure satisfaction. She looks like a literal angel with those sparkles surrounding her. The vibes in this kitchen are getting way too cozy for the male lead's heart to handle. He's so nervous his hands are practically shaking. He stares at her, wondering how on earth he got this lucky while his face turns a deep shade of crimson. Finally, the masterpiece is served and it looks absolutely mouthwatering. Auntie is practically swooning over the aroma, shouting, "Ayu, this smells wonderful." She's so impressed she's basically treating the plate like a holy relic. "Thank you for your hard work, Fang. Sit down and rest," she insists. But she isn't letting the male lead off easy, immediately barking at him to get up and serve the rice like a good boy. He takes a bite of the food, and his soul basically leaves his body because it's so good. Auntie is stunned by the skill, asking where our girl learned to cook like a 5-star chef. Fang just gives a humble smile, explaining that she's always had to cook for herself in the past. Auntie just sighs, telling the male lead he's the luckiest man alive to have a wife who cooks like this. Our girl is just glowing from the praise. "If Auntie likes it, I can prepare it again in the future," she says sweetly. Auntie is officially her biggest fan, looking totally charmed by this lass. But then the mood shifts as Auntie shoots a glare at the male lad. Unlike you, she snaps. It's your birthday and Fang set up a feast, yet you haven't even said thank you. She even gives him a sharp kick under the table for good measure. Fang just giggles, trying to save him. There's no need to be so polite, Auntie. Guanglin treats me well, it's no big deal. The male lid nearly chokes on his rice because she used his actual name. He tries to hide his blushing face by shoveling more food into his mouth. As soon as he finishes his bowl, Fang is right there to take care of him. Your bowl is empty, let me serve you another, she says, leaning in close. He can only stammer out a tea thanks as he stares at her. As she heads back to the rice cooker, he's lost in his own head. He looks at his own hands, feeling like he doesn't deserve her. Why would such a good person be interested in me? He wonders, could it really just be my looks? His deep thoughts are interrupted by Auntie shouting at him to get his elbows off the table. Later, the male lid is stuck doing the dishes, looking like he's fighting a war with the plates. Suddenly, Fang shoves her way in, announcing it's her time to shine. She gets right into his personal space, her frilly outfit brushing against him. He's sweating bullets, barely able to process her being this close. They stand side by side at the sink, and he keeps stealing glances at her. He's struggling to breathe, his face turning a bright, glowing red. Finally, he can't hold it back anymore and whispers, I like you. Fang freezes, her heart skipping a beat as she looks at him. She's completely caught off guard by his sudden honesty. He's so embarrassed he can barely look her in the eye, his chest heaving as he waits for a reaction. The atmosphere is heavy with romance as the light glimmers around them. He slowly leans in and gives her a soft, tender kiss on the cheek. He pulls back quickly, his heart racing a mile a minute. Her eyes wide with shock, she looks down at her dress, trying to compose herself. Then a mischievous little smirk plays on her lips. She looks up at him with those sparkling eyes and whispers back, I also like you a lot. They finally lock into a passionate embrace right there in the kitchen. When they finally move apart, Fang is back to her teasing self. So, Student Chin, when did you learn to be so naughty? She asks playfully. He turns into a total chibai mess, yelling, it's you who taught me this. She leans in and whispers that after the dishes are done, she's going to teach him a very thorough lesson. He starts panicking, shouting, no need, I don't want to, while his face practically explodes from blushing. Just as things are getting spicy, Auntie pops her head in. I'll go out for a walk, you two make yourselves at home. She chirps, catching them in the act and letting out a kaya. The male lid is mortified, asking where she's going so late. She explains she's meeting a friend and warns him to make sure Fang gets home safely. Once she leaves, the awkward silence returns. He asks if she wants to head to the night market too, but our girl has other plans. She lets out a tired sigh, her eyes dropping as she looks toward the hallway. I think I'd prefer going to your room to rest, she says with a devastatingly cute look. She starts walking away, leaving the poor guy standing there in a daze. He can only watch her go, his heart probably about to jump out of his chest. Our poor male lead is just trying to be a good guy, bringing a glass of water to the bedside. He's rocking that classic blue plaid shirt, looking as domestic as ever. But our girl Fang is in full tease mode, lounging back while he hovers over her. Our boy is already sweating bullets, his face turning a shade of red that matches her hair. Sure, feed it to me, she says, looking way too satisfied with herself. She pats the bed, beckoning him to join her. He's internally screaming, thinking that if he lies down, she's definitely going to start bullying him again. Honestly, look at these two. He's a flustered mess while she's basically a cat who just found the cream. He looks down, trying to keep his composure, but those green eyes are full of panic. Then I'll lie down, don't you randomly move around, he warns, finally giving in. Fang watches him like a hawk, a sly smile playing on her lips. Shouldn't you treat me a bit better? She asks, turning the drama up to 11. She reaches out, her hand grazing his face as he braces for impact. Suddenly, she pinches his ear, complaining that he's being way too defensive. He's absolutely terrified, wondering what he got himself into. Are you scared that I might bully you? She asks with a pout. She stares deep into his soul with those magenta eyes, and you can practically hear his heart racing. Then she drops a bombshell, telling him to rest easy because she'll let him do it on his own. Our poor guy is losing his mind. Do what? He stammers. He clutches her hand, genuinely worried that he's about to lose his purity right then and there. Fang leans in closer, her gaze intensifying. Do you want Mizzy to teach you step by step? She whispers, her voice dripping with mischief. Their hands are locked together, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. He flinches at her touch, his brain short-circuiting. No, he screams, looking like a deer in headlights. Fang just sighs, asking again why he can't tell her how he'll treat her better. Our hero takes a deep breath, looking her straight in the eyes. I just know that in order to make you happy, I'll work my hardest to get you what you want, he declares. And then he does the most romantic thing ever, he kisses the back of her hand. Fang is completely stunned, her eyes wide as she processes the sudden move. She's blushing so hard she's glowing. Then kiss me, she says, deciding to take things to the next level. As he pulls back, he thinks to himself that she looks just like an angel. But our girl isn't satisfied. That's all, she asks, looking completely unimpressed. He responds, his brain still in the clouds. She wonders wonders aloud if kissing is just something all guys instinctively know. "You lied to me," she suddenly accuses, looking offended. She adjusts her frilly top, looking like she's about to deliver a lecture. He's back to being a confused mess, asking what on earth he could have lied about. She just stares at him, the silence stretching out between them. It's an awkward standoff. She lets out a frustrated huff, her cheeks puffing out. He watches her stretch, thinking to himself that she'd never actually lie to him. Fang smiles to herself, thinking he's still way too innocent for his own good. She looks at him, her eyes softening for a moment. Then she just bursts out laughing, unable to keep the act up. "How could you be so adorable?" she giggles. She laughs so much her mouth actually starts to hurt. "Don't laugh then, what's so funny?" he snaps, though his face is still bright red. "Because you're my boyfriend, seeing you makes me happy," she admits with a beaming smile. He stops, his heart melting a little at her honesty, but he quickly tries to regain his dignity. "I can't take it anymore, stop acting silly," he yells. He insists he isn't trying to be funny, but he's failing miserably. Fang lies back down, looking totally content. "Right now, Student Lin should sleep with Ms. He first," she teases. "Huh?" he screams, his eyes practically popping out of his head as the cycle of teasing starts all over again. Our boy is currently fighting for his life because he thinks sleeping in the same bed is way too inappropriate. He's staring at the ceiling, doing the mental gymnastics of a man who knows if he embraces her, he's never letting go. But our girl Fang isn't about that hesitation life, and tells him to just lie down next to her already. He sits there like a frozen statue, sweating bullets and probably praying for his soul. Eventually, he gives in, and they're lying side by side in the ultimate high-stakes cuddle session. Our poor heroine isn't shy at all, immediately pulling him into a snug hug. She rests her head right against him, looking completely content. She tells him to wake her up at 8:00 if she falls asleep, but the male lead is too busy blushing a new shade of red to worry about the time. His hand is literally trembling from the proximity. He manages to squeak out an okay. As they settle into the blankets together, he starts noticing everything, like how her shampoo smells absolutely amazing. Suddenly, he's hit with an overwhelming urge to just hug her as tightly as possible. He finds himself admiring the delicate beauty of her form. He desperately tells himself to think of something else to distract his brain. He starts analyzing Fang's literature major, thinking about how creative people are usually meticulous and passionate. He imagines them as a pair of quiet artists working side by side. He even starts drifting into a daydream where they look like a real, happy family. But then he remembers the bills and realizes he needs to find a stable job immediately. Right as he's planning his career, his phone starts vibrating in his pocket. It's a text from Sun Wen, a friend he hasn't talked to since graduation. He reads the message with Fang still clinging to him. She peeks up and asks what time it is. He checks his phone and tells her it's only 7:30. Our girl gives him this look like she's about to cause some chaos. "Does hugging me feel nice?" she asks with a smirk. Then out of nowhere, she actually chomps down on his arm. She huffs and tells him she won't let him hug her at all if he isn't going to be honest. She starts to get up from the bed, announcing that she's heading to the kitchen to check on the radishes. Our boy is left there staring at his arm in total shock. He sees the bite mark and groans about how embarrassing this whole situation is. He decides to use his phone as a shield to divert his attention. He starts researching what it's actually like to work in a manga studio, but he can't escape her that easily. He feels an intense stare boring into the back of his head. He turns around to find Fang right there, watching him like a hawk. He jumps out of his skin, screaming, "Why'd you come back?" She just stands there laughing at him, while he tries to claim that everything that happened earlier was completely normal. He decides to ignore her and rolls over. But our girl Fang is relentless and reaches for him again. She lies right on top of his back, promising to stop talking about it as long as they can stay like this. Our girl is definitely enjoying the view while hugging the male lead from behind, but the mood shifts when she drops a bombshell. She casually mentions that she's going to put her plans on hold and take a break for 2 months. Our male lead soul practically leaves his body as he shouts, "You're gonna return home for 2 months." He sits up faster than a startled cat, demanding to know if she really wants to go back home. He looks completely devastated because if she leaves, they won't be able to see each other nearly as often. He gets all serious, his internal monologue spiraling into a pit of despair. He worries about her dorm situation and her comfort, proving he's a total softie for her. But Fang just gives him a cheeky look and says, "I don't have to go back, you know." The male lead's eye twitches as she challenges him. "Student Chin, can you rephrase that? I haven't decided if I'm going home yet." She gives him this absolutely stunning, blushing smile that has our poor hero sweating bullets. As she sits there in her elegant white and pink dress, she looks like a literal angel testing his patience. The detail on her dress is fancy, but the tension in the room is even higher. The male lead looks like he's about to malfunction as he tries to find the right words. He finally stammers out, "Because I want to be able to see you often." Our heroine isn't letting him off that easily and hits him with a smirk and a sharp and. His ears turn a bright shade of crimson as the pressure mounts. He looks down, his face a complete mess of of red as he admits, and I'd hate to. He can barely keep his composure, his heart beating through his plaid shirt. He looks over at her delicate arm, and suddenly she reaches out and grabs his hand. I'd hate to see you go, she whispers, flipping the script on him. She leans in and gives him a sweet kiss on the cheek, sending his heart into overdrive. They lock fingers, the atmosphere turning pure sugar. She leans in close, her breath probably hitching as she tells him, I would hate to leave you too, I'd extremely hate that. The male lead looks like he just won the lottery and had a heart attack at the same time. She clings to his arm, finally relaxing into him. She clarifies that she still has to visit home once, but it won't be for long. He starts worrying again, asking what she'll do if she can't find a job and can't stay in the dorms. She rests her head on his shoulder and teases, then can I stay at your place? He practically jumps out of his skin, shouting at her to stop joking because he's being serious. She just laughs it off, looking at him with those sparkly eyes and asking if he has a plan already. She leans against him, telling him to put himself at ease. Eventually, the night rolls in and it's time to head out. Outside, under the starry sky, the male lead proves he's a gentleman by handing her his jacket. It's cold outside, wear this on your way home, he says, and she thinks he's being absolutely praiseworthy. Their shadows stretch across the pavement as they walk side by side. They walk hand in hand, soaking in the quiet night air. They reach the bus stop, looking like the ultimate power couple. The male lead is still blushing, but Fang is just beaming, saying dating is so nice. She looks gorgeous in the moonlight as they wait for her ride. The male lead looks down, still feeling shy about the whole public intimacy thing. As the bus pulls up, he asks her what he's supposed to do tomorrow. She gets a mischievous glint in her eye and tells him, call me Ms. He and I'll tell you. He immediately protests, but she just laughs and steps toward the bus, telling him there will always be a way to make him say it. They get on the bus together and he tries to call her bluff. She laughs, telling him that from now on, he's forbidden from calling her Fang. Then what do I call you? He asks, looking completely lost. She tells him to think about it, but she has to give her approval first. As they sit down, he starts running through the options in his head. He thinks about darling, baby, or beloved, but his brain screams absolutely not. He looks like he's in physical pain, trying to find a name that isn't too cringy. She sits there, happily holding onto his arm. He looks down at her hand, thinking about how small and soft it feels. He can't take his eyes off her. He starts thinking that he just wants to kiss her hand, wondering if that would be weird. He tries to justify it to himself. She's his girlfriend, so it's totally normal, right? Mustering up all his courage, he pulls her hand up and plants a soft kiss on it. The moment is filled with literal sparkles as he finally makes his romantic move. Our girl is leaning in with that mischievous glint in her eyes. Oh, she teases, sensing his hesitation. She's definitely got him wrapped around her finger and he knows it. Nothing, Student Lin is amazing already, she says with a playful giggle. Our poor hero is a blushing mess, completely at the mercy of her charms. They finally step off the bus and into the cool night air. The city is quiet as they stroll through the dimly lit streets. From behind, they look like the perfect couple out on a late night date. Our guy steals a glance at her, wondering if the night has to end just yet. Wanna get some takeaway? He asks, thinking she might get hungry later. He points toward a nearby shop, but Fang isn't tempted. I'm good, I'll get fat if I eat at night, she insists. She explains that she has to maintain her figure to look good in her dresses before she officially starts her teaching career. Our boy can't help but blush at her dedication. She looks absolutely stunning in her ruffled dress, and she clearly enjoys showing it off. He looks away, muttering that she looks good no matter what she's wearing. They eventually arrive at the front of her building. See you then, he says, preparing to make his exit. He hands over her bag, ready to head home. But wait, she grabs his sleeve, refusing to let him go. He's completely caught off guard. What? He stammers. She just looks at him with a sweet, knowing smile. W, what are you doing? He asks, his heart racing. Student Lin, didn't you forget something? She asks playfully. She stands her ground, holding onto him as if waiting for a specific reward. He's sweating bullets now, his mind going a mile a minute. What did I forget? He thinks frantically. Then she gives him a look that says it all. She reminds him of the promise they made back on the boat. He gulps as the memory finally hits him. He's suddenly incredibly anxious, realizing exactly what she's waiting for. Under the glow of the moonlight, the tension is absolutely electric. And then it happens, a sweet, long-awaited kiss to end the perfect night. He holds her close, completely lost in the magic of the moment. She eventually pulls away, leaving him standing there like a total daze bag. He's left clutching his jacket, his heart probably trying to beat its way out of his chest. Stay safe on the way home, I'll be going now, she calls out. She gives him one last dazzling wave and a smile. As she disappears inside, he can only stand there in the silence, still feeling the spark. Once he finally makes it back to his own place, he's still reeling. He's practically steaming from the ears as he tries to process the kiss. The night breeze is indeed a bit cold. He groans, desperately trying to calm down. He remembers her telling him to get some rest. Yeah, you should get some rest too, he mutters to the empty room. He collapses onto his bed in his pajamas. A heavy sigh escapes him as he stares at the ceiling. He rolls over and hugs his pillow tight, his face still red. If only I could hug her to sleep every day, he thinks wistfully. The next morning, his alarm goes off right at 9:00 a.m. He wakes up with a goofy hee-hee after checking his phone, likely thinking of Fang. But his focus shifts when he sees a message from Sun Wen. It's the address for a manga studio, and his interview is scheduled for 11:00. He does a quick search and finds out the studio is relatively new but has a bright future. He arrives at the sleek office building right on time, checking his phone as he he waits. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. It's Sun Wen, his old college roommate. But man, the guy has been hitting the gym hard. You're not as buff as you were before, Sun Wen laughs, immediately teasing our hero for being out of shape. He pulls our guy into a rough, friendly shoulder hug. Our hero just laughs it off, letting Sun Wen lead the way to lunch since he doesn't know the area. He can't help but notice that Sun Wen is even more of a beast than he was in school. As they walk, Sun Wen asks what prompted the sudden job search. Our guy keeps it real, he just needs to be more financially stable. Sun Wen reminds him that he was the best painter in their dorm back in the day. He asks why our hero doesn't just stay home and do commissions. Our guy admits that he tried, but the freelance life just wasn't paying the bills. Sun Wen pours the tea, hoping that our hero will decide to join the studio. He's being a very gracious host. They sit down to get into the details of the job. Our hero is still a bit nervous about whether he'll actually fit in. Sun Wen gives him a sly look. He mentions that there are plenty of pretty single chicks at the studio to sweeten the deal. Our hero just sighs, not interested in the creepy sales pitch. Sun Wen takes a big gulp of his drink. Is that the truth? I don't believe you. Sun Wen roars when our hero reveals he's already taken. He looks like he's about to choke on his tea. He slams his glass down, demanding to know how a guy like him scored a girlfriend. So is it true? Do you actually have photos of this mystery girlfriend that you can show me? His friend asks, clearly not buying the story. He's known our boy for 6 years since university, and this is the first time he's ever heard about a secret romance. Do you really believe you can find a girlfriend by staying at home and painting all day? He teases, basically calling our hero a shut-in. But our boy isn't taking the bait, telling his friend to pipe down because he's officially off the market and doesn't need any more matchmaking enthusiasm over a spread of delicious food. The conversation shifts to their mutual friend Yufei, who's getting married soon. Our hero shrugs off the wedding gift as a mere formality, since he figures he'll get all that money back when it's his turn to say, I do. He's way more focused on his lunch than wedding logistics right now. His friend jokes that once kids are in the picture, the money cycle starts all over again, leading our boy to joke that he'll just have to get married every single year to keep the cash flowing. They share a laugh over the ridiculous plan. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing on the table. One look at the screen and he can't hide that lovesick expression. Ho ho, one look at that stupid grin and I know it's news from the girlfriend, his friend exclaims. Our hero tries to protest, but his face is redder than a beet. They toast to his newfound happiness and finish their drinks. After lunch, they head to the studio, which is packed with high-end tech and creative energy. His friend explains that the vibe here is great because almost everyone is under 25. They specialize in short comic strips and storyboarding, really pushing the boundaries of new media. Our boy takes it all in, looking genuinely impressed. Wait a second, the boss should be here any moment, the friend says. And speak of the devil, the man himself walks through the door. Guanglin, let me introduce you to our studio's boss, Chenrui. Chenrui greets him with a professional smile, saying it's a pleasure to meet him. He stands there with an air of quiet authority, and our hero returns the greeting as they share a firm handshake. Chenrui suggests they head to the conference room to conduct the interview in private. Our boy nods, ready for the challenge. His friend gives him a supportive pat on the back as they walk away. 1 hour passes. His friend is back at his desk, likely wondering how things are going. He checks the time on his phone. It's been a long session. Finally, our hero steps out of the office. You're finally done. What did he say? His friend asks eagerly. The interview was a success, and he can start as a sketcher in a few days, though he told the boss he'd take 48 hours to think it over. They wave goodbye as he heads out, walking home earlier than expected. Our boy realizes he has the whole afternoon to himself. He pulls a fluffy red panda hair tie out of his bag. Fang is going to love this, he thinks, his eyes practically sparkling. He holds the cute accessory like it's a precious treasure. He realizes that his mind is constantly drifting back to her. Whether it's a tasty meal or a pretty outfit, he immediately wants to share it with her. He finally realizes the truth, so this is love, huh? He's so head over heels, he's practically walking on air. He reaches his floor and catches a familiar, pungent scent. It's a chubby little neighbor kid sitting on a stool, devouring snail vermicelli. Our boy can't help but tease the little guy, asking if he got kicked out of his house for the smell again. Of course not, the kid yells back, clearly offended. Our hero smirks and points at the bowl. Ah, the bottom of your bowl is leaking. The kid looks down in a panic, only to see that everything is perfectly fine. The same trick won't work twice, I won't be fooled again. The kid screams as our hero walks away laughing. The kid chases after him, begging brother Lin to teach him how to paint with charcoal. He looks absolutely desperate for a lesson. It turns out he needs help with a school contest. He's determined to win first place. Our hero agrees but tells him to come back after he's finished eating, and he better be clean or he's getting kicked out. He finally enters his own apartment. The place is empty, and he guesses his mom is off studying artifacts with Auntie Wang again. With the house to himself, he drops his gear and heads to his workspace. He decides to spend the afternoon working on his own project. He settles into his chair and sharpens his pencil to a razor edge. But as he starts to draw, he isn't thinking about contests or work. He's thinking about Fang's smile. He begins sketching her from memory, capturing every detail of her beauty. He's completely lost in his own world, his face flushing as he brings her image to life on the canvas. He stares at the work with an intensity that borders on obsession. Surrounded by his other paintings, he realizes that she is the only muse he ever needs. The doorbell rings with a sharp ding-dong. Our male lead quickly heads to the door, shouting that he's coming. When he opens it, he's greeted by a very familiar furry face. It's Charcoal the cat. His young friend is practically vibrating with excitement, yelling that he wants Charcoal to win the drawing contest. The kid holds the poor cat up like a trophy. Male lead just sighs and tells them to come in first. As soon as they're settled, the kid looks up with wide eyes and asks, "How do you paint?" Charcoal, meanwhile, looks like he's reconsidering all his life choices while being squeezed on the couch. Male lead flashes a confident grin and claims that painting cats is actually really easy. Step 1, put Charcoal on the paper, he says, literally placing the cat named Charcoal on the workspace. Okay, while holding him with one hand, trace his outline with your other hand, he instructs. He finishes off the lesson with a shrug, saying, just put 2 dots for eyes and there you have it. The kid takes this very seriously and starts scribbling away. But the result is, well, it's a sleep paralysis demon that vaguely resembles a cat. Male lead can only stare in silence, thinking, oops, you failed. Alright, how do you want to draw him then? He asks, trying to save the situation. The kid doesn't want realism, he wants power. I want to draw a large and powerful Charcoal, just like a transformer, he shouts. Male lead is completely caught off guard. Transformer Charcoal, he repeats, wondering if he heard that right. Even the cat looks offended by the idea, but the kid is already celebrating, jumping for joy. With stars in his eyes, he looks at our hero with pure expectation. Male lead picks up the pen and starts sketching with serious intensity. He realizes this kid's only wish is to show off a cool drawing to his classmates. Done, he finally announces. He reveals an absolutely epic mecha version of Charcoal that belongs on a movie poster. Whoa, awesome, the kid screams, looking at male lead like he's a literal god. Male lead tries to act cool, but internally he's exhausted. He honestly has no clue where this kid gets his endless energy from. Male lead finally puts his pencil down for the day. On the paper is a stunning, realistic sketch of our girl, He-Fang. He lingers on the drawing, touching the paper gently. He looks at her likeness with such a soft, blushing expression. He reminds himself that love is something that should be taken one step at a time. In his mind, he sees our poor heroine smiling back at him, radiant as ever. He knows that if he had missed the chance to meet her, he'd never find anyone else like her. That's why he's determined to keep her tightly by his side from now on. Fast forward to dinner, and he decides to drop a nuclear bomb on his poor mother. Mom, I want to marry He-Fang, he says out of nowhere. He sits there looking completely composed, while his hand stays steady on his rice bowl. Auntie, however, looks like her brain has just short-circuited. A heavy, awkward silence falls over the kitchen. Finally, Auntie blinks and asks why he's even telling her this instead of He-Fang. He looks shocked. Then, am I not supposed to have your approval too? He asks. Auntie narrows her eyes and challenges him, and what if I don't approve? Our boy doesn't hesitate for a second. Then I'd still marry her, he declares. He stands up, face turning red with passion. She'll be your daughter-in-law regardless of what you say, he yells. Auntie just sighs unimpressed. Then why are you even asking me? She looks him in the eye, asking if he's absolutely sure there will be no regrets. She rests her chin on her hand, observing his resolve. I'm sure she's the one, he shouts back. He looks so intense that you'd think he was going into battle. Auntie watches him closely, her expression unreadable for a moment. Finally, she relents, admitting that He-Fang is indeed a sweet girl and he should talk to her about it. Male lead's face lights up. You can also tell I honestly can't think of anyone better than her, he gushes. He's beaming with pure joy. Auntie gives him a reality check, claiming she's eaten more salt than he's had rice, so of course her eyes are better. He immediately switches to begging mode, asking her to help him come up with a plan to marry her. Auntie snaps, she's still in school, the hell are you smoking? She points a finger at him, warning him that if he messes this up, she won't forgive him. He looks a bit confused. What could I mess up, he wonders. Suddenly, the realization hits him like a freight train. Shouldn't I meet her family first, he gasps. He immediately deflates into a ball of misery, literally growing mushrooms of despair on his head. After a moment, the clack of chopsticks brings him back. Auntie warns him to make up his mind because marriage is no game. It's a life-changing decision, so don't regret it, she adds. He looks up, his eyes full of sincerity. How could I regret that? He feels it in his soul. He sees a vision of He-Fang, looking so graceful and perfect. He knows if he missed this opportunity, there would be no second chance. Auntie, still being a bit of a skeptic, asks if he's only considering the fact that she'll cook for him forever. Like hell I am, he shouts, his face turning bright red with anger. He tells her she knows nothing about love. Auntie looks surprised by his outburst. He slams his hands on the table and yells his ultimate vow. I'll wash the dishes if she cooks, I'll peel the eggshells if she eats eggs, I'll even pour the water if she washes her feet. So how exactly do you think you're going to marry her? His mom asks, crossing her arms. She stares at him with a look that says she's seen it all before. Our boy tries to be smooth, stammering, well, you know, once we've dated long enough, marriage is just the next logical step, right? His mom hits him with a brutal truth bomb. Couples in long-term relationships are actually more likely to break up. Our hero's soul nearly leaves his body as he lets out a dramatic GAAH. He puts his bowl down, his appetite completely ruined. How is that even possible? He cries out, but his mom isn't backing down. She looks him dead in the eye and explains that since Fang is still in school and about to graduate, everything is about to change. She warns him that once our poor heroine starts working and meeting more successful people, she might set her sights a lot higher than him. Do you even know which aspects of you she likes so much? She asks, making him feel like a total loser. Our boy starts sweating buckets as he looks down at his own plaid shirt. Well, who knows, we might suddenly break up, he mutters, already spiraling into a deep depression. He panics because Fang wants to be a teacher, and he realizes he knows absolutely nothing about that world. I'm completely clueless, what should I do? He wails. Mom, he screams, begging for help. Suddenly, his mom turns into a seasoned relationship guru, telling him he needs to treat her well and cultivate mutual interests. She pushes her glasses up, looking like a master strategist. Behold, the sign on the table literally says she's a romance expert now. ML is absolutely starstruck, crying out S-sensei, with stars in his eyes. Determined to be a man worthy of his wife, he slams his hands on the table and vows to work his tail off to earn money. You found a job? His mom asks, surprised by his sudden burst of motivation. He reveals he's landed a gig at a manga studio that offers a base salary and a performance bonus. Plus, he can take on extra commissions in his free time for a second source of income. All right then, just don't overwork yourself, she says, finally giving him her blessing. Fast forward to May 20th, and the weather is looking as gloomy as a breakup song. A light rain is falling over the city. Our hero is at his desk, staring longingly at a photo of him and Fang at an amusement park. He's working hard, but his heart is clearly elsewhere. Even if I can't meet her in person today, seeing her is enough, he thinks. He traces the image of her face, looking completely head over heels. Outside, the pitter-patter of the rain is starting to annoy him. He stands by the river with his umbrella, looking like a lonely protagonist. I can't hang out with Fang in this weather, how annoying, he sighs to himself. He stares out at the water, wishing he were anywhere else. Suddenly, his eyes widen. He spots a figure huddled by the railing, fishing in the middle of a downpour. Our boy can't help but be a snarky brat. Man, you kind of suck at this, your bucket is completely empty, he shouts. The fisherman turns around and it's his friend Lindsay. Lindsay is bundled up in a green raincoat, looking like he's regretting his life choices. ML mocks him, asking how he can be this unlucky. Lindsay just groans, claiming he's only there to feed the fish on his rare day off. What about you, running around looking for source material for your art? Lindsay fires back. ML gets an idea and suggests they help each other out by finding a boat to catch the big ones. He points out to the river, getting way too excited for a rainy day. Lindsay isn't falling for it, realizing ML just wants to use him as a reference. If you want to paint, go hire a model, don't use me, he snaps. ML decides to bail, telling Lindsay to enjoy wasting his time. Lindsay immediately panics, shouting, wait up, I'm done fishing now. He chases after our hero, asking if they should go play pool or tennis. Let's go eat first, ML decides, looking totally done. Lindsay gets a cheeky grin and asks how those pickup lines he taught ML worked out. ML plays it cool, muttering that it went well. Lindsay sees right through him, thinking ML definitely failed miserably. Young man, if you can't win her over, don't lose face. Just try someone else, he teases. But our boy drops the ultimate mic drop. I managed to, though, we're dating now. Lindsay's face goes completely gray, looking like he's seen a ghost. No way, I don't believe you, you're bullshitting me, he screams. He's absolutely losing his mind. Objection, Lindsay yells, pointing a finger like a prosecutor. If you really had a girlfriend, why would you be wandering around alone on 520? Our hero freezes as the realization hits him like a truck. He checks his phone and sees the date, May 20th. Lindsay, now pouting like a grumpy dog, complains that he's starving. ML looks at his friend, feeling a massive wave of regret. This guy is so annoying, Fang is way better, he thinks, his patience wearing thin. He starts imagining a version of himself in a school uniform, blushing. In his head, Fang suggests he should try cross-dressing so they can make everyone jealous together. He shakes his head, horrified by his own imagination. Why don't you do that then? He tells Lindsay, trying to end the conversation. I already told you, he says, pulling out his phone. He reveals his lock screen, which is a super cute photo of him and Fang making a heart. Lindsay is absolutely blinded by the radiance of a successful relationship. He goes on a hilarious rant about how even mosquitoes have girlfriends while he's stuck here. You better treat me to a huge meal to make up for my wounded heart, he cries out. ML decides he'll find Fang as soon as they're done eating. He can almost feel her small hand in his again. He's completely lost in his own little world of romance. Lindsay just covers his nose, looking like he's about to barf. Fuck the pungent sour smell of love, he yells. Rain pours outside the cozy restaurant where our guy is currently glowing like a high-voltage light bulb. He's staring at his phone with a goofy, love-struck grin that has his buddy feeling like a total third wheel to a digital ghost. The atmosphere is so thick with romance that his friend is practically choking on the second-hand sugar. Hey, let's stop going overboard. His friend finally snaps, slamming the table to break the spell. Our hero just rubs his neck and blushes harder, pointing out that if the friend actually had a girlfriend, he'd probably be acting even worse. The friend immediately goes into bitter elder mode, warning him to keep his distance. "Let me tell you, you have to keep a bit of distance with women and don't be too warm with them," he shouts. "If you don't heed my advice, you'll regret it once she starts acting up." Our guy just gives him a blank "Are you serious?" look as the lecture continues. "Sure, but I like it though," he admits with a dorky, unapologetic smile. His friend literally does a spit take, unable to comprehend this level of simping. "You've changed, you're not the same as you used to be," he screams in theatrical betrayal. He demands to know exactly what base they've reached, and our guy casually mentions that Fang has cooked at his house quite a few times. "Are you two arranging the marriage next?" The friend gasps, his brain exploding at the thought of meeting parents and home-cooked meals. Our hero just laughs it off, saying it won't progress that quickly since he hasn't even met her parents yet. The friend realizes he totally underestimated how much substantial progress this guy has been making while playing it low profile. He starts tearing up, lamenting the fact that he's never even had a girlfriend to begin with while his buddy is living the dream. "Okay, fine, stop bragging. If you keep talking, I won't be able to eat," he whines defeated. But our guy just keeps digging the grave, telling him he'll only understand when he's finally in his shoes. It's super effective. His friend is officially slumped over the table in a puddle of his own loneliness. "Let's wait and see who's right," the friend huffs, trying to get the last word in. As they finally step out into the rain, his friend reveals he's actually going fishing in this weather. Our guy checks his phone, seeing a text from our girl telling him to head straight home and wait for her. He starts imagining her swinging by his place again, and his mind immediately wanders to the fun stuff, like kissing and hugging. "How can I always be thinking like this? How shameless." He scolds himself, his face turning into a ripe tomato. He stands at the bus stop, watching the heavy rain drench the city. The gray sky matches his mood as he shields his eyes, scanning the street for her arrival. He paces back and forth, his sneakers squeaking on the wet pavement. He pauses for a second, a sudden thought hitting him like a lightning bolt. He wonders if he should just wait right here to surprise her instead of going home. He stands among the commuters, looking like a nervous, lost puppy in a blue jacket. He leans against the stop, checking the digital display for the next bus. Suddenly, the doors of a bus hiss open and a vision in white steps out. Her feet hit the pavement with a grace that seems to ignore the mud and rain. Our hero's eyes widen as he spots her through the crowd. He is absolutely floored, his heart doing a Olympic-level gymnastics routine. At that moment, our girl doesn't look like a typical student at all. She appears more akin to a mature woman, carrying a serene and elegant yet distant charm. He watches her walk, completely captivated by her aura. She looks up, her deep red eyes locking onto his with surprising intensity. She gives him a radiant, blushing smile that could probably end wars. She's clutching her bag and an umbrella, looking like she stepped straight out of a romance novel. "You even came to get me?" she asks, sounding genuinely touched. He blushes, explaining that he actually wanted to go to the campus to find her. "Student Chin is so sweet," she teases, leaning in close enough for him to smell her perfume. He notices her proximity, and his brain officially enters emergency shutdown mode. "Let's get going then," he stammers, frantically opening his umbrella. "Sure thing, let's go," she chirps, moving even closer into his personal space. She hooks her arm into his, their hands brushing against each other. They walk side by side, sharing the small shelter of the umbrella while the rain drumbeats above them. He can feel her holding onto his sleeve, and his heart is practically visible through his chest. He tries to look ahead, but his face is glowing bright red. "Student Chin, are you having lewd thoughts again?" she asks with a mischievous, side-eye smirk. He can feel her hand gripping his arm even tighter. "I'm not responding to that," he shouts internally, looking like a flustered bunny while she enjoys every second of his suffering. As they splash through the puddles, our girl asks if he knows what special day it is. He's totally lost, asking what day is it, with a confused expression. She explains that it's May 20th, also known as 520 Day. Today, boyfriends will be giving gifts to their girlfriends. "So what do you want? I'll get it for you," she says, totally catching him off guard. Our hero freezes, the realization hitting him like a ton of bricks. "It's Joe ever, I completely forgot to prepare a gift," he screams in mental agony. She notices his sudden panic and leans in, her voice dropping to a low tease. "You didn't prepare anything, did you?" she asks, looking up at him with those piercing eyes. He looks like he wants the earth to swallow him whole. "Then you have to agree to a request of mine," she purrs, pointing a finger at his chin. She grabs his arm firmly, making sure he can't escape the consequences of his forgetfulness. As the rain pours down, our favorite couple is sharing a cozy moment under a single blue umbrella. They're walking in sync, but you can tell something is weighing heavy on our guy's mind. He's staring at our girl, Fang, and his internal monologue is spiraling. Chin is sweating bullets, thinking he totally dropped the ball and didn't prepare anything special for her. But then a light bulb goes off. "Wait, I actually got you something on the way here," he exclaims. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a cute red panda hair tie. Our poor heroine looks absolutely stunned. "Well, do you like it?" he asks, his face turning a shade of red that matches his gift. He's practically shaking as he hands it over, trying to play it cool. Fang takes it, her own face heating up as she realizes he actually put some thought into this. "Why'd you buy something like this?" she asks softly. "It's just a simple, fluffy little charm." But Chin immediately starts acting like a mastermind. Obviously, it was the divine foresight of Chin-sensei. I knew exactly what you wanted with a snap of my fingers, he brags. Our girl isn't letting that ego trip slide though, and she gives his side a sharp pinch. Ouch, okay, he yelps while she coolly tells him you've passed. For now. She looks down at the little red panda with a sweet smile and slides it right onto her wrist. Chin, being a typical clueless guy, tilts his head in confusion. You're not gonna tie your hair with it? Why are you wearing it on your wrist? He asks. He starts getting insecure again, wondering if she actually hates it. He Fang gives him a look that says, are you for real? You really want me to undo my hair and retie it in public? She asks, leaving him completely baffled. He just laughs it off, commenting that since her hair is so long, it must be a total pain to wash. He gestures wildly as he talks, and she can't help but agree. She leans her head onto his shoulder, admitting that she hates rainy days because she has to keep her hair from getting wet. She grips his arm tighter, whispering that she actually really loves hair ties. As she touches her new accessory, the mood gets incredibly sparkly and romantic. Suddenly, she leans in and plants a surprise kiss right on his cheek. Our guy is absolutely short-circuiting. Student Chin has been improving so much, that's your reward, she teases. Chin is panicking now, looking around nervously. We're still in public. If anyone sees us, we'll be the neighborhood gossip, he stammers. He Fang doesn't care, but a random kid in a yellow raincoat definitely does. The brat points a finger at them and shouts, you're being a bad influence. Older brother Lin, is this your wife? I just saw her kiss you. Chin's soul is practically leaving his body as the kid stares them down. What do you mean, wife? He screams, his face exploding in a blush. He turns to He Fang, telling her she shouldn't say such scandalous things, but she just giggles at his reaction. She's clearly enjoying his misery. Chin tries to deflect by asking the kid why he isn't in school. When the kid says they're on break, Chin shoos him away. Go and play then, don't just wander around here. But the kid gets the last laugh, shouting, Brother Lin is so awesome, as they make their escape. Chin is hurrying away, wishing the ground would just swallow him whole, looking like a very grumpy, very red rabbit. Later, they finally make it back to the rooms. Chin is still pouting, complaining that she completely ignored him earlier because she was too busy talking to her mom. Our girl just shrugs it off, saying she only came over to grab some snacks anyway. They sit down on the bed, and Chin offers to go out and buy her even more snacks to take home. He Fang pauses, a chip halfway to her mouth. Take home? You mean you don't want me to come over? She asks, her eyes narrowing playfully. Chin panics again. Of course I do, don't bend my words like that, he yells. She takes a slow, deliberate crunch of her chip. Watching him struggle. Student Chin, you forgot something, she reminds him. Chin breaks into a cold sweat. She leans in close, her voice dropping to a whisper. You forgot when I was carrying the umbrella earlier? Aren't you intending to keep your promise? She looks at him with those bedroom eyes, reminding him of the deal to kiss me the first time we meet every day. He stares at her, completely captivated. He starts to reach out, but then hesitates, murmuring that if she doesn't like it, he won't force her. But our girl is tired of waiting. She grabs his hands firmly and pulls him down into a deep, passionate kiss. The world around them practically dissolves into sparkles and strawberries. Afterward, Chin is left breathless and blushing harder than ever. He Fang just smiles triumphantly. Please be more responsible in the future then, don't make me remind you every time, she says, before handing him a chip. The second piece is for you. Just as things are heating up, Auntie decides to play matchmaker and interrupts the mood by offering some snacks. Our girl isn't really hungry right now, but you know how aunties are, they won't take no for an answer. The male lead steps up to the plate, telling He Fang he'll go grab the treat for her. He returns with a bowl and 2 spoons, looking like he's ready for a shared snack session. He hands the bowl over with a gentle look in his eyes. Our girl He Fang can't help but think that eating this way feels way more intimate than just having boring old slices. Meanwhile, Auntie is in the background practically winking at them, telling the male lead that she's done all the heavy lifting and now it's up to him to secure the marriage. The male lead looks at the bowl, a bit unsure of how to proceed. He asks her nervously if she can manage to eat just a little bit more. He walks over to her, bowl in hand, ready to serve. He Fang tries to set some boundaries, telling him she can only handle 2 or maybe 3 mouthfuls. But he's on a mission, ignoring her protests as he scoops up a perfect red piece. First bite, he says, leaning in close with the spoon. Our poor heroine opens up, looking absolutely adorable as she waits. She takes the bite, the sweetness of the fruit matching the sweetness of the moment. The male lid is genuinely happy to see her enjoying it. Come on, have the second bite, he teases, and He Fang starts sweating bullets under the sudden pressure. She tells him to scoop a smaller piece this time, trying to keep her cool. He actually listens, scooping up a tiny bite-sized portion. He feeds her again, and the romantic tension in the room is officially through the roof. He Fang decides it's time to lean into her teasing nature. I'll allow you to take advantage of me a bit more, she smirks. She shifts her position, looking like she's ready to play a dangerous game. He feeds her the final 3rd bite, but his mind is already racing. He Fang starts imagining what it would be like if their genders were swapped, and he was the one acting like a good girl. The mental image is so ridiculous and overwhelming that the poor guy practically short-circuits. Hold on, that's it, we agreed on 3 bites, she says, putting a hard stop to the feeding session. He looks a little disappointed, his eyes lingering on her. He thinks to himself that she might just want more later. Oh yeah, let me show you something. something?" he exclaims, suddenly remembering a surprise. He turns around to search through the items on his desk. He grabs a mysterious piece of paper. "Check it out," he says, revealing a stunning sketch he made of her. It was sitting right there on his desk next to the fruit, proof that he spends his free time thinking about her. Fang is completely stunned. "When did you draw this?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper. She looks at the drawing with a warm, blushing face moved by the gesture. The detail in the pencil work is incredible, capturing her perfectly. He pulls it back, blushing furiously, and claims he's only letting her look. It's actually for him to admire alone. She just stares at him, her heart clearly doing flips. Finally, she laughs it off. "Look at you, it's not like I said I was gonna take it," she teases. She holds the paper for one last moment, feeling the weight of his affection. "Here you go, make sure you keep it safe," she says, handing it back to its creator. He looks at his masterpiece with a soft, genuine smile. He carefully puts the drawing away in a safe spot. "Hey, can I give you something too?" Fang asks, her voice dropping an octave. He's caught totally off guard, he replies. She pulls out a simple hair tie from her wrist. Returning a gift, she smirks, her eyes sparkling with mischief. It's got a tiny, adorable red panda charm on it. He looks at her like she's lost her mind. "Aren't you just giving me your old hair tie?" he asks skeptically. He holds the tiny accessory in his palm, looking totally unimpressed by the gift. Our girl goes into serious mode, her expression shifting. "Not enough, come over here then," she commands. He follows her instructions like a lost puppy and sits down right beside her on the bed. She reaches out, cupping his face with a tender hand. And then she goes in for the kill, kissing him deeply. The atmosphere becomes electric as they hold each other close. "Call me Ms. He," she whispers against his lips, asserting her dominance. He's a total blushing mess, completely at her mercy now. "Good boy, now close your eyes," she murmurs softly. His eyes go wide in shock at her boldness. He can't help but think about how sweet and fragrant she tastes. It feels like the entire world has been replaced by a field of blooming flowers. They sink further into the moment, the world outside their room completely disappearing. He's left absolutely breathless, the hair tie now firmly wrapped around his wrist as a trophy. "Yeah," he manages to choke out, his brain still scrambled. He realizes in this moment that she is absolutely impossible to resist. He stares at her with dazed eyes, his heart racing a mile a minute. But then he sees a flicker of surprise on her face. She reaches out one more time, making sure he knows exactly who is in charge of this relationship. "But why do you seem so skilled at this?" Fang asks with a suspicious glint in her eye. She's not trying to imply anything, she's just a little curious about where he learned these moves. Our girl confidently smirks, claiming she's just a natural. She smooths out her shirt, looking absolutely stunning in her casual fit. The male lead is frozen, looking like he's about to short circuit. "You're my first love, that was also my first just now," he manages to stutter out, basically confessing his soul. Fang isn't letting him off that easy, pointing a finger and reminding him that girls mature way earlier than boys. She leans in close to his personal space, practically teasing the poor guy to death. "You were definitely overthinking it just now," she whispers, deciding not to argue since he gave her a gift. The male lead is sweating bullets, barely able to look her in the eye. "You think I don't know you?" she mocks, looking like a little mischievous fox. She decides to drop the subject for now, reaching up to adjust her hair. She strikes a pose, showing off her outfit and asking if she looks pretty. He's completely smitten, his face turning a shade of red that shouldn't be humanly possible. In his head, he's already decided that anything looks good on her because she's just that gorgeous. But he can't help but feel she looks a bit childish with that hair tie, promising himself to buy her a better one later. Softly, he admits that letting her hair down actually looks better on her. He catches a glimpse of her figure and his heart skips a beat. Fang huffs, "Of course you think my hair looks better when it's messy." She wonders why an artist wouldn't know exactly what looks good. Fine then, she'll tie it up later. She lets her hair flow freely, looking like a total goddess. Suddenly, she switches gears and asks her boyfriend to help her grab a bag of bayberries. Before he can even react, she pops one into her mouth in the most provocative way possible. "Want any?" she asks, lying back on the bed like she owns the place. He stares at her lips, completely entranced. "I'm good," he lies, though his eyes say he wants way more than just fruit. He is struggling for his life to stay composed, but it's not enough. Fang looks up at him, confused by his sudden intensity. His face is practically glowing with heat. Silence hangs heavy between them. "Come here then," she invites, her blush matching his. He doesn't need to be told twice, leaning over her as the tension reaches a breaking point. He hovers over her, the atmosphere thick enough to cut with a knife. "Close your eyes," he commands, his voice dropping an octave. Our girl actually listens for once, closing them and waiting. He looks down at her, his heart hammering against his ribs. He leans in, closing the distance. And then it finally happens, a real passionate kiss. He doesn't stop there, deepening the kiss as they both lose themselves in the moment. "You gotta open your mouth," he murmurs against her lips. They look like a couple of adorable chibis in a daze after that intense session. Fang recovers first, leaning her chin on her hand and teasing, "Let me hear you call me Ms. He." The male lead looks like like he wants to crawl into a hole and die of embarrassment. He goes back in for another kiss, unable to stay away. They share another tender moment on the bed. He looks down at her with so much love it's actually sickening. Ms. He groans, feeling totally defeated by his own feelings. But to him, humiliation is absolutely nothing in the face of love. He reaches out, his hand trembling slightly. He realizes just how much of a good boy he's being. He looks at her neck, the vulnerability of the moment hitting him hard. They lie there together, the world outside completely forgotten. Just the two of them and a whole lot of sparkling shoujo bubbles. He stands there, stuttering and unable to form a coherent sentence. He knows he's been caught red-handed. Fang turns away, acting all coy now that the damage is done. But the male lead isn't finished, wrapping his arms around her in a massive back hug. She looks surprised by his sudden boldness. She grumbles that he must be thinking of fooling around again. She can't hide the blush on her ears, though. I wasn't thinking, I didn't intend to do anything, he insists, squeezing her tighter. He buries his face in her hair, finally admitting that this is enough for now. As he holds her, he makes a silent vow. He really likes this girl, and he has to marry her so he can kiss and hug her to his heart's content every single day. We find the happy couple back at home, getting cozy and cuddling on the bed. But the sweet moment doesn't last long because Fang is feeling feisty. It's more like you took advantage of me first, she huffs before leaning in and sinking her teeth right into his arm. Yikes, she really left a mark on our poor guy. I'll bite you to death if you keep talking, she threatens, clearly in one of her moods. She turns her back on him to pout, pulling out her phone to ignore him. HMPH, I'm gonna play do now, she declares, completely cutting him off. Our male lead watches her, thinking to himself that he can't let a girl this good leave him no matter what. He tries to get back into her good graces with a surprise attack kiss on the cheek. But our girl isn't impressed. She immediately wipes it off, complaining, quit kissing me every time, you're getting your spit everywhere. He's got that determined look in his eye now. He goes into full-on bunny mode, showering her with so many kisses that she can barely handle it. They're just a pair of legs and feet tangled up in the sheets at this point. Get away from me, she screams in her chibai form, but he's not budging. Instead, he starts backseat gaming, giving her professional strategy tips on how to win her card game. I'm not doing that, she snaps, trying to stay focused. He reaches out to pull her closer, making her yell at him to stop moving around. She's trying her best to win, and he realizes that just being this close to her is more than enough. He hugs her tight while she continues to play, their legs still a mess on the bed. Finally, she looks up and asks, how long are you gonna keep talking in this position? He blushes, admitting that the shorter the time they spend talking, the better. He leans in close to her ear, making her wonder if he's already bored. But he's thinking ahead. When are we moving to the next step, he asks. And by next step, he means meeting the in-laws. He's practically begging to visit her house, but she calls him shameless for wanting benefits and a meeting all at once. She tells him to forget about it because her mood is ruined after losing that last round. Seeing an opening, he offers a deal. I can help you win it back, he suggests. She smirks and sets the stakes high. If you help me win 100k coins, then I'll think about it. He looks a bit stressed. 100k is a lot. He even thinks about secretly buying the coins, hoping she won't find out. But she's one step ahead. You better keep your word, but you can't enforce a time limit, she says. And you aren't allowed to buy any, you must purely win them, I'll check the records. She gives him a terrifyingly sharp look, warning him that if she catches him cheating, he's dead meat. Okay, I'll win you 100k, he shouts, motivated by the prize. He's already asking about what precautions he needs to take before visiting her parents. He's thinking about how marriage used to feel so distant, but now it's right within reach. He pulls her into a warm embrace, blushing at the thought of their future. As he holds her from behind, suddenly the mood shifts as Fang starts to tremble. Are you okay? He asks, his voice filled with concern. She's suddenly doubled over, clutching her middle. My stomach hurts, our poor heroine groans. He's completely blindsided by the sudden pain. Did you eat something bad? He asks, hovering over her. She can barely look at him, sweating as she asks for a cup of hot water. He goes into a full-blown panic, rushing to get it for her. Drink it slowly, it's a bit hot, he says gently. He asks if it's a gastric illness and offers to buy painkillers while she takes a sip. Finally, she reveals the truth. It's that, she whispers. He stands there looking like a total deer in headlights. His brain is buffering as he tries to process what that means. Then the realization hits him. Why'd you eat watermelon then? He yells. He looks at her with a mix of frustration and worry. She pouts, reminding him that he was the one who insisted on feeding it to her. She sits there, miserable and clutching her warm water, while he realizes he might have accidentally caused her this pain. He's being such a devoted husband, carefully blowing on the water to make sure it's just right. I've cooled it down a little, try taking another sip, he says softly. She hugs her pillow, blushing and thinking to herself, dummy. Mom, he yells, his voice echoing through the house. He's pacing through the living room like a man on a mission. He stops to look out at the rainy balcony, feeling totally helpless. I don't know where she went, he mutters, momentarily confused before realizing she's still under the covers. I'll search the web for a good remedy, he decides, determined to be the hero. He's frantically typing away on his phone. Fine, comes her muffled voice from the bed. Did you say something? I can't hear you if you speak too softly, he says, eyes glued to the screen. Fang peeks out from the blanket. I said there's no need to search, I'll be better in a while. She looks absolutely miserable, her hair a mess and her eyes glassy. But it's already been quite a while, he snaps back, his worry turning into a full-blown lecture. She stares at him, her eyes sparkling with a bit of her usual snark. You're just fussing over a small matter, she insists. In his head, he's going full chibai mode. The internet says you're supposed to hold the hot water to keep warm, why'd you drink it? He demands. Chibai Hifeng isn't having it, you think you know better than me? She fires back. He points to the sky dramatically, Wandu knows everything. You're just overreacting over a minor illness. The speech bubble reads as she tries to shut him down. PFFF, don't say such unlucky stuff, he huffs, looking like an angry bunny. That's strange, where'd I put my sealed bottle? He mutters, rustling through the bedside table. Don't bother, she groans, but he cuts her off. Be quiet, it's more reliable than drinking hot water, holding it will alleviate you faster. He looks at the empty glass, his mind racing. Suddenly, Hifeng gasps. A sharp spike of pain hits her and she doubles over, clutching her stomach. Is it hurting again? I'll massage it for you, he cries out, rushing to her side. Our poor heroine looks so incredibly uncomfortable, her face twisted in pain. Oh yeah, let's try that, he thinks, finally coming up with a plan. He reaches for the hem of her shirt. He pulls the dark blanket over both of them. He crawls in and wraps himself around her from behind, his hand resting on her waist. They are huddled together on the plaid sheets. He reaches in, placing his warm hand directly on her skin. Are you trying? She starts, her voice shaky. To take advantage of me again. He looks at her with intense, serious eyes. How can I think of doing that when you're in this much pain? He asks. He grabs her hands gently. He starts to rub that specific spot on her tummy. Yeah, she whispers, the warmth finally starting to work. She looks back at him, her gaze lingering on his face. They lie there in silence, just holding each other. Do you feel any better? He asks softly. Much better, you can move your hand now, she teases. He leans in close. Want me to press for a bit longer or you might start to hurt again later? She smirks, her blush deepening. You just want to take advantage of me. If you say so, so be it. He huffs in chibai form, refusing to let go. Outside, the rain continues to beat against the glass. She leans back into his embrace, feeling the heat from his body. Is my tummy nice to touch? She asks playfully. She looks totally satisfied with herself, even while sick. How can you call this indecent when we're in a relationship? He counters. His eyes are wide and he's blushing furiously. She indeed feels nice to touch, he thinks, his hand still resting on her. You're being dishonest, she whispers, sensing his inner thoughts. He's clutching her waist, his heart probably doing backflips. No, I'm not, he stammers, his face a bright shade of red. All right, from now on, it'll be considered indecent behavior if you touch me like that again, she declares with a smug grin. He goes completely silent, looking away in total embarrassment. He suddenly bolts upright. I'll get another cup of hot water for you, he says, making a quick escape. He walks away, wondering how she's so sharp even when she's sick. Hifeng just watches him go, a soft look in her eyes as she calls him a dummy one last time. Our male lead plays the dutiful boyfriend, handing Hifeng a glass of water while warning her to drink it slowly because it's still steaming. She takes a sip and agrees that it's definitely hot. Our guy thinks he's a genius, suggesting that if she holds the cup longer, her hands will get nice and warm, but she just shoots him a look. Suddenly, she stops and complains that the whole cup tastes like his saliva. He can't believe his ears, asking if she only noticed that after drinking half the glass. He sits there looking absolutely defeated by her logic. He starts to blush, clearly embarrassed by the intimate moment. As their hands get close, our girl grabs him and asks what exactly he's trying to reminisce about. She gets right in his space, causing him to freak out and ask if she's actually some kind of mind-reading fairy. She just smirks, telling him he better show some respect because there's nothing he can hide from her. Curiosity gets the better of him, and he asks if that kidun trick she mentioned is easy to learn. Our heroine puts on her best grandmaster face and tells him it's anything but easy. He's genuinely shook when she reveals that even a genius like her has only mastered 30% of it. If you master it all, you'll basically be immortal, he exclaims. He starts thinking about how powerful she really is. He wonders how a total genius like her ended up with a simple painter like himself. She leans in, teasing that she's actually an immortal who descended to the mortal realm just for him. Looking at her, he can't help but be mesmerized. But then she pinches him, joking that he's actually a snail spirit. They go back and forth about spirits and immortality, and for a second, he imagines her as a divine goddess. He practically starts worshipping her on the spot. Stop harassing me, he yells, calling her the reincarnation of a water deity. She just laughs at his dramatic reaction. He looks at her with glowing eyes, his face turning a deep shade of red. He slowly lands in towards her cheek. He gets so close he can probably hear her heartbeat. If I can kiss a living deity, my life is complete, he says with a cheeky grin. They share a quiet, tender moment, but the mood breaks when she wipes her face, accusing him of insulting a deity with his spit. Even in a close-up, you can see he's not even sorry. They sit back for a moment, but our girl isn't done yet. She points to her other cheek and demands a kiss on that side too. He looks at her neck and hair, feeling the tension rise. He's completely stunned by her boldness. They share a cute little chibai kiss, and he fang beams, comes, saying she feels way better now. He asks if she needs more water, but she's had quite enough. The vibe gets serious for a second, as he offers to continue her massage. She looks him dead in the eye and tells him if he wants to take advantage of her, he should just be honest about it. She gives him a little pinch, and he immediately gets defensive, claiming she's totally misunderstanding his pure intentions. He pulls her close, insisting that he's the only one who can give her a proper massage. His hands settle on her waist, and he admits that he threw his dignity away a long time ago. She leans against him, blaming him for distracting her and ruining her score in her game. He reaches out to grab the phone, and they both stare at the screen. He's got an insane amount of coins stacked up. She's genuinely impressed by his digital wealth, but when she tries to grab it, he holds the phone high above his head. She looks up at him, ready to fight. He keeps it just out of reach, telling her that if she wants to play, she has to pay up with another kiss. "How did you learn my dirty tricks so fast?" she yells. To show her frustration, our girl actually bites his arm. She huffs and declares that she isn't playing anymore. He just smiles and says he'll happily play by himself then. He starts winning round after round, wondering how his luck is suddenly so perfect. He keeps teasing her, asking if she's really going to stay out of the game. The atmosphere gets intense, and she finally caves, pulling him in for a real kiss. It's a passionate moment that catches them both off guard. She pulls away, face flushed, and demands he hand over the phone now that the fee is paid. He finally gives it to her, but he's a businessman at heart, reminding her that she still owes him a massive debt. She tells him he's dreaming. He offers a deal. He'll return the kiss she just gave him to lower the debt. Huh, she shouts, completely flustered. She screams at him for being so shameless. But as he watches her, he realizes that losing his dignity was worth it, because his world has never been more colorful. Our couple is back in the room, getting some much-needed quality time under the covers. Male lead is looking at her with those puppy dog eyes, but his mind is racing. Kissing is so addictive, he thinks. He wonders who even came up with something so dangerous. He reaches out, unable to keep his hands off her. The fragrance of pig trotters is surprisingly delightful, he teases, making our girl's face turn a bright shade of beet red. "You're the pig trotter," she snaps back, totally done with his antics. He just sighs, leaning into her and wondering why on earth he's so head over heels for this woman. He gives her a gentle touch, his mind shifting back to her health. He's determined to find a permanent cure so she doesn't have to suffer through that pain again. "You're becoming more and more shameless," he mutters, though he doesn't look like he minds one bit. He flashes a sly grin, asking, "Do you want to see me embarrassed again?" Our girl isn't buying his act for a second, looking at him with total suspicion. "I don't care, you better be honest with me," she demands. But internally, she's losing it. She can't believe how things ended up like this. Her obedient rabbit of a boyfriend has officially evolved into a hungry wolf, and she is definitely not prepared for the upgrade. He tries to play it off as being honest the whole time, but then CHAK. The front door opens and the mood is immediately killed. "My mom must be back," he realizes. Our girl tries to jump up to help with dinner, but the male lead isn't having it. He pushes her right back onto the bed, telling her to stay put while he handles things. He heads into the kitchen where Auntie is already busy with the groceries. She looks up, immediately asking where Fang is. "In my room," he answers simply. Auntie is absolutely scandalized. "Why did you leave her alone and come over here?" she asks, basically shooing him away. She really can't believe her son's lack of romantic sense. He tries to explain that she's not feeling well, but he can't exactly give her the TMI version. Auntie starts panicking, thinking it's something serious and suggesting a doctor's visit. She's fine, she just needs to lie down, he insists, but his mom is already suspicious. "Did you two have an argument?" she asks, ready to lay down the law. He tries to tell her he's just there to help her cook, but she just laughs him off. She tells him to just wait for the meal because he can't even chop a vegetable properly. He insists that Fang can't help right now, so he's stepping up to the plate. He knows he looks a bit desperate, and Auntie sees right through him. She realizes he's only being this diligent because it's for his girlfriend's sake. He feels like a total fraud, helping his mom only because he's motivated by love. He starts washing the veggies, trying to look useful. Auntie asks again if he's really not going to go back to her. He tells her he plans on helping out a lot more in the future. He looks all serious as he stares at the produce. "I'm supposed to chop this finely, right?" he asks, holding the knife like he's about to go to war. Auntie is amused, asking if he's actually trying to learn. He plays it cool, claiming he can master everything with just one look. Yeah, right, Auntie knows he's just acting tough. She can read his thoughts like an open book. He's internally screaming because he can't hide a single thing from these two women. He braces himself, hoping he doesn't lose a finger in the process. He's terrified of the blade, but tries to stay focused. But then he hears someone coming. Fang has crawled out of bed, looking much better. She tells them she's there to see if there's anything she can do to help. Both the mom and the boyfriend immediately tell her to go back and rest. She just smiles, assuring assuring them it's not a big deal. She touches her face, looking adorable as always. She notices the male lead struggling and asks if he's the one cooking today. Auntie quips that he's trying to learn. That gives Auntie a brilliant idea. Why don't you stay by his side and coach him? She suggests with a grin. Our girl is more than happy to oblige. She gets right up in his space, making the poor guy's heart do backflips. Fair enough, she says, pressing up against him as he tries to focus on the chopping board. He's sweating bullets while she checks his progress. She reaches over, guiding his hand and telling him not to use brute force. She explains the proper technique, holding his hand so close he can barely breathe. As they work together, our girl has a secret grin. She's going to train this man well in every single aspect. Our girl is showing off her god-tier knife skills as she slices through the meat like a total pro. The male lead is just standing there, absolutely mesmerized by his girl's efficiency. She doesn't even look up from the cutting board while she works her magic. How long do I have to learn before I can cut at your level? He asks, feeling like a complete amateur. Fang gives him a knowing look and says, it depends on your ability to persist in cooking. She's the boss in this kitchen, and she's not letting him forget it. Put the greens in the basket to wash them again, she commands, pointing a finger while her future mother-in-law watches from the shadows. Auntie is just taking it all in, giving a small nod of approval. She's thinking that these two kids seem incredibly compatible and is secretly hoping they hit it off. This silly boy really needs to work hard, she muses, watching Fang boss him around. Deciding to give them some space, Auntie heads out so she won't be a third wheel. Now that they're alone, the real lesson begins as Fang starts pouring the oil. You aren't ready for the hard stuff yet, so try stir-frying some greens for a start, she instructs. Our poor hero looks like he's about to go into battle as he prepares to drop the veggies into the pan. Stir-fry slowly to make sure they cook evenly, she adds, watching his every move. He's being so careful with that spatula, you'd think he was handling a bomb. Fang just stares at him with a deadpan expression, wondering how he can be this nervous. He's keeping his distance from the stove like it's going to explode. You won't get splattered even if you stand closer, don't worry, she says, but he insists he's fine right where he is. Seeing an opportunity to tease him, she peeps over his shoulder while Auntie is busy on the balcony. She leans in close, practically sticking to his back and making his heart skip a beat. The reflection in the pot lid shows just how much he's blushing. If you're not scared of your mom seeing you like this, then let's continue, she whispers right into his ear. He's completely frozen, his brain short-circuiting from the proximity. Why you wait, he stammers, trying to focus on the cooking while his face turns into a tomato. She gives him a little pinch on the back just to keep him on his toes. How much salt should I add? He asks, desperately trying to change the subject before he melts. In his head, he's a nervous wreck while she's just back there looking like a smug little fox. Finally, the dish is done and it actually looks edible. They set the table with the vibrant green results of his hard labor. Fang takes a bite, chewing thoughtfully while he waits for the verdict. You stir-fried it quite well, she admits, and he finally lets out a breath of relief. But then she hits him with the snark. Indeed, with vegetables, as long as you don't burn them, they won't taste bad no matter how you stir-fry them. His ego takes a massive hit as he realizes she's just roasting his skills. He slumps over at the table, completely defeated while Auntie giggles in the background. Our girl is having the time of her life teasing him. Later, they stand side by side at the sink to finish the dishes. Auntie walks back in and says, Fang, I wanted to ask you something. She mentions that the preserved veggies Fang made the other day were delicious and asks for the recipe. It's nothing special, I just learned it online, Fang says with a modest smile. Auntie is so impressed, calling her a nice girl and asking if she has any siblings. I have a brother, he's 7 years older than me, our heroine explains. Auntie sighs, saying that being an only child like her son can be quite lonely. She's clearly laying the groundwork for some family expansion. Fang pouts a bit, complaining that her brother is always with his wife and has totally forgotten about her. The male lead is just standing there, fuming internally because his mom is hogging all of Fang's attention. He reaches for a glass of water, trying to act natural, but then he decides he's had enough and squeezes onto the couch right between them. So you specifically came to Luocheng to study? Auntie asks, completely oblivious to her son's jealousy. Under the cover of the conversation, he secretly starts toying with Fang's hand. He's feeling incredibly bold, thinking there's no way his mom can see from this angle. He wraps his fingers around hers, giving her hand a firm squeeze. Fang's eyes go wide and her face flushes deep red as she realizes what he's doing. What's wrong? Auntie asks, noticing her sudden change in demeanor. Nothing, the TV channel's quite good. Fang squeaks while the male lead hides his face in his hand, dying of embarrassment. He keeps up the secret hand-holding, his heart racing. Finally, Auntie stands up and says, you two keep watching, I'll go back to my room. As soon as the door clicks shut, the atmosphere in the room changes completely. They sit there in a heavy silence for a moment, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Fang turns to him with a dangerous glint in her eyes. You're quite bold now, huh? She challenges. He tries to act tough, but the sweat on his face gives him away. She reaches out and grabs him by the collar, pulling him closer. You still dare to mess around? She asks, and he knows he's in big trouble now. Male lead grabs our girl's hand with a sudden pull. Where are we going? She asks, totally caught off guard. He tries to lead her away, but our heroine isn't just going to follow blindly. She smirks, realizing he just wants to get her alone. How's that, lewd? He screams, his face turning a shade of red that would put a tomato to shame. He accuses her of being the one who always starts the trouble. She just gives him this innocent, wide-eyed look like she has no idea what he's talking about. They settle back down for a peaceful moment on the sofa. Let's watch TV, he suggests, desperately trying to change the subject. But the tension on that couch is thick enough to cut with a knife. She stares at him with those intense eyes. Slowly, she starts moving in closer, practically leaning into his space. The air is literally sparkling with rom-com energy. Don't move, she whispers, her voice full of mischief. He panics instantly. If my mom sees this, I'll be mortified. He's practically begging her to stop, but we all know our girl is just getting started. Our heroine is in full tease mode now. Call me Ms. He, she commands, looking like the ultimate boss. That's going overboard, he yells, his heart probably doing backflips. She just leans in even further. So are you saying it or not? She asks with a challenge in her eyes. He tries to resist the pressure. Suddenly, the male lead decides to fight back and pulls her into a tight embrace. The atmosphere gets heavy in an instant. Huh, she gasps, her teasing plan backfiring. Let's just watch TV like this, he says, his own heart racing now. She blushes hard, realizing he's actually serious. They're locked in a battle of who will back down first. On the screen, some historical drama is playing, but neither of them is paying any attention to the plot. She calls him bold, claiming all men are inconsiderate to women's hearts. She remembers the last time he got flustered when she fed him popcorn, and she realizes he's not as innocent as he looks. He holds her even tighter, refusing to let go. How am I supposed to move if you don't let go? She mutters, though she isn't exactly fighting him. The distance between them completely vanishes. It's so close to being a kiss that the screen is practically glowing. Call CHAK. The door swings open and Auntie walks right in. She just wanted to grab her water, but she sees way more than she bargained for. What happened to you guys? She asks, sounding suspicious. They scramble apart like they were caught stealing from the cookie jar. It's just a little warm in here, they shout at the same time. They laugh nervously, trying to act like they weren't just about to make out. They sprint back to the bedroom as fast as they can. Auntie just sighs, thinking it's typical for youngsters to be so showy. Back in the safety of the room, our poor girl is dying of embarrassment. It's so shameful, she cries out. He tries to play it cool, telling her his mom definitely didn't see anything. But she's not having it. In a fit of adorable rage, she grabs his arm and takes a giant bite. I'll bite you to death, she yells through her tears of shame. He looks at his arm, totally dazed by the attack. So you can also feel embarrassed, he teases, finding her reaction hilarious. He looks at the bite mark, and honestly, he's not even mad. In fact, he feels slightly happy about the whole thing. Fang leans in, her voice low as she tells our male lead that he needs to say that too. He looks totally lost, asking what on earth she means. He's blushing like crazy while she holds his finger, demanding he finally admit his feelings. We get a close-up of their hands as she presses him for the truth. That isn't what you were supposed to say, he yells, clearly losing his mind. He flips the script immediately, demanding she say, I love you again right now. Our girl just smirks, telling him she already knows he loves her. She's looking way too satisfied with herself as she watches him squirm. The atmosphere gets silly with these floating cross icons as he prepares for his next move. He is absolutely flustered by her smugness. If you keep behaving like this, I'll kiss you, he threatens, trying to reclaim some of his dignity. He's determined to give her a taste of her own medicine. But Fang isn't scared at all, asking if he actually thinks he can bully her. She places her hand on his chest, keeping the initiative firmly in her grip. She leans in dangerously close, teasing him for not following through on that kiss. He's sweating bullets, completely outmatched by her boldness. He ends up chickening out and just kisses the back of her hand instead. We see his hand covering hers as he gives in. Oh, she coos as he pulls away. Comedic icons pop up as they hover in this awkward, cute space. He shouts that he only said he'd kiss her hand initially, so he's technically following the rules. Then her expression softens and she gives him exactly what he wants. I love you, she says clearly. He freezes, his eyes wide with shock. He's so stunned he asks her to repeat it because he didn't hear it clearly the first time. He leans in close, desperate to hear those words again. She looks at him with a blushing, sincere smile. Her eyes are sparkling with genuine affection in this beautiful moment. Are you satisfied now? She asks softly. He breaks into the widest, most wholesome grin we've ever seen. He's practically glowing with happiness. Suddenly, the mood shifts to Chibai chaos. She tells him to move his smelly pig's trotters away, refusing to kiss his hands. He starts sniffing himself, wondering how he could possibly smell bad. She points out that people can't really judge their own scent. Then she teases him, saying he actually smells great everywhere. She gets curious, asking when he's finally going to take her to his house. He starts nudging her playfully as they joke around. He claims the next phase after visiting his place is getting that little red book. a marriage certificate. We see him holding the imaginary certificate up as he dreams big. Fang immediately puts on the brakes, saying it all depends on his behavior. He's horrified, asking why she's being so stingy. He claims that if he gets that book, she'll have him under control, but he'd never bully her. She isn't buying it for a second, claiming that's just typical man talk. She checks the time and realizes she needs to head out. He checks his phone to confirm. It's a bit past 8:00. He figures as long as they leave by 9:30, they can get her back to the dorm before curfew. She pouts, complaining that it feels like they've only had 40 minutes together. She leans her head against him, not wanting to move. He blushes deep red, admitting he just wants to stay with her a while longer. We see his collar as he tries to stay composed. He's clearly head over heels. "You're so clingy like a puppy," she laughs, agreeing to stay. They settle into a cozy snuggle on the bed. A close-up shows them getting comfortable. She looks at their joined hands and asks if their relationship is a bit unordinary. He agrees that it's definitely special. She starts worrying that if he's this shameless before marriage, she won't be able to control him later. She looks down, deep in thought. She tells herself she better plan carefully. "What do we do then?" he asks, looking genuinely concerned. He admits it's probably not the best idea for her to be in his bedroom all the time. He suggests they just take more walks on their future dates instead. He looks a bit disappointed by his own suggestion. She suddenly grabs him, making him shout that he's willing to go on all the walks she wants. She warns him that once they're outside, if he's dishonest, she'll scream for help. What counts as bullying, he wonders as she grabs his face. She smirks, looking totally in charge. Comedic rabbit icons fill the background. She tells him the rules are based on her mood while squishing his cheeks. He looks totally helpless under her touch. Before they leave, she gives him a sweet, lingering kiss on the forehead. The lighting turns magical as he realizes how lucky he is. "Let's go, student Chin," she says, leading the way out. She holds his hand, pulling him along. He's still fidgeting from the affection overload as they walk. We see them heading toward the door. She reminds him that he still owes her a supersized amount of coins from their earlier bet. She points a finger at him, making sure he doesn't forget. We see a close-up of her bag as they prepare to exit. She adds that he's not allowed to bully her like he did tonight. He's left looking completely baffled by her logic. But as they step into the living room, they find a major obstacle. His mom is sitting right there on the couch. She's happily watching TV and holding a drink. The couple freezes like deer in headlights as they realize they have to walk past her. Our poor male lead looks like he wants to evaporate into thin air from the sheer embarrassment of being caught coming out of his room with his girl. She gathers her things with a flustered look, probably still reeling from all the family bonding. I'll head back first, Auntie," she says, offering a polite but very red-faced farewell. She clutches her bag tight, ready to make a run for it. But the male lead's mom isn't letting her go that easily. "Little Chin, you better escort her to her dormitory door, got it?" she commands, giving her son the ultimate wingwoman orders. Before he can even process the request, he gets a swift kick to the leg to get him moving. "I'll definitely escort her to her dormitory lobby," he shouts, saluting like a soldier who just got the best mission of his life. As they head out, he's basically floating on cloud nine. Mom is still cheering them on from the door, telling Fang to come by often since her son is now officially her personal chauffeur. "You're not some outsider anyway, so don't sweat it," Mom adds with a wink. She's clearly playing the long game here, making sure our poor heroine feels like part of the family so she won't ever want to leave. "Yeah, I'll do so," Fang replies, though she's practically vibrating with shyness. She looks down, her face a deep shade of crimson. She tries to play it cool, but her heart is clearly racing. She's absolutely stunned by how quickly she's been adopted into the fold. The male lead looks over at her, his eyes full of affection. "You heard what my mum said just now. You're not some outsider," he teases, leaning in close. "Tell me then, if you're not an outsider, what are you supposed to be?" He's not even trying to hide his intentions anymore. "That definitely means you're part of us. You know what being part of us means." He reaches out a hand, challenging her to deny it. He lets out a cheeky giggle, enjoying her reaction way too much. Finally, he just grabs her hand, pulling her along. Fang thinks to herself, "I can't believe it myself too. Why am I blushing over those words?" She tries to look annoyed, but it's a losing battle. She knows he's getting under her skin in the best way possible. "Heh, my mother really likes you," he continues, refusing to let the subject drop. "Even if you don't help with cooking, she'll still like you." They walk together through the night, the atmosphere between them getting thicker by the second. "Oh, I forgot that you're the all-knowing Ms. He jokes, poking fun at her usual composed self. He grips her hand even tighter, making sure she knows he isn't letting go. He's practically glowing with happiness, little hearts practically popping out of his head. They pass by the quiet apartment buildings, heading toward the street where a taxi is waiting. Fang steals a glance at him, wondering how he became so bold. He's just smiling like a total dork. Then his voice drops an octave, becoming serious. "You'll be joining my family, do you know this?" He looks her dead in the eyes, his face flushed but determined. Fang can barely breathe. She stares back at him, her mind going completely blank. "I know," she finally whispers, her voice barely audible. Suddenly, the male lead decides that walking is way too boring. He grabs her and hoists her up into a full-on princess carry. Our girl lets out a literal yelp of surprise as her feet leave the ground. "What are you doing? Put me down now," she screams, her face turning into a tomato. "No way," he laughs, looking like he just won the lottery. "I'm going to carry you like this to the taxi stand. Luo deities being carried away by me." He starts marching down the sidewalk with her in his arms, ignoring all the curious looks. Fang is so embarrassed she wants to melt, but she can't help but feel the spark between them. In the heat of the moment, the words "Student Chin, I love you" hang in the air. He looks down at her with a soft, triumphant smile. "I know that even if you don't say it," he replies. He adds, "As long as I can make her mine, I'm willing to stay being a dummy." Their shadows stretch out on the pavement, a perfect silhouette of a budding romance. The initial heart flutter is officially etched into their memories forever. They finally make it to the taxi, and he helps her inside. But just as the door is about to close, Fang freezes. "Oh, where's my umbrella?" she asks, frantically checking her bag. She realizes she must have left it back at his house during all the chaos. Inside the male lead's head, a little devil version of himself is doing a victory dance. If she comes over to collect it, we'll end up cooped up in the room together once again. "What if it rains tomorrow?" she asks, looking worried. He tries to hide a snicker, looking like the cat that got the cream. He starts telling her some random story about a fairy and a maiden borrowing an umbrella. "What you mean picking up? You make it sound so disgusting," she retorts, seeing right through his nonsense. She gives him a skeptical look. "Plus, it's actually Maiden Bai that borrowed an umbrella from Fairy Sue. He went to get it back. That's not giving an umbrella." He just laughs it off. "Oh well, it's about the same." He looks at her, his eyes filled with a new kind of realization. In his mind, he's comparing their situation to the legends, thinking about how he was picked up by Fang. Fang stares out the window, lost in her own thoughts. She adjusts her clothes, still feeling the warmth of his arms. He reaches over and takes her hand again. He's thinking, could it be that I was a major benefactor in my past life? That would certainly explain why he has such incredible karma in this life. He leans down and gently kisses her hand. "I'm so thankful towards myself," he exclaims, sounding like a total narcissist but in a cute way. He holds her hand tightly as the taxi speeds through the night. Fang just gives him a confused look. "Haha, it's nothing, I just feel that you're really good," he says, beaming at her. She looks away, her heart doing backflips again. Telling big fat truths, she thinks to herself, unable to stay mad at him. She twirls a lock of her hair, completely captivated by the moment. The taxi is filled with a romantic, sparkling atmosphere. However, they aren't the only ones in the car. The taxi driver is sitting in the front seat, gripped by a sudden existential crisis. He looks at the two lovebirds in his rearview mirror and starts to tear up. "Damn, being young is so great. Just reminiscing about when I had more hair, I also seem to have more romance." He's literally crying over his lost youth and his receding hairline while our couple is busy falling in love in the backseat. Talk about a mood killer for the driver, but a total win for our duo. Fang and her guy are taking a moonlit stroll through the campus grounds. The mood is heavy with the future, and our male lead isn't letting it slide. "You only have a month left in the dorms," he reminds her, asking if she actually has a plan for where to go next. He tells her to just relax, but insists it's better to discuss these things instead of keeping them bottled up. Graduation pressure is real, folks. Our girl turns the tables on him, looking up with those big eyes. "In that case, do you have any suggestions?" she asks playfully. She's really putting him on the spot here. He suggests that finding a job should be the priority, or maybe renting a place while she looks. He's even done his homework, mentioning that editing or copywriting might be a good fit for her major. Our heroine starts picturing her new life as a sophisticated career woman. She sees herself rocking glasses and holding a tablet, looking like a total boss. But the male lead is quick to add that he's just giving commentary. The final choice is hers. Fang seems to like how well thought out his advice is. They walk side by side, and the male lead goes into deep thought mode. "That's all," she teases. They continue their walk under the stars, getting closer with every step. He presses her, wanting to know which path she'd actually take. Fang shoots back with a smirk. "If I choose to work immediately, will you offer me the job?" The poor guy is hit by the reality of her wit. He blushes hard, still trying to get her to commit to a plan. She just gives him a cheeky look. Suddenly, our girl steps up onto a ledge. She takes a literal leap of faith, leaning in close to him. The atmosphere gets super sparkly and intense. "The plan will evolve," she says, getting right in his face. "We'll cross that bridge when we get there." The male lead is practically vibrating from the proximity. "Don't talk to me until you finish eating," she commands, looking totally serious. He's confused, but he does as he's told, saluting her like a good soldier. She's tired of his constant nagging, telling him he's cuter when he's quiet. She struts ahead with a satisfied hum, and he follows obediently while chewing. "If you understand, nod your head," she tells him. He's got his mouth full, looking like a pouting squirrel. She thinks he's being very well behaved. They keep walking in sync, crossing a stone bridge. She allows him to swallow, but the no nagging rule is still in effect. He admits the treat is delicious, but notes she only gave it to him to shut him up. Then she pushes another sweet right into his cheek. The sparkles are flying now. She gives him a wink and a tongue poke. "Be more obedient and I'll reward you with another one," she teases. Our male lead is absolutely finished. He covers his face in total embarrassment. Despite the teasing, they look like the perfect couple. As they walk, the male lead looks at the campus buildings. He starts feeling a bit of regret. How nice would it be if we we'd met in university, he wonders aloud. A sudden swoosh breaks the moment. They stop in their tracks. He Fang looks at him tenderly. Meeting you is the most wonderful start, she thinks. The male lead looks at her, his heart in his eyes. Could it be you had a crush on me back then? He asks, feeling bold. You narcissist, she cries out. They start bickering again like old times. He admits they took a big detour before finally ending up together. He even jokes about getting a wedding certificate now. He Fang tells him to dream on, just as things are getting sweet again. The male lead thinks about how much time they have left. Suddenly a voice shouts out Fang Fang. They both turn around surprised. Who could be interrupting their moment? It's He Fang's roommate Jo Nan. And she doesn't look happy, so you're the one who kidnapped our Fang Fang, she demands. Our girl can only laugh as she introduces the two. Our girl is caught red-handed as her roommate spots her with the male lead outside the dorms. I was wondering which fellow made Fang Fang so smitten, she says with a mischievous grin. She even has the audacity to act disappointed, muttering that she expected him to be actor-level handsome. The male lead is clearly feeling the heat, checking his watch while blushing like a tomato. Let's go, there's good food upstairs, the roommate shouts, dragging He Fang away. But wait, the male lead isn't letting her go that easily. Seriously, you've played all day and still can't bear to split up? The roommate scoffs as she sees them lingering. As He Fang tries to follow her friend, the male lead looks like he has some unfinished business. Our poor heroine tries to play it cool, telling her roommate to go on ahead while she has a quick chat. The roommates just roll their eyes at the single life struggle. Make it quick or the food will get cold, she warns. As the door closes, He Fang turns back to her man. Are you up to mischief again? He asks, his face turning a deep shade of red. Suddenly, he pulls her close and plants a massive, unexpected kiss right on her lips. He holds her tight, their feet practically lifting off the ground in this cinematic moment. I only told you to kiss me, not hug me. He Fang stammers, trying to hide her racing heart. She claims he's always trying to take advantage of her, but we know she's not actually complaining. Just treat it as a bonus, no need to thank me, he jokes. Our girl can't believe his boldness. Student Chin, you've really learned to misbehave, she huffs. One more time then, he laughs, clearly enjoying her reaction. You pervert, she screams, though she's smiling on the inside. She finally starts heading up the stairs. No more fooling around, I'm heading back for real now, she shouts back. She gives him one last wave and disappears inside. He watches her go, shouting, do you want another one? Dream on, no way, she fires back. He waits until she's safely inside before finally turning to leave. Meanwhile, He Fang is blushing up a storm, thinking it wasn't so bad to let him take advantage of her after all. As she walks down the hall, he's still waving like a dork outside. She catches a glimpse of him one last time before reaching her room, but the peace doesn't last long. Inside, her roommates are already in peak chaos mode. One is teasing another about wanting to kiss again. Geez, stop it, they squeal as He Fang walks into the madness. She stands there judging their life choices. Once is not enough, Chen Yan teases, leaning into her friend. I need it twice, the other girl laughs, flashing a peace sign. He Fang is instantly targeted by the group. That's only if he does inappropriate things to you, they giggle, pretending to cover their eyes. No wonder you've changed so much recently, one roommate notes while snacking. They mockingly repeat her old vow. I won't date anyone during my 4 years of university. I wonder who swore that so confidently, they laugh. Wu Yunyun joins in, noting how the tall, slim boy looked up at their window for ages before leaving. Hey ya, they all scream in unison, driving our girl crazy. You guys are just envious, He Fang snaps, flinging her bag onto the bed. They don't care, they start theorizing that if it wasn't for that time of the month, she probably wouldn't even be coming home tonight. Is our dormitory under some curse? One asks. It's summer already, mating season is over, so stop being horny. Another jokes while eating chips. Be careful not to fail both your exams and your pursuit of a boyfriend, they warn. They even start reciting dramatic poetry about a maiden's swelling heart. Stop, 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 He Fang screams, reaching her limit. How would you understand the suffering of us poor souls? They ask dramatically. He Fang fires back, you're so lewd that I doubt anyone would want you in the future. Yeah, keep pretending, they retort. They know she's been reading those off-brand history books too. He Fang tries to restore order. All right, time to stop. Let's study hard. If you fail to graduate, where will you find your ideal husband? She lectures. She starts changing her clothes, trying to ignore them. Her friends don't care about husbands. I'll just spend my life with Union, one declares, hugging her friend. They vow to stay away from rotten men together. But as He Fang lets her hair down, she can't help but smile. When the time comes, you'll realize the good side of those rotten men, she thinks. She remembers the feeling of the kiss. She sits on her bed, her face glowing with a deep blush. Fang Fang, you've really become naughty, huh? Her roommate teases one last time. He Fang just sits there, lost in her own little world of romance. Stop it, how can I constantly stare at a lady's dormitory? He mutters to himself, trying to regain his composure. He shakes his head violently, his face flushed as red as a beet. He finally forces himself to turn around and walk away from the building. He can't help but think about how perfect this Chinese Valentine's Day was. He feels a bit guilty for not giving her a bouquet, but he's already planning to make it up to our girl with 2 bouquets next time. Our lead creeps back into his house, peeking around the corner like he's on a top-secret mission. He tries to sneak past the living room, hoping to avoid any awkward encounters. "Mom, why haven't you slept yet?" he asks, jumping slightly when he sees Auntie sitting right there. Without a word, she reaches out and clicks off the television remote. "You're back, come over and have a seat," she says, patting the cushion next to her with an expression that says he's in big trouble. He approaches the sofa with all the confidence of a man walking into a trap. He nervously rubs the back of his neck, asking, "What's wrong? Is there any issue?" Auntie just sits there with her arms crossed, radiating a terrifyingly stern aura. She fixes him with a sharp, suspicious glare. "You and Fang, how far have you guys progressed?" she demands. Our boy instantly breaks into a cold sweat, his brain scrambling for an answer. He looks down, unable to meet her intense gaze. "Just what you've seen, of course," he stammers out, his face heating up again. He tries to act casual, but his body language is screaming guilty. "Why are you blushing? So you actually did something to her?" Auntie shrieks, her eyes widening in shock. She starts going off about how they were locked in his room until so late. Terrified of where this conversation is going, our lead tries to make a run for it. But Mom is faster than a professional wrestler, grabbing his arm mid-flight. She's got him in a lock, and she isn't letting him go anywhere until she gets answers. "You sit the hell down now," she roars, dragging him back to the couch. She starts berating him, convinced he's committed some kind of unforgivable sin. "What did I do wrong? What did I do?" he cries out, looking like he's about to burst into tears. He tries to defend his honor, but Auntie isn't having any of it. "She's still schooling, didn't I tell you that earlier?" she yells, her face twisted in a mixture of anger and worry. She's giving him the lecture of a lifetime. She recalls their chat from the night before, thinking about how sensible and alone Fang is in this city. To her, the idea of him harming such a sweet girl is absolutely outrageous. She's practically shaking him by the collar now. "We didn't even do anything," he shouts back, finally finding a bit of courage. Auntie stares at him, her eyes narrowing to slits. "Are you treating me like a fool? You two hugged all day without doing it?" she mocks. She's waiting for him to crack under the pressure. "We really didn't do it," he screams at the top of his lungs, his face practically glowing crimson. A long, awkward silence follows as they just sit there on the couch. "For real?" she asks, her voice finally dropping an octave as she studies his face. He nods frantically, his pride completely shattered. In his mind, he's thinking that mentioning the kiss would be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. He tries to pull himself together, though his heart is still racing. Auntie is still giving him a side-eye that could cut glass. "Wait a minute, why were you guys blushing when I came out to drink water?" she asks, catching him in another lie. "Gah, that's because we were hugging on the couch," he admits, defeated. Mom's imagination immediately runs wild, picturing him as a red-eyed monster attacking our poor heroine. She's convinced that Fang is too obedient to resist his mischievous advances. "How's hugging her misbehaving? She's my girlfriend and I intend to marry her," he argues. Auntie just scoffs, imagining him as a total pervert and labeling him as such in her mind. "In what way did I bully her?" he cries out, looking completely done with this interrogation. Mom finally lets out a long, weary sigh, signaling that the trial is over for now. She gives him one last warning: "Don't cross the line. If you dare to fool around, I'll beat you to death." "I'm already 24, how am I still young?" he mutters under his breath as he finally escapes. "You better not bully Fang, cause if I catch wind of it you're dead," she yells after him. She rubs her forehead, thinking about how shameless the youth are these days compared to her time. She thinks back to Fang's sweet, embarrassed face from when they first met. She's certain our well-mannered girl would never take the initiative. It has to be her rascal of a son who is pestering her. She even decides that if they ever break up, she'd take Fang in as a goddaughter. She finally clicks off the lights, hoping they really can become a family in the future. Back in the safety of his room, our lead lets out a breath he feels like he's been holding for hours. He stands by his desk, his mind still spinning from the lecture. He thinks about the word bullying and can't help but feel a bit flustered. He realizes he needs to take every opportunity to tease her while he can. He flops onto his bed, staring up at the ceiling. He can still smell that faint, sweet fragrance from her body on his sheets. It's as if our girl is still right there next to him. He pulls out his phone and starts searching for ways to remedy period pains. He scrolls through various tips about brown sugar drinks and massages. He lies there looking completely lovesick as he stares at the screen. He decides to go ahead and purchase some brown sugar to stock up the pantry for her. He's fallen so hard for her that it's almost pathetic. "I really miss Fang," he whispers to the empty room. Suddenly, he sees a search result that catches his eye. He starts typing in a new query, his thumbs moving at lightning speed. He quickly hides his face behind his phone, his embarrassment reaching a new peak. His face is glowing bright red as he reads the search results. "So there's actually so many more variations," he gasps. Our boy has officially moved on from period remedies to researching how to kiss tutorials. Back in the real world, our male lead is tossing and turning in bed, already planning his next move. He knows he can't just coast on luck, he needs to put in the work to build a future for them. After waking up from his cozy slumber, he reaffirms his commitment to taking this new job. He's got big dreams of owning a home and a car, and that means grinding hard to earn some serious cash. But even with his career on his mind, he can't help but sigh, "Damn, I miss Fang." Morning light breaks through the trees, and our boy is already up and yawning his head off. He settles down for a quick breakfast, wondering where his mom went so early in the morning. Of course, his mind immediately drifts back to our girl, imagining her looking absolutely ethereal in a daydream. He's completely smitten, wondering what he can even do to win her over regardless of what she believes. Blushing like a schoolboy, he finishes his meal and heads straight to the office. He walks into the studio to find his male friend already mid-snack. "So have you made up your mind all in?" the male friend asks through a mouthful of food. Our male lead doesn't hesitate, he's broke and he needs this job to survive. He checks to see if the boss is in yet so he can finalize the paperwork. The male friend tells him to chill for a bit and asks if he's eaten, happy that he'll finally have a lunch buddy in the office. Just then, an assistant named Eula walks in. He's a bright-eyed guy with glasses who seems eager to start the day. The male friend introduces them, calling the male lead his homie. Eula instantly recognizes him from the interview a couple of days ago. "Just call me by my name," our hero says, keeping it casual. Eula is pumped to be working together and stands there looking quite impressed. The male friend brags that even though Eula is an assistant, he's a fast learner. Eula nervously laughs, telling the male friend to go easy on his puny frame. Suddenly, a girl named Jiang Lingling pops up, her eyes widening as she spots the new arrival. This pink-haired student is clearly curious about the handsome guy in the room. When she hears he's actually the new lead artist, she practically has stars in her eyes. She's bouncing with excitement, declaring him an absolute god and a legend. She tells him the boss's car just pulled up downstairs. Male lead gives a polite thanks, while the male friend whispers about being uncomfortable around weebs. It seems our hero is the only normal one in this eccentric group. The boss finally enters, greeting the male lad and noticing he came in quite early. He's ready to get down to business and starts flipping through the files. He asks if there are any final queries. Before handing over the contract, our boy signs his name, Chin Guanglin, making it official. The boss is thrilled, welcoming him to the Manhua team. He reaches out for a handshake, and they seal the deal. "I'll be in your care from now on," our hero says with a smile. The boss starts leading him through the office, his steps echoing on the floor. He tells the male lead to meet his new buddies and introduce himself. Our hero follows along, but he can't help but notice the boss's strange choice of words. He wonders why the guy calls them buddies instead of coworkers. He realizes that while the boss is clearly passionate about manhua, he might be just a little bit immature. Meanwhile, our poor heroine is spending her day outdoors. Fang is relaxing under the shade of a tree, lost in a book. She looks peaceful, the sunlight dappling her hair. As a stray leaf drifts down onto her page, she stops to look at it, her expression turning a bit pensive. Even in this beautiful setting, she can't help but admit, "I kinda miss that pig trotter a little." Looks like the feeling is mutual. "Listen up, details are just the icing on the cake," our male lead explains as he points to the screen. "Even a stickman can be great if the storytelling is top tier." The junior artist is practically sparkling with admiration. "You're truly a legend, your advice is so insightful," she gushes. He looks over her work asking, "I suppose you can draw these, right?" She admits she definitely can, but she's nowhere near as fast as him. She starts panicking internally about the mountain of work ahead. "For this segment, I have to spend forever considering the actions and positions," she sighs. "If they don't feel right, I have to erase and redraw everything." Our guy just keeps it cool, telling her it's always best to visualize the image first. Suddenly, his buff male lead friend pops in with a huge grin. "Shall we grab lunch together?" he asks. Our hero agrees, and the friend wastes no time dragging him along. The friend yells out to another coworker, Eula, to join the squad. They head over to the local noodle house to refuel. The buff friend looks absolutely miserable as he stares at the menu. "Sigh, I guess I'll just order the potato julienne rice bowl," he groans. Our hero is confused, asking, "I thought you hated meals without meat. When did you go vegetarian?" "I took a big financial hit yesterday," the friend admits, resting his head on his hand in total defeat. "I'll have to tighten my belt and live frugally for at least a month." He's basically pouting at his lack of funds. "Yesterday, did you bring your girlfriend somewhere expensive?" the male lead asks. The friend leans in, looking like his soul is leaving his body. "Where else? It was the shopping mall. Screw Valentine's Day," he rants. "Just one Louis Vuitton bag costs several thousand RMB. I just don't get what's so good about it." Poor you single just hides behind his phone, sweating bullets while listening to the drama. The friend continues nagging about how he couldn't avoid the purchase. "How about you? Did you not spend time with your girlfriend yesterday?" "We were together, but we weren't at the mall," our guy replies casually. The friend's eyes narrow instantly. "You surely gave her a gift, right? How much was it worth?" Our hero starts sweating as he realizes his mistake. He tries to play it off, but the truth comes out. "One hairband, it should cost about 10 RMB, he admits. The friend's face is a total picture of shock. He's absolutely flabbergasted that our boy is still alive. The bubbles are practically vibrating off the page. Even the friend's internal cat brain has completely short-circuited. Our guy tries to defend his cheapness. "It's just a token gesture for now. I'll definitely make up for it later with something better." The friend isn't buying it. "That's weird. How can you even find a girlfriend despite being like this?" Shouldn't you at least give her something like Givenchy? The friend asks. Our hero goes full chibai mode, looking utterly lost. Givenchy, what's that, a French dish? The friend just stares at him in disbelief. That's lipstick, another colleague yells, unable to stay silent. Our guy goes quiet, his eyes shifting as he thinks. He looks down at his phone while playing a round of Landlord. He realizes Fang doesn't even wear lipstick, just a bit of lip balm. He thinks about how soft her lips are. If Fang applied lipstick, I'd have to taste it when kissing her too, he thinks to himself. That thing's not delicious. However, guilt starts to creep in. While others give handbags that cost thousands, I only gave her a random hairband to keep her quiet. That feels really wrong. He's lost in his own thoughts while his friend watches him play. Why are you playing Landlord all of a sudden? The friend asks. I just suddenly felt like playing it, he lies with a nervous blush. He's actually trying to ignore the fact that he owes someone 100,000 coins. The colleague chimes in, Landlord is quite fun, plus it trains your memory. Really? Does it train your memory? The hero asks. You don't count cards? The friend asks, looking totally offended. Indeed, muscular people are actually just muscle brains, our hero thinks with a smirk. He takes a big scoop of his budget rice and starts eating. He's still smiling like a total dork because he's convinced winning coins is his path to impressing his father-in-law. The friend is officially creeped out by the vibe. What's with that dumb smile while playing? Did you break your head due to the pressure of your first day at work? The friend asks. Nah, I just thought of something funny. Our guy laughs, looking way too happy. The friend is clearly asking for a beating at this point. Back at the office, our hero grips his stylus with new determination. He's focused on becoming a regular employee so he can participate in the big series. He looks at his options, shounen or romance. Naturally, his mind wanders to Fang's beautiful face. Dating, isn't this very suitable for the current me? He blushes. He locks in and starts drawing with the power of a legend. All right, time to learn this drawing style, he declares as he works through the sunset. The sun begins to set over the city skyline. Time to clock out, he says, stretching his tired limbs. But the gift dilemma is still eating at him. He turns to his friend, putting his hands together in a desperate prayer. Huh, the friend asks, caught off guard. It seems that only you can give me some advice, our hero begs. The friend looks skeptical, eyeing the containers on the desk. I don't mind, but what on earth do you intend to purchase? It's a present for my girlfriend. Our guy beams, finally ready to step up his game. Our male lead is finally wrapping up his first day at the new gig. His coworker asks how the transition is going, and he admits it's actually way easier than the complex scenery he's used to drawing. As the team heads out for the day, he learns that the new kid is actually a cousin of Fei's, though the two don't look a thing alike. Honestly, if you didn't tell him, he'd never have guessed they were even related. While waiting at the bus stop, our boy starts overthinking things. He really wants to make it up to Fang for being so busy. He considers buying a massive bouquet of roses, but then realizes he'd be sticking out like a sore thumb in public. He can practically hear people whispering about him as he carries them. He decides to play it cool and save the grand floral gesture for Valentine's Day instead. The bus pulls up, but our boy isn't boarding just yet. He tells his buddy to head home without him because he's got a special mission to complete. He knows exactly what his girl needs, since Fang is always busy writing novels or working her teaching job. A high-quality fountain pen is the ultimate practical yet romantic gift. He heads into a luxury shop and tells the clerk he's looking for something classy for his girlfriend. The lady pulls out a Pilot Mamaji maple with a 14-karat gold nib. Our boy is immediately sold. He can already imagine her using it, looking elegant while she works on her next masterpiece. How much is it, he asks. It turns out to be a cool 1,300 RMB, or about 180 bucks. Gift bag in hand, he's feeling pretty proud of himself. Suddenly, his stomach starts to rumble. He wishes he'd told Fang he was coming in advance so the two of them could have grabbed a meal together. He decides to give her a ring right now. Back at the dorm, Fang's phone starts buzzing on the desk. She picks up with a playful smirk, asking, why are you calling me? Are you missing me? She's just chilling in her loungewear. When he drops the bomb, come out for a minute, I'll be at your dormitory entrance soon. Why did you come over? She squeaks, totally caught off guard. She starts rushing to get ready, telling him to wait for her. She slams the door behind her in a total panic, leaving her roommates wondering what on earth is going on. Outside, our male lead is pacing around near the entrance. He remembers how he purposely took the long way home yesterday just to spend a few extra minutes with her. He's blushing just thinking about his own cheesiness. He realizes that he's totally head over heels in love with her. Just then, his girl finally appears. She looks absolutely radiant. As she runs toward him, his heart does a little flip. She finally reaches him and asks, what are you grinning so foolishly about? He can't help it, she just has that effect on him. I'm just happy to see my girlfriend, he beams. He reaches out to cup her face. They have a deal to kiss every time they meet and part, and he isn't about to break it today. But Fang pulls back, covering her mouth. Hold on, let's go somewhere else first, she begs. He's confused and asks why. Then he looks up and sees the peanut gallery on the balcony. Her roommates are watching the whole show. He doesn't care about the audience though. He pulls her in for a cinematic, sparkling smooch anyway. After the main event, Fang finally gets a chance to breathe. All right, can you tell me the reason for coming over now? She asks. He pulls out the bag and presents the luxury pen. Her eyes go wide with shock. Do you like it? He asks nervously. She's genuinely touched. She really likes it. She stares at the pen, blushing hard. It truly is the perfect gift for her. Seeing her so happy, our boy decides to push his luck. Then will I get any reward? He teases. Fang gives him a look that says he's in trouble. She reminds him that he's being a bit of a spendthrift. Huh, he asks, confused by her sudden change in logic. She leans in and reminds him that he mentioned wanting to marry her before. She's clutching the gift bag tight. He tries to defend himself, saying he's been thinking about marriage this whole time. In that case, she counters with a devilish grin, isn't your money my money? Our boy is stunned into a blank-faced silence. He realizes that's somewhat true. She complains that she's actually in pain right now from parting with her money. She gets right in his face and pinches his cheeks hard. You used my money to buy me a gift, yet you dare to ask me for a reward? She scolds. Talk about a plot twist. He's just been played by his own future wife's logic. Have you eaten yet? Fang asks our hero. Qin Guanglin looks a bit dazed, probably still processing the heavy mood from earlier. Suddenly, his stomach betrays him with a thunderous growl. Did you hear that? She teases, looking totally amused by his predicament. She doesn't give him a choice, dragging him toward the cafeteria to fix that hunger problem. As they walk, she keeps her back to him, making him wonder if he can take her silence as a yes to his earlier question. He's gripping her hand tight, his heart racing as they move through the school grounds. He finally works up the courage to ask if her silence means they're officially a thing. If you don't object, can I take it as you've agreed? He asks nervously, his face turning a lovely shade of beet red. Our girl just tilts her head with a playful smirk, clearly enjoying the power she has over him. What did I agree to? She asks, playing hard to get. About marrying you, of course, he shouts, losing his cool completely. She pauses for a second, her expression softening as she looks at him. She leans in close, her eyes twinkling with a secret. Didn't I agree to that a long time ago? She whispers, catching him completely off guard. Our poor hero is flabbergasted. Since when? He cries out, tripping over his own feet as she leads him away. He can't believe it, she's finally giving him a straight answer to his proposal. This is the first time she's actually acknowledged his dream of bringing her home as his wife. But wait, there's a catch. She adds that she never actually specified when the wedding would be. She puts a finger to her lips, looking absolutely devious. Does that mean I'll have to wait for very long? He asks, his heart sinking at the thought of a decade-long engagement. Before they can get too deep into their future plans, a random guy appears, looking like he's about to ruin the vibe. This is Ki Dong, and he looks incredibly confused to see our girl with another man. He's dressed like he's trying way too hard in a designer shirt, probably thinking his money makes him a catch. He reaches out, clearly wanting an explanation for why his target is holding hands with someone else. Fang doesn't miss a beat, sticking to Qin Guanglin like glue. He's my boyfriend, Qin Guanglin, she says, beaming with pride. She leans her head on his shoulder, making it very clear who she belongs to. Ki Dong is shaking. Didn't you say you wouldn't date anyone while in university? He demands, sounding like a rejected middle schooler. He's sweating bullets, looking like a total loser who just realized he never stood a chance. Fang just looks at him with those big, innocent eyes. Did I mention that? She asks, totally brushing him off. Ki Dong is fuming. You, he stammers, pointing a finger in a blind rage. Who the hell are you anyway? That doesn't have anything to do with you, she says, adding insult to injury. Qin Guanglin steps in front of her, ready to throw hands if this guy doesn't back off. He's not letting anyone talk to his girl like that. Fang tries to remember the guy's name, guessing Ki Bei instead of his actual name. It's Ki Dong, the guy screams, his head practically exploding in chibified rage. He tries to play it off with a fake cough to hide his embarrassment. I apologize for losing my cool. Please don't take it to heart, he says, trying to salvage some dignity. Fang isn't interested in his fake apology and pulls Qin Guanglin away. She leaves the poor guy standing there in the middle of the street, looking like a total background character. Ki Dong lets out a bitter tisk as he watches them walk away, probably going home to cry into his designer pillow. Qin Guanglin looks back, still feeling a bit protective and confused. Ha, he exclaims as she continues her story. She admits that the guy was pursuing her, but she ended up choosing our hero instead. She's looking up at him with so much love, it's enough to give anyone diabetes. Luckily, you're graduating soon, he mutters, feeling a bit jealous. He's worried about all the other guys who might try to court her before the ink on her diploma is dry. She admits that she really did intend to stay single during college. She looks away, reflecting on how her plans changed the moment she met him. In that case, why are you dating me? He asks, feeling a bit insecure. She grabs his hand and gives it a tight squeeze. Because you're too charming and I was scared someone would steal you first, she admits with a blush. So you did have a crush on me for a long time? He realizes, his ego getting a much-needed boost. She smiles warmly, her eyes glowing in the nightlight. I've been admiring you for so many years, she confesses, confirming he's been her target all along. Once they finally make it to the cafeteria, she rests her chin on her hands and just stares at him. She looks like she's watching a five-star meal instead of a guy eating generic school food. Qin Guanglin is feeling the pressure, trying to eat while she watches his every move. Are you really not eating? He asks between bites, feeling self-conscious. She says she already had takeout, but then she drops a bombshell. If you feed me, I wouldn't mind taking a bite, she teases, opening her mouth wide like a baby bird. She lets out a cute ah while waiting for him to comply. He turns bright red, looking around to see if anyone is watching their public display of affection. He tentatively brings a spoon to her mouth, feeding her like a doting husband. She wipes her lips, looking totally satisfied with her little game. Then she mentions that she's seen couples do mouth-to-mouth feeding in the canteen before. Wanna try it? She asks with a mischievous glint in her eye. Chin Guanglin nearly chokes on his rice. Maybe at my place when my mom isn't around, he stammers, his face practically on fire. Fang hits him with the most judging look ever. I knew it, you're just filled with naughty thoughts, she sighs, calling him shameless. She crosses her arms, acting like she wasn't the one who started it. Get rid of those dirty thoughts from your pea-sized brain, she commands playfully. He pouts, looking like a kicked puppy. How's that a dirty thought? It's not like we haven't done it before, he mutters under his breath. He goes back to his tray, grumbling while she just smiles at how easy it is to fluster him. The night is young as the couple strolls past the brightly lit city buildings. Our girl is feeling the vibe, suggesting, let's just wander around. They walk hand in hand, but the male lead is clearly distracted by other thoughts. He gives her hand a needy little tug and blushes like a tomato, whining that he hasn't done that yet since they met up. Fang isn't having any of his horniness though, snapping back, screw your lust, that wish is cancelled. As they walk through the crowded streets, our boyfriend decides to make a scene. I disagree, he bellows, catching everyone's attention. He gets right in her face, practically screaming, plus it's my right to kiss my girlfriend. Fang's eyes widen as she blushes furiously at his sudden boldness. Fine then, if he wants to be a big man, she'll call his bluff. Kiss me right here then, she challenges, her voice dripping with mischief. They stand frozen in the middle of the busy square. The male lead looks around at the dozens of people watching them and instantly loses all his bravado. Realizing he's not actually about that public display of affection life, he frantically looks for an exit. He quickly changes his tune, stammering, let's find a more secluded place instead. As they continue their walk, our heroine decides to tease him a bit more. She asks if his stomach still hurts after the watermelon incident, but he tries to play it off as a serious medical condition. It must be some chronic illness. I've extensively researched it, he claims with a straight face. Fang can't help but giggle at his ridiculousness. Wow, look at Mr. Genius over here, she mocks. When he asks if there's really no cure, she lets go of his hand and looks back with a mysterious glint in her eyes. I'm waiting for a fated person to treat me, she says, walking ahead of him. She's laying it on thick, swaying her hips, and giving him a look that says it all. She stops and asks the million-dollar question, could it be you? The male lead stands there like a deer in headlights. He's so stunned he can't even find his words. But instead of taking the romantic hint, he goes full dense protagonist mode. You should seek treatment from a doctor, why'd you wait for some fated person? He yells, completely ruining the mood. Fang stares at him, absolutely baffled by how a man can be this smart and this stupid at the same time. She just starts laughing at his cluelessness. He's so worried about her health that he suggests they head back so she doesn't catch a cold. Fang stops him in his tracks. So we're not looking for a secluded place anymore? She asks, her eyes narrowing playfully. The male lead pauses. He realizes he almost missed his chance. You'll owe me for now, he mutters, trying to regain some dignity. But I'll be collecting interest for it, so you better not be making a habit out of it. Our girl just grins, nope, it's a limited time offer. She starts walking away again, and the male lead panics, realizing the window is closing fast. In that case, I won't be collecting interest, is that fine with you? He begs. Fang pretends to think about it, while he waits with bated breath. Finally, she gives in and leads him by the hand. They head away from the city lights and into a dark, quiet grove of trees. The atmosphere shifts instantly as they step into the shadows. Suddenly, there's a sharp thud against a tree trunk. Our heroine has pinned him. Let's do it now, she commands, her eyes locking onto his. The male lead is trapped, and his heart is practically beating out of his chest. Fang looks at him, thinking how adorable her boyfriend is when he's flustered. She leans in close, her face just inches from his. How can I bear to disappoint him? She thinks, her heart softening. He's completely frozen. Just keep quiet and close your eyes, she whispers. The world around them fades away into the dark woods. Under the canopy of trees, they finally lock lips. But after a moment, Fang pulls back, breathless. I'm tired, so let's swap places instead. I want to rest against the tree. They shift positions, and now it's his turn to take the lead. This time, the kiss is much more intense. They lose themselves in the moment, the kiss deepening as the night grows still. When they finally break apart, the male lead is looking dazed and very, very pleased with himself. Fang is panting, thinking, wait a second, did you secretly take remedial classes for this? He just gives her a smug little smirk. This is what I call being a natural, he brags. He pulls her back in for more, and our girl can't help but melt into him. He wraps his arms around her waist, refusing to let go. Eventually, they start walking back, but Fang is now the one acting grumpy to hide her embarrassment. Student Chin, you're getting naughtier these days, she huffs. She complains about his lewd hands taking advantage of her, but he just hugs her from behind with a giant smile. Nope, I'm just loving you more and more, he says. He keeps his arms locked tight around her. Where the hell did you actually learn it from? She demands, her inner chibai coming out in frustration. He just laughs and insists he's just a natural-born pro. You damn pervert, I won't let you have it next time. she screams, though her face is as red as her hair. She stomps away, clutching her shopping bag, but we all know she's totally lying about there not being a next time. Okay, escort me back, Fang says, trying to maintain her cool despite the obvious blush on her face. As they walk together, she's still holding onto her shopping bag, but she's clearly feeling the tension. The male lead decided to push his luck, asking, but what about the parting kiss? Our poor heroine is completely caught off guard. She immediately gets defensive, snapping that there isn't going to be one because his pig trotter hands were doing way too much earlier. That offsets it, she huffs, looking like she's about to explode from embarrassment. She's so flustered she's practically vibrating while clutching her dress. It's you who went wayward, she insists, refusing to look him in the eye. Internally, she's panicking because he's catching onto her flirting way too fast. They continue walking toward the entrance of the building. They're still holding hands, looking every bit like a real couple. Suddenly, she stops in her tracks. In fact, we'll have a lot of time in the future, so there's no rush, she says, turning back to give him a look that is pure magic. She looks absolutely radiant in the warm glow of the evening. The male lead is stunned, his brain probably short-circuiting at how beautiful she is. Sure, he manages to choke out, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. He's so smitten he doesn't even know what to do with himself. Reluctantly, their hands finally release. That's good, I'll head upstairs then, she says, finally breaking the spell. She gives him a bright, blushing smile as she turns to go. She's still clutching that pink shopping bag like it's her most prized possession. Go ahead, rest early, okay? The male lead calls out, waving like a total dweeb in love. He watches her walk away, his heart clearly doing backflips. Fang finally makes it inside her dorm, but she doesn't get a moment of peace. Oh, look who's back, her blonde roommate chirps from her bunk. She looks Fang up and down, teasing her about looking refreshed and needing some nourishment. Fang snaps back instantly. Do kindergartners like you even understand what nourishment is? She demands. She's still trying to hide how much that walk affected her. Say whatever you want, she mutters, ignoring the teasing. But the roommate isn't done. What nice stuff did he buy you this time? She asks, eyeing the bag. Fang sets the bag down and reaches inside. She pulls out a sleek red box. Inside is a beautiful, elegant pen. She holds it up with a small smile. The roommate's eyes go wide with jealousy. I've seen it before, it's really expensive, she shrieks. She starts ranting about how her own boyfriend better buy her 10 of them in a Sakura design. Fang just looks at the pen. It feels strangely familiar in her hand, like she's held it 1,000 times before. She traces the delicate patterns on the barrel. You'll have to find a nouveau rich if you want 10 pens, she quips to her roommate. She finally relaxes into her chair, feeling a bit smug. The other roommates start chiming in, shouting that domestic violence is a total no-go. Rather, you've to win people over with virtue, the brown-haired roommate preaches. Fang just sighs, listening to their nonsense. A giant virtue sign practically manifests behind them as they pose heroically. They look so satisfied with their little lecture, but the blonde one has to be extra. HMPH, I'm different for I win people over with beauty, she declares dramatically. Suddenly, a voice from outside ruins the vibe, calling for Fang. The roommate jumps up. Wow, you guys just parted and he misses you already. Fang goes to the balcony to see what the fuss is about. She peers over the edge, and her expression goes from 0 to get me out of here real fast. What's with that expression? Is it not your boyfriend? The roommate asks, sensing the drama. Fang turns around, looking absolutely done. The roommate looks confused. The guy downstairs doesn't look like the boyfriend at all, but he seems familiar. She crosses her arms, thinking hard. Her brain starts working overtime. I remembered him, she shouts. She realizes he's Ki-dong, the infamous rich kid. Ki-dong is his name. Oh, he's that rich kid, right? She asks, finally putting the pieces together. Fang is fuming. It doesn't matter anyway, he has nothing to do with me, she huffs. She stands up, ready to handle business. The roommate suggests it's better to just go talk to him, so he stops knocking. Fang heads out, looking incredibly annoyed. She meets the guy outside the building. What do you want? She demands, her voice dripping with ice. She stands there with her arms crossed, giving him the ultimate cold shoulder. The guy Ki-dong looks all flustered and hopeful. Fang, I've got something to discuss with you, he stammers. Our girl isn't having any of it. Just speak over there to avoid any misunderstandings with my boyfriend, she commands. Her eyes are burning with annoyance. She doesn't even want to be in his presence. Ki-dong's jaw drops. So you guys are really dating? He yells, sounding like his world just ended. Haven't you already seen it? Why bother asking? She retorts, done with the games. Ki-dong gets angry, shouting that he only gave up because she said she wouldn't date anyone in school. Otherwise I'd have, he starts to scream. Otherwise what? She mocks him. Like continuing your ridiculous behavior. She stares him down, completely unbothered. I'm free to fall for whoever I want, you don't have any right to interfere. But this guy is a total main character in his own head. I'm also free to fall for you, he bellows. He clutches his chest dramatically as if he's actually in pain. The screen explodes with his dramatic, unwanted emotions. Our girl stands her ground on the stairs, looking down at the absolute nuisance blocking her path. This guy has zero chill and even less self-awareness, screaming at the top of his lungs. Tell me then, how's that brat better than me? I definitely like you more than he does. He clutches his chest like he's in a low-budget soap opera, demanding to know why she's with a man who supposedly dresses so unfashionably. Fang looks at him with a gaze so cold it could flash freeze the entire city. She doesn't even bother moving as she prepares to verbally dismantle him. Secondly, she starts, her voice sharp enough to cut glass. She leans in close, her eyes burning with a terrifying intensity as she tells him straight to his face, "You can't hold a light to him in any aspect." She's officially said her piece and turns to leave, warning him to never show his face near her again. But of course, Mr. Ego can't let it go, shrieking about how much his designer clothes cost. He points at his shoes like they're some kind of holy relic, bragging that his sneakers alone cost more than her boyfriend's entire outfit. He is absolutely losing his mind at this point. "I can easily buy 10 sets of whatever garbage he bought you, even hundreds," he bellows. Our girl slowly turns her head back, her expression unreadable. "You mentioned that you like me more than he does," she repeats calmly. "In what aspect are you referring? Let me hear it." Then she drops the ultimate truth bomb that leaves him breathless. "He can die for me, what about you?" The silence that follows is deafening as she stares him down. Her hair flutters in the wind as she delivers the killing blow with total confidence. The guy stands there looking like he just saw a ghost, his mouth hanging open in total shock. He tries to recover, stammering out that he could say stuff like that too and that he'd be willing to die for her 100 times. Fang just keeps walking, thinking to herself that Guanglin never felt the need to say things like that out loud. To her, many things don't need to be said, and she's never even mentioned the lengths she'd go to for her man either. She gives the annoying rich guy one final warning to stop coming around before people start getting the wrong idea. Behind her, he's throwing a full-blown tantrum, screaming about how much he's supposedly done for her. Fang doesn't even look back as he cries out, "Can't you tell how much I..." Childish, she mutters under her breath. She initially didn't want to waste her breath on him, but she couldn't stand by while he dared to speak ill of Guanglin. Our poor heroine finally makes it back to the safety of her dorm. As soon as she walks in, her roommate peers down from the top bunk, asking if she finally managed to speak her mind clearly. Fang sighs and takes a seat, trying to put the whole annoying encounter behind her. Her roommate seems to think the guy's persistence is almost commendable, but Fang isn't having any of it. She explains that mutual interest is essential for any relationship to work, and one-sided harassment is just plain irksome. She smooths out her dress, looking exhausted from the drama. Suddenly, her blonde roommate jumps into action, holding a rolled-up magazine like a microphone and demanding an interview. "Ms. Fang, please let me interview you for a sec," she chirps. "After knowing him, you tend to foolishly smile at times. Can you divulge how he managed to bewitch you?" The other roommate leans over the edge of the bed, curious about what made the girl who swore off dating change her stance so quickly. Fang blushes a deep crimson, admitting there's no particular reason other than the fact that she just likes him a lot. She clutches her collar, her heart clearly racing just thinking about her man. Her roommates turn into tiny chibi versions of themselves, screaming at her to think again and explain exactly how she likes him. Fang just gives them a goofy, love-struck smile and says, "I like that he likes me and he also likes that I like him." Her roommate points out that the rich fellow from earlier also liked her, so what's the difference? Fang's eyes go dark for a second. "That's a different case," she says firmly. She feels that the boys at their school are just way too childish, and that's why she never wanted to date any of them. She recalls how that guy downstairs insisted on showering her with expensive gifts like watches, even after she rejected him. In her mind, she sees the memory of him acting on his own accord, totally ignoring the trouble he was causing her. He was just following his own train of thought, arrogantly perceiving his harassment as sincerity. To Fang, he was just using the guise of love to coerce her, which is basically no different from kidnapping. That's totally not liking someone, she concludes. She rests her hands on the desk, looking more serious than ever. Her blonde roommate argues that love should be proven through actions, and if a guy does nothing, they'll never be together. The roommate leans in, trying to understand her logic. Fang reaches into her desk drawer, proving that you really can't hide true affection. She pulls out a beautifully boxed pen set, a gift that actually means something. She explains that someone who genuinely cares might even try to hide their feelings because they don't want the other person to feel burdened. They want the affection to stem from genuine feelings, not from a sense of obligation or guilt. In her mind, she sees a vision of Guanglin's warm, kind smile. He's the type of guy who would reach out a hand without expecting anything in return. If he knew she didn't like him, he'd silently retreat and just wish for her happiness. The roommates are absolutely stunned into silence by this revelation. Then they both explode into chibi mode again, screaming, "Is there even such a good man in existence?" They are losing their minds over how perfect her boyfriend sounds. The blonde roommate tackles Fang in a massive hug, squealing with jealousy and begging for an introduction. Fang is caught off guard by the sudden physical affection. She immediately starts pushing her roommate's face away with one hand. "You intend to hook up with my man? Don't think about it even in your next life, or the one after that." Her other roommate scoffs, calling her shameless for claiming him as her man before they've even tied the knot. Fang just smirks, looking like the cat that got the cream. Shame or not, sooner or later you'll get to experience it as well, she teases. She sits back, feeling totally victorious in her love life. She's definitely feeling herself right now. But then the roommate in the bunk lays down with a very suspicious look on her face. She lowers her voice, leaning in close for the ultimate gossip. Could it be that you guys already did that? She asks, her eyes wide with mischief. Fang's face turns into a literal tomato as she gasps in shock. She's completely flustered, her cool exterior totally shattered by the scandalous question. Our girl is currently in the hot seat as her roommates grill her about her love life. They can't help but notice the suspicious glow on her face. Huh, who the heck wants to pry into your private life? One of them shouts, though her blushing face says she's dying for the tea. She's just curious as to why our poor heroine always returns home so late. Fang tries to keep her cool, reminding them that what happens behind closed doors is strictly mutual consent and no one else's business. Stop asking random questions, we didn't do anything at all, she insists, trying to hide her embarrassment. But her friends aren't buying that for a single second. Where on earth do you find a man like that? One sighs dramatically, collapsing onto the bed. They are practically begging for her secrets now. That's right, teach us how to do it, they scream, eyes sparkling with desperation. Our girl realizes she's not getting out of this without giving them a full-blown lecture. She takes a breath, adjusting her outfit as she prepares to drop some knowledge. She realizes, her eyes lighting up. There might actually be a simple method to do it, she says, getting into teacher mode. Meanwhile, our male lead is having a much rougher time back at his place. His mom, Auntie, is absolutely roasting him for being a workaholic on his first day. What's the point of saving money if you don't have time for your girlfriend? She asks, poking and prodding him relentlessly. He can't handle the heat and decides to make a run for it. He finally makes it to the safety of his room, letting out a massive phew. He collapses into his chair, totally drained from the interrogation. But his mind isn't on work. He's busy scrolling through his phone with a look of intense focus. He's actually researching health advice and recuperation for women. He's worried because he keeps getting the same few answers online and doesn't know what to trust. He knows Fang's condition needs to be taken care of slowly over a long time. He wonders if he should just find a doctor, but remembers her saying they can't help much. What should I do? He mutters, staring at his notes. Suddenly, he has a realization. He heads back to Auntie, who looks at him with total suspicion. Stomachache, why ask me about that? She demands, not letting him off the hook. He blushes hard, explaining that it's actually regarding Fang's monthly condition. Auntie's eyes nearly pop out of her head. She even told you about this. You guys are progressing quite quickly, huh? She teases. He tries to defend himself, waving his hands around in a total panic. Auntie finally stops the teasing and gives him the real talk, explaining that rest is the best remedy. She takes a sip of her water, looking a bit impressed by her son's sincerity. Really? How can I treat it? He asks, eager to be the ultimate boyfriend. She tells him that the mountains near Grandma's house are full of wild mugwort that works wonders. Our boy is absolutely beaming now that he has a solution. Auntie watches him, thinking about how most men just give the cliché advice of drinking warm water without actually helping. She realizes Fang really does have a good eye for discerning people if she spotted these positive qualities in her son. She leans in, still unable to resist one last jab. He's just staring at his phone, already planning the mugwort delivery. I suppose stitching the two of you together is the best option, she jokes, telling him to grow up. Back at the dorm, Master Fang is beginning her masterclass on men. The method is to watch his gait, she declares with total confidence. Her friends are completely lost. They lean in closer, staring at her like she's a prophet. You can tell from his walk, they gasp. She explains that while walking side by side is normal, a man who leads from the front is likely more controlling. Her roommates are stunned by this revelation. When the heck did you study psychology? They shout, but she just keeps yapping away. She's got that smug, satisfied smirk on her face now. If he likes to be half a step behind and slightly to the side, she continues. Then he has a strong protective instinct and is exceptionally attentive, she explains. She gives them the breakdown from how he acts when she needs to throw away trash, to how he reacts when someone is about to knock into her in a crowd. Whether she's window shopping or just existing, he notices every single action she takes. It's all about that silent, watchful support. His position means he isn't interfering, giving her total freedom while he stays half a step behind to guard her. Her friends are officially converted to the cult of Master Fang. One of them resolves to go flip through some psychology books immediately to catch up. Fang asks if they have any more questions. In addition, she says, her expression turning serious. When you encounter danger, for instance, she starts to explain, and you just know the next part is going to be legendary. Fang wakes up reaching for a side of the bed that's been cold for a long time. The sun is way too bright for someone who didn't sleep a single wink. Erg, she groans, the crushing weight of another day hitting her like a freight train. Her hand instinctively claws at the empty sheets, desperately searching for the warmth of the man who used to be there. But it's no use. Our poor heroine is all alone in a bed built for two. She clutches her chest, the ache of loneliness sharper than any physical pain. Because the truth is that person, her husband, isn't here anymore. She stares at the void beside her, paralyzed by the silence. Suddenly, she forces herself to remember her responsibilities. Lilia, it's time to wake up for school, she calls out. Fang drags herself to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face to shock her system into functioning. Her reflection is a ghost of her former self, with dark circles telling the story of how her insomnia has become severe lately. She looks haggard, barely holding onto her sanity. The world around her feels blurry and distorted, like she's living in a bad dream. I have to hold it together, she whispers, forcing her eyes open through the stinging water. She stares into the mirror, trying to find a reason to keep moving. That reason comes in the form of a tiny, sleepy girl standing in the doorway. Littleya, why aren't you up yet? You'll be late. He Fang says, trying to sound normal, but the little girl just blinks at her with a confused expression. Mommy, you forgot once again that it's the weekend, so there's no school, Littleya replies. The poor kid is still half asleep, rubbing her eyes while clutching her favorite stuffed bunny. Her little bunny slippers shuffle across the floor as she stands there waiting for her mom to snap out of it. He Fang freezes, her mind a complete jumble. Sorry mommy, forgot again, she says, forcing a pained, shaky smile. She kneels down to eye level, trying to be the mother her daughter deserves. After breakfast, I'll take you to grandma's place, okay? Littleya just nods, used to her mother's lapses in memory. He Fang heads to the kitchen to start the morning routine. But as she reaches for the eggs in the fridge, she spots a bag of carrots. It's like a physical blow to her heart. Her eyes go wide as a bang echoes in her mind, a traumatic memory triggered by the simplest vegetable. She slams her hand against the counter, trying to stop the mental spiral before it consumes her. Littleya's voice brings her back, complaining that there won't be enough to eat. He Fang stands there like a statue, looking ghostly and distracted. They sit down to a quiet, lonely meal at the large table. Mommy, I want some milk. The bread is really dry, the little girl requests. He Fang snaps out of her trance, her memory failing her yet again. Aya, how could I have forgotten the milk? She laughs nervously, though her eyes are hollow. She pushes back her chair to head to the counter. She grabs the glasses, but then she stops, her shoulders slumped. The silence of the apartment is deafening. Everywhere she looks, she sees the life they used to have. The living room is a graveyard of memories filled with stuffed animals they should have been playing with together. Guanglin's art studio sits gathering dust, the painting's a constant reminder of the talent and life that was cut short. Even the cleaning supplies on the balcony feel like a burden she has to carry alone. She stands in the middle of the room, looking utterly defeated. She rolls up her sleeves, desperate for anything to do to occupy her mind. Since that dummy passed away, tidying up has become a breeze because there's no one left to make a mess. She walks over to her workstation, the computer screen glowing in the dim light. There sits a fountain pen, a precious gift from her husband that she can't bring herself to use. She quit her job, and her novel has been stagnant for a while now because her mood worsens every time she tries to write. Suddenly, a memory of Guanglin surfaces, warm and glowing. He was always so passionate, his back turned to her as he worked on his latest masterpiece. He'd fill pages with sketches of her smiling, capturing the happiness she can't find anymore. She remembers them bickering and laughing in the studio, the room alive with his energy. She can almost feel the way their feet would touch under the desk, a secret language of love that's been silenced forever. Back in the present, the memory fades and the cold reality crashes down. The tears she's been holding back finally overflow. She breaks down right there at her desk, her body racking with sobs. Dummy, I still can't get used to life without you, she cries as her tears soak into her clothes. Our girl is completely broken, and it seems like the light in her world has gone out for good. Tagged screenshot send He Fang is drowning in tears, the weight of the past crushing her in the silence of her room. She grips her arms tight, trying to hold herself together while the world outside continues on without him. Suddenly, the door creaks open and her little girl Anya peeks in with a curious look. Mommy, when will lunch be ready? She asks, completely unaware of the storm inside her mother's heart. He Fang snaps back to reality, realizing it's already noon and she hasn't even started cooking. Oh dear, Mommy will start preparing now. What does Littleya want to eat? She asks, trying to mask the pain in her voice. Anya's face lights up instantly as she makes her demand. In that case, I want fried chicken for lunch. She cheers, her eyes sparkling with hope. He Fang chuckles at the request but has to be the responsible parent. I know you're craving it, but you shouldn't consume too much greasy food. How about stir-fried veggies instead? She suggests with a gentle smile. Anya pouts slightly but gives in when He Fang promises to make the chicken for dinner later. Looking at her daughter, our girl can't help but feel a bittersweet pang in her chest. Veggies, huh? She has the same food preferences as her dad. She thinks to herself, her heart breaking all over again. Later, He Fang heads out to the market, but the route feels heavy with memories she's tried to bury. It's been a long time since she walked this way, and every step feels like a battle against her own anxiety. She stares at the traffic lights, her breath catching in her throat as the cars zoom past. It's just 2 traffic lights, there's nothing to be afraid of, she whispers, trying to convince her trembling heart. She waits at the curb, her feet frozen as the red light stares back at her like an omen. The atmosphere turns somber as the memories flood back, unbidden and cruel. If she had known that day would be the last time they'd ever meet, she would have held on tighter. She never would have wasted time discussing trivial matters or let a single moment go to waste. Life has a devastating way of delivering inevitable farewells when you're least prepared for them. In her mind, she sees them again, holding hands and crossing the street with nothing but love in their eyes. Then the screech of tires and a blinding flash of light change her world in a heartbeat. It was a moment of pure chaos that nobody could have avoided. Our girl finds herself back on that cold pavement in her mind, the the world spinning in a blur of horror. She looks down to see her shoe cast aside, a silent witness to the life that was just shattered. And then she sees the blood staining the asphalt. A hand lies motionless on the ground, the life draining out of it while she watches helplessly. Her male lead, her everything, is fading away right before her eyes in a glitch of static and pain. Even as his life slips away, his final words are a selfless comfort for her. It's all good if you're fine, he wheezes, his last thought being her safety even as he breathes his last. The sirens wail in the distance, a haunting wee that has become the soundtrack to her trauma. She can only watch in shock as the ambulance arrives, a red and white blur that signifies the end of her happiness. Everything is covered in red, the street, her hands, her very soul. The sound of the siren becomes a physical weight, crushing the air out of her lungs as it repeats over and over. In the present, the sight of a passing ambulance sends her spiraling back into that nightmare. She sees the reflection of the red traffic light in her own tear-filled eyes, a reminder of the blood she can never wash away. The red man on the signal seems to glow with an intensity that mocks her grief. The siren's scream is the only thing she can hear as she stands paralyzed on the sidewalk. She finally takes a trembling step forward, forcing her legs to move through the invisible fog of her fear. For a second, she feels a phantom hand grab her arm, a touch so familiar it makes her heart stop. Her eyes widen in a mix of hope and terror as she searches for the source. But when she turns around, the street is empty of the one person she wants to see. She knows she can't give up no matter how much it hurts. I still have to take care of Mom, and Anya hasn't even grown up yet, she reminds herself, clutching her bag. She takes a deep breath as the wind ruffles her hair, grounding her in the moment. I have to live on, she declares, her resolve hardening as the light finally turns green. She marches across the street, leaving the shadows of that tragic day behind her for now. Back at home, Anya is practically vibrating with excitement as she pulls on her mother's sleeve. Mommy, quickly come over and have a look, the flower has bloomed, she shouts, pointing toward the balcony. Fang remembers a time long ago when they first planted it together. Her male lead had teased her back then, making a bet that it would never bloom after sitting dormant for so many years. He called her a dummy for even trying to grow something so stubborn. But now, against all odds, the vibrant red petals have finally opened up. Fang stares at it, her heart racing as she realizes what kind of flower it is. Legend has it that the red spider lily is the flower capable of guiding souls from the living realm to the underworld. Could it be a sign that he's still lingering by her side? She covers her mouth, the tears returning as she stares into the heart of the bloom. She falls to her knees in front of the pot, her body shaking with the force of her longing. If the legend is true, then could you please guide him back to my side? She begs the flower in a broken whisper. As she sobs, a warm, translucent presence seems to wrap around her, holding her in a bittersweet embrace that feels like home. The peace is interrupted by a sharp ring of the doorbell. Little Ye is instantly on her feet, shouting that it must be Grandma as she races to the door, while our girl Fang tells her to slow down. The little one doesn't listen, practically tackling Auntie the moment she steps inside. Auntie drops to her knees to greet her favorite little human, asking with a soft smile, "Did you miss me, Little Ye?" Our girl's daughter beams, shouting, "Of course, every day." As Fang brings the bowls to the table, she reflects on how these three women of different generations are the only family they have left. Even though they are incredibly close, Auntie refuses to move in with them, insisting on watching over her own small house for the rest of her life. Auntie looks at the spread and asks, "Why are you guys eating so late?" Fang jumps, startled by the question. She tries to find an excuse, but Little Ye totally sells her out, chirping, "Just now, Mommy. I mean, she overslept." Fang winces as the most difficult times finally seem to be behind them. Both women have spent months tactfully avoiding any topics related to the man they lost, pretending everything is fine for the sake of the child. Auntie goes quiet for a moment, the weight of the past hanging heavy in the air. It's a bitter reminder that one stranger's decision to drink and drive left two entire families in absolute shambles. We see a heartbreaking flash of the past, with Fang and her husband huddled together in a hospital hallway, covered in blood and drowning in grief. The memory flashes by like a nightmare. Back in the present, Little Ye tries to cheer everyone up by feeding Grandma a spoonful of rice. Auntie smiles, telling her to eat quickly since she's already had her fill. Watching the kids stuff her face, Auntie's eyes grow distant and full of sorrow. She remembers losing her own husband decades ago. She never imagined that this exact, cruel scenario would repeat itself with Fang so many years later. The darkness of that loss feels like an endless void. Standing before the memorial of the departed, the pain remains fresh. Why is all this happening? Auntie wonders, her face lined with grief. Is it really destined to be this way? Sensing the mood dropping, Fang calls out to her. She puts on a brave face and tells a story about how Little Ye got praised by her teacher again. She notices Auntie is zoning out and desperately tries to say something uplifting to distract her. Auntie just stares blankly, lost in her own head. She looks at the little girl and thinks to herself that this kid is just like her father. Little Ye looks up mid-chew, wondering why everyone is staring. Auntie pinches her cheek, predicting that she'll be successful because she's been smart since she was a baby. Little Ye Lilia gets a mischievous look and asks, Grandma, do you know why I'm smart? Auntie plays along, asking for the secret. Because eating fried chicken will make one smart, the kid declares with total confidence. The table erupts into much-needed warmth. Fang laughs, while Auntie teases them about why they enjoy greasy food so much. Lilia's giggles fill the room, and Fang realizes that if it wasn't for this precious child, neither of them would have been able to hold it together this long. After dinner, Fang gets to work on the dishes, but Auntie walks up and tells her to take a break and let her handle it. They stand together at the sink for a moment. Fang insists she's fine and wants to stay there, but she notices Auntie looks a bit dizzy and off balance. Mom, is there something bothering you? She asks, her concern growing. Auntie brushes it off, saying she'll just go watch TV with the little one. She points toward the living room, insisting she'll be ready soon. Fang watches her go, her heart sinking. She thinks to herself that if something is wrong, her mother-in-law should just tell her instead of bottling it up. Later, they sit down together in the study for a serious talk. Fang asks what's going on, noting that Auntie went out of her way to speak privately. Auntie looks down, her expression solemn. She reaches out and takes Fang's hands in hers. Despite being your mother-in-law for so long, she begins. I've always treated you as my own daughter, my own actual daughter. Fang smiles softly, saying, I'm aware of that. To our girl, these two are the only family she has left. Having lost her own mother at a young age, she never knew what it was like to live with one. It wasn't until she married into this family that she truly understood the warmth of calling someone mom. She repeats that she's always known how much Auntie cares for her. Auntie reaches up to gently touch Fang's face, her hands trembling slightly. She pulls her close, looking her in the eyes with an intensity that is almost frightening. You are my real daughter, she whispers. You'll always be no matter what. While the words are beautiful, Fang freezes. She doesn't know why, but she is suddenly overcome by a very strong sense of foreboding. Auntie looks at our girl with eyes full of pity, admitting she knows exactly how hard this has been. His dad passed away so early. I almost couldn't hold it together back then, she sighs, recalling the tragedy of the male lead's absence. But Fang isn't having any of it, begging her mom to stop talking right there. She grips Auntie's hands tightly, her heart breaking all over again. Auntie continues, her voice soft as she says she understands where Fang is coming from. But life must go on, she insists, trying to push our girl toward a future she isn't ready for. Our poor heroine breaks down, tears streaming as she vows to raise Lilia all by herself. She's putting on a brave face, but her trembling hands and broken expression betray her. Suddenly, Auntie drops an absolute bombshell, suggesting that she should help Lilia find a new father. Fang freezes, her eyes wide with shock and horror at the suggestion. Guanglin will not blame you, Auntie says, trying to be comforting while holding her hands, but it feels like a dagger to the heart. Mom, our girl screams, the raw pain finally erupting in her voice. She buries her face, sobbing that she is fully capable of raising her daughter alone without replacing the man she loved. Auntie just wants her to have a shoulder to lean on so she can pass away in peace without worrying about them being alone. No, Fang cries out, completely shattered by the direction this conversation has taken. The two share a heart-wrenching hug, the weight of grief and the future pressing down on them both. Cut to Lilia, peacefully asleep and totally unaware of the heavy drama unfolding in the next room. Auntie stands by the door later, a bittersweet, almost final smile on her face as she prepares to leave. She gently closes the door behind her, leaving a heavy silence. Fang rushes after her, pleading for her to stay for dinner since she bought so much food earlier. She stands there, hands clasped and eyes pleading, looking desperate for any company. Please don't bring this up again. Lilia has only one father, she whispers through fresh tears. Her voice cracks with the effort of holding back more sobs, and she clutches her dress, feeling the cold reality of her loneliness sink in. Auntie remains silent for a long moment, looking away, before making a weak excuse about leftovers at her own place spoiling if she doesn't go back. She gives a small, sad smile that doesn't reach her eyes. Why are you leaving so urgently? Fang asks, her intuition screaming that her mom's behavior is totally off. Auntie just looks back, apologizing for being a trouble to her. You have the keys to my house, right? Auntie asks, suddenly, her tone shifting. Fang is confused, confirming she has them on her bunch as usual. Auntie tells her to just keep them safe there. Fang offers to walk her home instead, but Auntie tells her to just stay and visit whenever she's free. I'm fine, I'm not that old yet, she chuckles weakly, reaching for the handle. She tells Fang to be careful and promises to visit Lilia next week. You guys take good care of yourselves, she says, casting one last lingering look back. She steps out into the dark hallway, and the door slams shut with a definitive thud. Fang stands in the chilling silence of the apartment, her heart feeling like lead. She realizes her mom came all this way just to have that one specific, painful conversation. Retreating to her room to escape the thoughts, our girl sits at her laptop. Her eyes are hollow and dark, reflecting the harsh glow of the screen. She stares at the document, the weight of her own creation crushing her spirit. She's dedicated years of hard work to this novel about childhood friends who fell in love at 16. They were supposed to have a life of romance romantic fluff and happiness. But then our girl took a dark turn in her writings. She wrote away the friends and let the lover succumb to a terminal illness. She looks at the screen like it's a crime scene she can't look away from. I ruined the story with my own hands. She thinks bitterly, the line between her life and her fiction blurring. She stares into the void, a dark, tired realization crossing her mind. Indeed, I guess it is time to end it, she decides, her fingers hovering over the keys like an executioner. She reads over the tragic fate of the character Chin-hee, who woke up back in high school. She types the final, soul-crushing words, the end. Her finger hits the last key with a sense of grim finality. She sits back the story and maybe her hope finally over. To my fellow characters, I hope you'll lead a life that's different from mine. She muses, wishing for a happiness she can't find. She closes the laptop lid with a snap and curls up on the bed in the oppressive darkness. The thought of letting a stranger replace the mail laid in her heart is something she can't even stomach. I'll definitely never let it happen, she vows, burying her head in the pillows to hide from the world. She thinks about how time never stops and never turns back, no matter how much we beg. Only the human heart stays stuck in the past, refusing to move on. As she lies there in the quiet, a single, lonely tear falls for the life she can never have again. Our girl Hee Fang wakes up to a quiet morning, telling herself it's time to get up and start the day. She steps out onto the balcony to water her red spider lily, noting with a heavy heart how suddenly the flower of death has bloomed. The long green stem stands tall against a bleak overcast sky. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by her phone ringing on the counter. She picks it up, confused as to why her mother would be calling her at such an hour. But it's not her mom on the other end. A stranger's voice asks if she's a relative of Madame Sue. Her blood runs cold as the person begins to deliver the news. She's, the voice says, and the world seems to tilt on its axis. The phone slips from her hand and falls toward the floor. Hee Fang collapses, her knees hitting the ground as the devastating reality sets in. The world fades into a hazy, static-filled void. She's trapped in the moment of impact, unable to breathe. Visions of her mother's gentle, smiling face flicker before her eyes like a dying transmission. Her pupils dilate in pure, unadulterated shock. "I'll be on my way then, you guys take good care of yourselves," her mother had said. The memory is a cruel torture, and Hee Fang's eyes well up with tears of profound grief. She looks back at the spider lily on the balcony, its red petals glowing like a warning. It stands alone against the darkening clouds. Distorted, glitchy images of a man's sinister smile begin to bleed into her consciousness. The static gets worse, showing her a face she never wanted to see again. The flower is reflected in her eyes, a symbol of the tragedy she can't escape. She looks at the simple ring on her finger, her grip on reality slipping. Can I finally take a break? She wonders as the darkness finally claims her. But the darkness doesn't last. A blurred image of a face appears and someone starts screaming right in her ear. "Time to get up," a voice bellows. A pair of hands are practically vibrating with energy as they shake her awake. "It'll be Prof News class later, you're gonna get scolded like hell if you're late," her friend shouts. Hee Fang sits bolt upright in her bunk bed, looking like she's just been brought back to life. She stares down at her hands, trembling in her lap. The tears are already falling hot and fast. A single drop hits the blanket with a quiet drip. Her blonde roommate freezes, her expression shifting from annoyance to pure alarm. "Why are you crying? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" She panics. "What's wrong with you, Fang Fang?" she asks, her voice full of concern. Her other roommates gather around, wondering if she just had a terrible nightmare. One of them pulls her into a tight hug, telling her to just let it out. Hee Fang can't even speak, she just sobs into her friend's shoulder. She buries her face away, the weight of her memories finally overflowing. She realizes that even the tears she shed at her grandpa's funeral didn't compare to this. This is a level of despair that goes down to her very bones. Her friend watches helplessly as Hee Fang continues to wail. It's a gut-wrenching sound, the kind that comes from a soul that's been through hell. It's as if she's trying to vent every single trauma from her body, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell. Later, our poor heroine is wandering the streets, her hair blowing in the wind. She thinks about how this dream feels incredibly real, and she wonders if she might actually get to see him again. In her past dreams, she'd wake up the moment she realized it wasn't real, but this time the world isn't fading. She remembers that at this point in the timeline, her mom shouldn't even have white hair yet. She's so lost in thought that she doesn't notice where she's walking. Slam! A scooter screeches to a halt, nearly flattening her. "Are you crazy? What were you thinking, stepping onto the road like that?" The driver bellows. Hee Fang is sprawled on the asphalt, her clothes disheveled. She stares blankly at her arm, which is covered in nasty road rash. The stinging pain is sharp and vivid. She reaches out to touch the scrape, a look of disbelief crossing her face. She checks her leg, seeing more blood and raw skin. She stares at the reflection of her own injury in her eyes, the truth finally clicking. "Ah," she gasps, the realization hitting her like a freight train. A small, broken laugh escapes her lips. "Hee hee," she giggles, even as the driver calls her a crazy bitch and speeds away. She looks up at the sky, her face wet with a new kind of tears. "This isn't a dream, I really returned to the past," she cries out. She's sobbing again, but this time it's out of pure, overwhelming gratitude. She hunches over on the road, her body racking with tremors as she accepts this miracle. "I thank you with the bottom of my heart," she whispers to the universe for giving her this second chance. The taxi driver is sweating bullets because his passenger looks like she just crawled out of a disaster zone. He nervously asks if she needs a hospital, But our girl He Fang is on a mission and demands he take her straight to Beifei Road. The poor guy can't help but notice the literal blood stains on her dress and the nasty scrape on her arm. As they speed through the city, the car finally screeches to a halt at her destination. He Fang suddenly realizes she's in a massive pickle. I forgot to bring any money, she admits, looking like a deer in headlights. She begs him for his number so she can pay him back later, her puffy, red eyes making her look absolutely miserable. The driver takes one look at her battered state and realizes this girl has clearly been through hell today. Forget it, you should quickly tend to your wounds, he says, basically giving her a free pass because he's a total saint. Our girl is stunned into silence. Before offering a deep, grateful bow, she rushes toward the building, her mind racing. She needs to know if her mom and the male lead are safe and sound. Her heart is pounding as she wonders if they are even home. Every step up those stairs feels like a mile. She reaches the apartment door and hesitates for just a second. She knocks, but there is absolutely no response. The silence is deafening and our poor heroine starts to spiral. Are they not at home? Or, she whispers, her hands trembling. She considers knocking a few more times just to be sure. But then the reality of her situation hits her like a truck. Even if she meets the male lead, how is she supposed to explain that she's his future wife who time-traveled back to the past? She realizes that changing too much could trigger a butterfly effect that ruins everything she once had. Plus, let's be real, she looks like a hot mess and isn't exactly in a presentable state to meet the love of her life. She retreats to a nearby bench to clear her head. She decides that just catching a tiny glimpse of him from afar would be enough to put her heart at ease. Suddenly, her wish is granted as the male lead appears, carrying heavy grocery bags. But he's not alone, Auntie is right there with him and she is giving him an absolute earful. You useless bum, are you tired that easily? She snaps, clearly not impressed with his stamina. Our poor guy can only whine in response as she tells him to walk faster. He mumbles a weak yes, but suddenly his artist senses start tingling. He stops dead in his tracks. Auntie looks back annoyed and asks, what's wrong? Is there something over there? He looks around, feeling totally exposed. I just had the feeling that someone's watching me, he admits. He scans the area, looking right toward where He Fang is hiding. Auntie just scoffs, is there even anything eye-catching about you? Let's go. He figures she's probably right and turns away. Hidden behind a tree, He Fang is a sobbing mess. She can't believe he almost spotted her. She stays crouched down, shaking with emotion as she watches him walk away. Cut to later that night at the hospital. Our girl is finally patched up, but she's busy scrolling through her phone. She's been searching for an hour, trying to figure out where the male lead is posting his artwork these days. She remembers he was taking commissions after graduation, but she doesn't have his professional contact info. She gets a bit snarky, thinking, how can this idiot not even know how to advertise properly? Frustrated, she flops back onto the bed. Suddenly, she finds a listing for an artist named Dense Forest with some seriously impressive work. She knows it has to be him. Meanwhile, the male lead is hard at work at his easel when his phone starts vibrating on the desk. He checks it, wondering who on earth is texting him this late. He sees a message from a random person wanting to be friends and immediately thinks, this bummer is not a client. He types back, who are you really? He Fang stares at the screen, knowing she has to be incredibly careful with her first move. She needs to respond without raising any red flags. On the other end, the male lead stares at his phone and watches as the stranger deletes a message. He sets the phone down and gives himself a good stretch. He decides to just play along for now. After all, he's a struggling artist and who knows, they might be a potential client. He goes back to his work, unaware that his life is about to get very complicated. Back in the present, our boy is hard at work sketching a portrait of his favorite person. He's totally locked in, pouring his soul into every stroke of the pencil. He's been working so intently that he's completely lost track of time. But his artistic flow is suddenly shattered when a loud voice booms, oi. It's the auntie, and she looks absolutely fuming as she bursts through the door. She marches in, demanding to know why he hasn't been picking up his phone after she called him so many times. Apparently, He Fang has been trying to reach him for ages, and the phone has been ringing off the hook while he was stuck in his own world. Our guy realizes he was so engrossed in his drawing that he didn't hear a thing, while Auntie peeks in, offering to give them some privacy. He finally picks up the call, sounding a bit flustered. He quickly explains that he was in the art room and didn't have his phone on him, asking if something is wrong. But He Fang's response is enough to make his heart skip a beat. I missed you. Our girl is standing out on the balcony at night, looking a bit lonely but incredibly beautiful. He tries to keep his cool, teasing her by asking, didn't we just meet a while ago? She doesn't back down, admitting she suddenly just had an overwhelming urge to hear his voice. So you've mastered the art of being clingy, huh? He asks, though we all know he's secretly loving every second of it. As they talk, he notices the time and asks what she's doing. He's even found a potential remedy for her tummy aches, proving he's always thinking about her. He's completely focused on her well-being. He Fang playfully asks, shouldn't you reward me or something? Just joking. She whispers that she's really happy. But as she says it, tears are actually streaming down her face. She's clearly struggling to keep it together. I love you so much, she says, her voice trembling. He blushes furiously, whispering back, I love you too. However, he's not completely oblivious and notices notices her tone sounds weird. She quickly covers it up, claiming she might have caught a cold but insists it's nothing. He gets worried immediately, telling her she needs to go inside and rest early. But she isn't ready to hang up yet, begging to chat for just a little while longer. He asks why she treats him so well, wondering if she has an ulterior motive for being so sweet. She goes silent for a moment, the weight of her feelings hanging in the air. Then she admits it's probably because she's looking forward to marrying him just as much as he is. She looks absolutely radiant in the moonlight as she speaks from her heart. "What's the rush? You can't run away from me anyway," she teases. He turns bright red, admitting that he's the one afraid she might be the one to disappear. She promises him that she'll be his eventually, so there's no need to hurry. She stares into the night sky, her eyes full of complicated, deep emotions. They start making plans to go out during the weekend, suggesting a trip to Jiangnan Mountain. He's all smiles now, happy to go anywhere as long as it's with her. But he's still feeling a bit uneasy because he can't see her face to gauge how she's really feeling. He suggests they switch to a video chat instead. She warns him that she's wearing relatively revealing clothes, but he's already clicking the accept button. The screen flickers to life and he finally gets to see her. She's clutching her coat tightly, looking like a total tease. He's stunned into silence by the sight. She giggles, asking, "Is this coat making you disappointed?" He stammers, asking why on earth she's out on the balcony dressed like that. "And no," he shouts, his face turning into a literal tomato. He tells her she needs to head in quickly because of her cold. He's ready to end the call for her health's sake, but she begs him to hold on, telling him to be a good boy and let her see him for a while longer. She even suggests he should take a screenshot of her so he can savor it slowly under his bedsheets. He tries to act tough, shouting that he couldn't care less about her photos, but she just gives him a knowing, mischievous look. She leans in, calling him naughty for thinking about what's under the covers. Our poor guy is absolutely losing his mind. "I'm not hinting at that," he screams at his phone. She looks around to make sure no one is watching. Then she suddenly ducks down low. "Are you looking forward to seeing these?" she asks with a smirk. She gives him a quick, playful reward view, and it's game over for our hero. He's left staring at the screen with wide eyes. He's clutching his head as his brain short circuits. He is officially a steaming, blushing mess. She giggles, asking if he enjoyed the view and telling him she won't show him again. He's convinced she did it on purpose just to tease him. She just smiles, confirming his suspicions. "You were being such a good boy, so I had to give you a reward," she says sweetly. She finally tells him to rest and says goodnight before heading back inside. He's left sitting on the floor in a complete daze. He looks at his call history and realizes she was anxious enough to call him 6 times in a row just to say she missed him. He starts overthinking everything again. He wonders if she's actually troubled by something deep down and why she won't share it with him. But after a moment, he just gives up on thinking too hard. He tells himself that maybe she really just missed him that much. But then the memory of her reward pops back into his head. He freezes up. He is literally steaming from the sheer embarrassment of it all. He calls her an evil fairy for giving him such wicked thoughts. But despite the teasing, he realizes he just likes her way too much. He stares out at the moon, feeling completely restless. "How am I supposed to sleep now?" he groans to the empty room. The city lights twinkle in the distance as our hero prepares for a very long night of tossing and turning. Our boy is absolutely losing it right now, trying to keep his cool while his mind is racing. He's sitting there, looking like he's carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. But honestly, he's just stuck in his own head, replaying every moment with his girl. His brain is screaming, "I really want to take her to the woods again," as he imagines himself falling apart on a lonely beach. He's literally facepalming against his art easel, wondering what he should even do next. He finally pulls himself together and heads into the living room, though his face is still bright red from his dirty thoughts. Auntie looks up from her drink and asks, "You're done with your phone call?" She notes that it seems Fang has been trying to reach him multiple times and asks if something is wrong. Our hero can't help but brag, "It's nothing major, it's just that she misses me." He tells himself he shouldn't gatekeep this happiness and just has to share the news. Auntie gives him a look like, "Look at you showing off." But he continues anyway, boasting, "She even invited me to Jiangnan Mountain, just the 2 of us." Auntie immediately switches into protective mom mode, giving him a terrifying death stare. "Let me give you a warning, don't you dare try any immoral actions on her," she snaps, reminding him that her safety should take precedence. Our boy just laughs it off, shouting, "I know, I'm already a grown-up." He leans in with a smug grin, telling his mom, "I believe it won't be long before I successfully marry her." Auntie almost chokes on her water at the sudden declaration. "Huh," she gasps while he tries to play it cool. She finds his phrasing super weird, but our boy is keeping a massive secret. He realizes it does sound odd to a normal person. In reality, Fang's original words were much more suggestive, and there was no way he was telling his mother the exact details. She asks for clarification, so she agreed to marry you. He confirms it with a simple yup. But Auntie isn't buying it completely. She knows something is fishy. She thinks Fang is a little weird because everything is progressing too smoothly, which is honestly unsettling. In what way though? Where can you find such a good daughter-in-law these days? He asks. Auntie insists it's just her woman's sixth sense and intuition at work. She notes that He Fang's familiarity with them is on another level. It's almost like she's been a part of their family from the very beginning. It really feels like they've been family members from the start. Our boy waves her concerns away, saying his girl has just had a crush on him for a very long time. He's convinced of it because she said it herself. Auntie realizes that if that's the case, that lass has probably figured him out inside and out. He pauses, thinking, huh? He admits that it's a possibility. He remembers Uncle Pan mentioned she'd been hanging around the neighborhood like she was searching for someone, and she was looking for him all along. He wonders if it was all premeditated, but hey, if it means they get to the next stage earlier, he's not complaining. Auntie just stares at him in silence, clearly worried about his lack of brain cells. She decides she needs to call his aunt to send over some mugwort leaves immediately. Our hero is confused. Isn't it a bit too late to call her at this hour? But mom is on a mission, convinced the aunt is still up watching TV. He watches her go, sitting alone on the couch and reflecting. He's touched that even his mom is showing so much concern for He Fang. He clasps his hands together, feeling like everything is finally going right. He flops back with a smug expression, thinking another matter is settled. He lets out a satisfied sigh as he relaxes. Then he spots his phone and realizes he has one more task for his wife. That's right, I have to order some candies for her, he exclaims. He starts scanning his phone for the right treats. He finds the exact pineapple candies she likes and places the order. He smiles, thinking this is just one more perfect reason to invite her over to his place. He grabs a candy for himself to test the quality. He peels it open carefully and stretches out on the sofa, enjoying the sweetness of success. The next morning, our boy arrives at the studio with a spring in his step. He greets his male friend with a cheerful morning. Another male friend greets him with a casual yo. This friend looks at him and asks, did something positive happen? You're in a much better mood today. Our hero just blushes and gives a vague really. He's practically glowing with love. But then he notices something suspicious on the male friend's neck. He narrows his eyes. Did you get into a fight yesterday? You have a very long wound, he points out. We see a close-up of the red scratch on the guy's neck. The male friend nervously laughs it off. It's not from a fight, just a scratch from a cat. He pulls his collar up, trying to hide even more marks on his chest. Our boy isn't buying it but tells him, in that case, remember to get a rabies jab. He walks away, thinking that a cat scratch definitely shouldn't be that wide. He looks back one last time, asking, are you sure you're fine? He sighs, deciding not to probe any further if the guy is being tight-lipped. He can tell the guy's troubles are clearly written all over his face, even if he's trying to act tough. The male friend just grips his shirt tightly, looking completely devastated. Our male lead, Guanglin, finds his friend at his desk, looking like he's about to have a mental breakdown. I'm really okay, what are you even expecting? The friend snaps, trying to play it cool. But he's clutching his shirt so hard he might tear it, and he's sweating bullets. Clearly, something is very wrong. Guanglin sees right through him, thinking, this guy just wants to save face since he tends to bottle up his feelings. Suddenly, a familiar voice chirps, the legend morning. It's our girl He Fang, leaning in with a radiant smile that would brighten any office. Guanglin awkwardly tells her that calling him a legend feels weird, but she just gives him a cheerful thumbs up. He can only stare back with a done-with-life expression. Even his other coworker joins in, shouting, sure thing, Brother Lin, making Guanglin wonder if every youngster in the building has lost their mind. He watches his stressed-out friend mope at his desk for another second. Forget it, if he's unable to resolve his issue, he'll eventually speak up. Guanglin decides, walking away. He Fang catches up and asks, speaking of which, what's your name, legend? Our hero is stunned, she literally forgot his name, but she just giggles and says, noted, legend. He stands there completely speechless at her antics. Back at his desk, he tries to focus on a project proposal, but he can't help but blush like a schoolboy while staring at his screen. Even as he clicks his mouse, he's totally distracted. Just reading the outline of this love story feels so sweet. I wonder if it's because I have a girlfriend now. He muses, his heart doing flips. He starts daydreaming about He Fang in a stunning white dress, looking like a literal angel. A sudden pat on the back brings him back to reality. His ponytail friend tells him to stop being such a workaholic because it's finally lunchtime. At the restaurant, the friend looks like he's ready to cry into his soup, while Guanglin is busy on his phone. The poor guy is clearly going through it. Guanglin looks up, noticing the heavy vibes. How do you pacify your girl after a fight? The friend asks, desperate for help. Guanglin hits him with the ultimate flex, but we've never fought once. The friend's soul practically leaves his body while Guanglin explains he's just winning game coins for He Fang. Their teal-haired friend can't help but laugh at the sheer gap between their love lives. They decide they should probably ask their friend Xiao for advice later. But the ponytail friend grumbles, I bet this guy is just gloating over my misfortune, especially when he sees a text about kneeling on a washboard. Teal Hair tries to be helpful, saying, isn't pacifying a girlfriend about apologizing, admitting your mistake, and buying gifts. But the friend argues that if you overuse those moves, they become totally ineffective. I think kneeling on the washboard's actually a good idea, someone suggests. No, it's useless, the friend shouts, looking way too stressed. You've done it before, the others demand, catching him red-handed. No, how's that possible? He screams, though he looks guilty as sin. Teal hair goes back to scrolling for relationship tips. Trust me, he says, acting like a total pro despite being single. Their food finally arrives, giving them a much-needed break. But Teal hair won't stop, insisting they need to deduce the root cause of the issue together. Ponytail friend is fed up, snapping, "What does a single man like you know?" Guanglin interjects, "Rather, it should be the singles who understand best." He quotes a classic online saying, "The couples are all busy dating, it's the singles that give others romantic advice." A heavy silence falls over the table as the logic sinks in. That does seem true, they admit, though Ponytail friend wonders if he's destined to be a single dog forever. Guanglin explains that people in love are in a fog of emotions, but singles are objective observers who can see who is right and who is wrong at a glance. The friend has to admit, "I think that makes a lot of sense." But as soon as he tries to ask for more, Teal hair panics, shouting, "I don't know any damn thing, don't ask me." Ponytail friend loses it, clutching his hair in frustration. Arguing over the most trivial matters, "What a load of crap, stop kidding me," he yells, slamming his bowl. Teal hair just sighs, "Thank God I'm single, amen," while Guanglin smiles at his phone like a dork. The friend starts aggressively eating. He complains that he has to eat like a vegetarian to save money, and he still gets into fights. Guanglin tells him to just view it as a health kick. He even offers him a piece of his chicken cutlet. The friend refuses, claiming he's going to buy lottery tickets and win 5 million RMB to turn the tables. Guanglin keeps eating calmly. He points out that if he has money for tickets, he should just spend 5 more yuan to add some actual meat to his meal. The friend snaps, "Do you think that we're alive just for the sake of earning money?" He demands to know what Guanglin is living for. Guanglin pauses, reflecting on his own life. "Right now, it feels like I'm living for her sake, right?" he thinks. "How do you feel about work these past 2 days?" Mr. Chen asks, trying to be the cool boss as he checks in on our mail lid. He even gives our guy a supportive pat on the shoulder. "That's good, you can come to me if you have any problems," he adds with a reassuring smile. Our hero takes the bait immediately, asking if it's possible to take a few days off next week. The boss is surprisingly chill about it, saying it's no problem as long as he submits a formal request. "Noted," our lead replies, thinking he's finally caught a break. But then the boss pivots with that classic manager move. "Ah, that's right, are you free this weekend?" he asks. Our boy's internal alarm bells go off instantly. He knows the "are you free?" to overtime pipeline all too well. "I'm afraid not," he replies without skipping a beat. There is zero chance he's working through the weekend when he could be out shopping with Yifang. The boss just smirks, teasing him, "Haha, is it because you're accompanying your girlfriend?" Suddenly, the boss calls for everyone's attention. The company has decided to organize a one-day team-building trip to Liubai this weekend, he announces. The office erupts into total hype. Our lead is just relieved it wasn't a secret overtime trap after all. He starts blushing, his mind wandering to the landlord, Aka Hifang's father, and the goal of finally meeting her parents. Suddenly, our girl Hifang leans in over his shoulder. "Ah, you play this game too, legend?" she asks, using his work nickname. Our boy tries to keep his cool, acting the professional. "Why do you have so much free time to check up on what I'm doing?" he demands, asking if she's finished her documents. Poor Hifang gets totally flustered, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. "Yes, legend, I'll get to drawing right now," she squeaks, saluting him before scurrying back to her desk. Sun Wen pops over next, telling our hero he should offer the newbies some guidance. Our lead isn't having any of it. "Have you forgotten that I'm also a newbie?" he asks with a snarky grin. Sun Wen just laughs and waves him off. "All right, I'm not gonna bother you while you're gaming," he says, heading back to his own station. Our boy realizes he isn't exactly one of the guys yet, and lecturing others would just make him look like a jerk. He watches Eula work, noting the kid's genuine passion for comics. "Whatever, I'll just finish this character design before I think of anything else," he sighs, giving his arms a good stretch. As the sun begins to set, the workday finally ends and everyone starts packing up. "Hold on a sec, Lin," Sun Wen shouts, catching him before he can escape. Since he's not planning on heading home early, Sun Wen invites him out for a few drinks to pass the time. Our boy agrees, thinking he needs to clear his head. He knows that running away from his problems isn't a long-term solution, but maybe chugging a few drinks will help him brainstorm a way forward. They arrive at a cozy spot called Sheaji Homestyle Cuisine. Sun Wen claims he chose it to reminisce about their university days. But for our lead, the nostalgia hits much harder. This is the exact place where he and Hifang had their very first date. He can almost see her sitting there, blushing and smiling at him across the table. He remembers the feeling of their hands nearly touching, the pure magic of that night. Sun Wen greets the owner with a loud, "Uncle Xiao, long time no see." Our boy walks in behind him, and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. There, sitting at a table and looking like a literal dream, is Hifang. Our hero gasps, his heart doing a backflip. "Hifang, why is she here?" He panics internally. He starts rubbing his eyes like a crazy person, convinced he's finally lost it and started hallucinating his girlfriend. He eventually sits down, still feeling like he's in a daze. Sun Wen is busy yapping about how 2 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, our boy is glued to his phone, frantically checking his messages with He Fang to see if she's actually there. He tells the restaurant worker they can start drinking, but when he's asked for his order, he plays it safe. Just herbal tea is enough, he mutters. Sunwin absolutely loses his mind at that. Stop acting like a pussy, he roars. He starts aggressively opening beer bottles, the foam flying everywhere. Our boy tries to protest, explaining that his alcohol tolerance is complete trash. You can increase your tolerance by drinking more, Sun Wen insists, sporting a devious grin as he pops another top. Our lead's internal reaction is basically a very judgmental, wide-eyed cat right now. In that case, isn't avoiding it a better choice? Our hero asks, trying to use logic against a drunk man. Sun Wen just shoves a massive, foaming pint into his hands. Enough with the nagging already, just have a few pints with me. He goes on to warn him that if he gets too drunk at his future wedding, he'll have trouble performing afterwards. Our boy just rolls his eyes at the crude joke. Another friend joins the table, laughing at the chaos. How did you guys end up talking about marriage? He asks. He downs a glass in one go, declaring that he's only there for the beer, not random appetizers. Seeing he's outnumbered, our lead finally sighs and reaches for his glass. The night is young as we find the boys gathered at a local spot. One of the friends is curious, asking why they were suddenly summoned for drinks and why on earth the topic of marriage was brought up. Our male lead just looks over and tells him to ask the guy sitting next to him instead. But the guy in question isn't in the mood for an interrogation, shouting, like hell we are, just drink. He slams back his beer with an intensity that says he's really going through it. Cheers, the guys shout, clinking their glasses together to start the pity party. Fast forward a bit, and the table is a graveyard of empty bottles and half-eaten snacks. The ponytail guy lets out a massive, frustrated sigh, staring into his glass as if it holds the answers to his life. The red-haired friend is busy stuffing his face with side dishes, complaining that all the beer is making him feel bloated. He looks over at his miserable buddy and asks, come on and share with us, how did you and your girl fight to the point that you're this frustrated? Ponytail guy says describing it in words is too complicated, but the friend insists that a little brainstorming might solve the problem. The poor guy just chugs his drink in response, looking like he's ready to pass out from the stress. The red-haired friend can tell this isn't just a minor spat. Something major is definitely weighing on him. Finally, Ponytail guy cracks. He's worrying about the big three, acquiring a house, a car, and getting married. I'm troubled by everything with no solution in sight, he groans through his teeth. It turns out his entire earnings for the past 2 years have been blown by his girlfriend on expensive clothes, bags, and makeup. And to top it off, she's now complaining that he doesn't have a car or a house to pick her up like the other boyfriends at her office. He clenches his fist on the table, the frustration practically radiating off him. The red-haired friend just lights up a cigarette. Looking completely unimpressed by the drama, that's it, he asks, puffing away. He tells the guy not to rush things and to just handle the marriage stuff when it's actually time. But Ponytail guy is losing his mind, screaming that at this rate, he'll be broke forever and will never afford a future. Our male lead chimes in, suggesting he should probably avoid buying unnecessary stuff to save some cash. But Ponytail guy bites back, saying that if he doesn't buy her what she wants, she starts a cold war. The red-haired friend doesn't sugarcoat it. You shouldn't be changing your solution, but your girlfriend instead. The truth hits like a freight train, leaving the guy stunned. He stares blankly for a moment, before hanging his head in absolute defeat. He finally gives up and asks for a cigarette, taking a long, contemplative drag. Deep down, he knows he's just venting and isn't actually ready to break up after 3 years of building a life together. Male lead watches him offering a small cheers to try and lift the mood. They toast again, knowing that sometimes all a friend can do is listen to the venting. The red-haired friend offers male lead a smoke, but he quickly shuts that down with a firm hell no. The friend tells Ponytail guy to hang in there and try not to dwell on it, patting him on the shoulder to show some solidarity. Then the red-haired friend starts bragging about how being single is a total blessing because he doesn't have any of these stupid problems. He thinks back to his routine, imagining how much money he saves just by eating chicken breast and working out instead of dating. But the moment male lead mentions that He Fang's roommates are having a gathering with lots of single girls, the friend's single pride vanishes instantly. I'm COMINGGG, he screams. Male lead is absolutely done with this guy's hypocrisy, telling him to just shut it. They laugh and toast one more time, the mood finally lightening up. Male lead starts wondering which one of them will actually get married first. He takes a sip of his drink, thinking that if He Fang agreed to it, he'd get it done as fast as possible. He leans back with a dreamy smile, wishing our girl was right there with him. He imagines her looking like a literal goddess in a white dress, wondering if he should go find her the second he leaves the bar. The friend snaps him out of his daze, asking if He Fang is still in school. Male lead takes another sip, confirming she's a 4th-year student about to graduate. The friend is floored. You managed to hook up with a schoolgirl despite having graduated already? He asks, sounding both shocked and impressed. Male lead just smiles, chalking the whole thing up to fate. When it's finally time to call it a night, they look for Uncle Zhao to pay the bill. But the restaurant worker just smiles and says the bill has already been taken care of. When? They ask in unison. It turns out our male lead paid for everything on his way to the bathroom. Ponytail guy looks at him, clearly moved by the gesture. He can't believe the male lead is acting so generous when he's supposed to be the one saving money. The red-haired friend starts worrying when Ponytail guy takes a bit too long to respond, looking at his friend's neck as if he's seen a ghost. He jumps up, shouting that they need to check on him just in case he's passed out. But it turns out our boy is just a little more than tipsy as he tries to stand up, letting out a confused huh. The night takes a messy turn as we see a pair of shaky legs struggling to stay upright. It turns out their friend Wenzi has completely tapped out, collapsing face first onto the pavement. Our male lead and his male friend rush over to scrape him off the concrete, but the guy is a total lightweight. He's slurring about how he'll recover if he rests a bit, but he's basically a human puddle at this point. No, I don't want to go back, I'll just rest here, he yells, making a scene in the middle of the street. He's being incredibly stubborn, insisting on sitting outside like a stray dog. The guys are losing their minds because they have no idea where this drunk disaster even lives. How would I know if you don't even know? The male friend snaps back, trying to shake some sense into him. He tries the classic wakey-wakey approach, telling him to head home if he's so sleepy. Suddenly, Wenzi gets a burst of drunken inspiration and starts shouting that he wants to stay up all night at an internet cafe. He looks absolutely ridiculous, hanging off his friend's shoulders. Stay up my ass, don't you have work tomorrow? The male friend yells, reaching his limit with this nonsense. They can't just dump him in the cold wind, but they're stuck in a dilemma. They find themselves standing in front of a building, realizing they are totally stranded. Neither of them brought their ID cards, and it seems their drunk friend didn't either. While the guys try to be responsible adults, Wenzi is still screaming about the internet cafe like a broken record. Shut up, you can't go there anyway, the male friend barks. That's when our male lead gets a bright idea. Why not call the guy's girlfriend and ask for his address? They fish out his phone and start scrolling through his contacts. How about it? Did you manage to find it? The friend asks impatiently. They find a contact named Yue and figure that has to be her. They hit dial, hoping for a savior, but instead of a helpful voice, they get an automated message saying the person is busy. She hung up, the male lead mutters, looking confused. They try again, but this time the girl picks up just to scream, "What do you want? You're really annoying." The male lead is stunned by the pure venom in her voice. Before he can even explain the situation, she tells them to let him rot outside and hangs up again. The guys are left standing there in dead silence, holding a passed-out man. What kind of girlfriend is she? The male friend shouts, feeling a mix of horror and pity. He thinks it's a total overkill to let the guy die outside just because they had an argument. The male lead checks the time and realizes it's already past 10 p.m. He considers heading back to his place to grab his ID, but the male friend decides to just drop him off at his own house since his parents are away. They finally manage to flag down a taxi and shove the human-sized sack of potatoes into the back seat. The friend is surprised the male lead is tagging along, but there's no way he can carry that big guy into the house alone. Please come along, sir, the text bubble pleads as they arrive. They finally heave Wenzi onto a bed where he collapses into a drunken stupor. The male friend is absolutely deadbeat, complaining about how heavy his friend is. The male lead just watches, probably thanking his lucky stars he isn't the one dealing with a toxic partner. As the male lead prepares to leave, something suddenly flashes across the floor. WAH, he screams, jumping back in surprise. He wonders what the heck just shot past his feet. It turns out to be a very fluffy, very judgmental-looking cat. When did you start owning a cat? He asks, totally caught off guard. The friend just casually grabs the cat's tail and invites the male lead to stay the night. No thanks, I have work tomorrow, the male lead says, making his escape. The male friend is left hugging his cat, calling it his only companion in a dramatic display of loneliness. As our male lead walks home, he can't help but sigh. He's lost in thought as he walks through the quiet streets. He can't stop thinking about how Sun Wen and his girlfriend fought to the point of wishing death on each other. He imagines a woman screaming in rage, and a man clutching his head in despair. He looks down at his own feet, feeling a heavy weight on his heart. They're in love, aren't they? Then why did they have to fight? He wonders. He starts worrying about his own future with our girl, He Fang. Will they eventually fight over work or money as time goes on? He reaches into his pocket and fishes out his phone. He sees a notification for 3 unread messages from He Fang. His eyes widen as he reads them. He stops in his tracks, a soft, genuine smile spreading across his face. All his worries seem to melt away as he looks at his screen. He quickly shoots back a reply, "Let's go this weekend, I'm free." It seems our couple is still going strong, even if the world around them is full of drama. Our girl He Fang is standing outside the station, luggage in hand and looking like she's ready for the getaway of a lifetime. She's dressed in her comfiest travel gear, ready to hit the road and leave all the drama behind. Her boyfriend, our male lead, finally shows up, waving like a golden retriever who just saw his favorite person in the entire world. They get their things together, preparing for a long journey ahead. "Let's set off now," she chirps, practically vibrating with excitement. The male lead immediately jumps into action, reaching for her bag. Let me help you with that, he insists, being the absolute gentleman we know he is. Our poor heroine looks at him with twinkling eyes, clearly touched by the gesture. Without a second thought, she leans in and gives him a sudden peck on the cheek. She holds onto his arm tightly, not wanting to let go for even a second. Your peak boyfriend material, here's a reward, she says with a mischievous wink. She leans in close, her face lighting up with a playful grin. The male lead is totally flustered, his face turning a shade of red that would put a tomato to shame. Is there anything else you need assistance with? Just pass anything to me, he stammers, clearly hoping for another reward. Fang just giggles at his reaction. Even if you carry any more, there'll be no more rewards. It all depends on my mood. Aren't you lucky? She teases. She looks absolutely radiant, enjoying every second of flustering him. He's a blushing mess, completely overwhelmed by her charm. Suddenly, he finds some courage and reaches out, grabbing her hand firmly. Aren't you forgetting something? He asks, his voice dropping an octave as he tries to take charge. He pulls her closer, his hand steady against hers. Our girl is genuinely surprised by this sudden burst of confidence. She realizes this guy is starting to take the initiative much more frequently, and honestly, she's not complaining. She smiles, looking like a blooming flower in the spring sun. She looks down at her travel outfit, feeling perfectly content. They walk together, body to body, sharing a sweet, lingering kiss right there in the open. The male lead thinks to himself that even if they have friction, he'll always just indulge her because he can't bear to argue with his favorite person. He steals another quick kiss, making her laugh. The kiss is done, let's go, she shouts, pulling him toward their next adventure. The scene shifts to the clear blue sky as a bus winds its way through the majestic mountains. Inside, the two of them are cuddled up, sharing a pair of earbuds. Fang gazes out the window and asks, do you know the reason behind the saying, seeking immortals in the Jiangnan Mountains? She explains that there really are immortals up there, but they aren't exactly what he might be imagining. He looks at her, confused but intrigued. Well, you're actually correct and wrong, she says, her eyes glowing with a bit of mystery. She points out toward the peaks where the sun is setting. She explains that many recluses live in those mountains, seeking tranquility far away from the hustle and bustle of the secular world. The male lead listens intently, agreeing that from that standpoint, they really have attained a form of immortality. How do you feel about this lifestyle? She asks, leaning her head on his shoulder. He looks a bit skeptical about the whole living in the woods thing. She nudges him playfully. Do you like rural life? You're free to experience it and see if it's really that good. He can't help but notice how close she is, her warmth radiating against him. Fang sighs happily. Visualizing it feels great, but living the life would be too hard. You'd have to plow land and chop wood yourself. The male lead gets a determined look on his face. I'll fetch water, chop wood, and gather dew for you to drink. Just remember to take me along with you when you gain immortality, he declares heroically. Fang just smirks at him, poking his arm. They share another adorable moment, leaning into each other for a sweet chew. HMPH, I got taken advantage of by you again, she huffs, though her smile says she's loving every second of it. They intertwine their fingers, their hands fitting together perfectly. The male lead looks at her, wondering how two people can possibly be this happy together. They sit close as the bus rattles along the mountain roads. He's filled with pure ecstasy and satisfaction, feelings echoing through his heart. Fang looks down at her phone as they listen to music together. The lyrics on the screen read, "Nothing lasts forever," but she has a different perspective. Do you know the meaning of this sentence? She asks softly. He looks deep into her eyes, searching for the answer. His expression is full of a quiet, intense love that speaks louder than words. Fang is momentarily stunned by the sheer sincerity in his gaze. The world around them seems to fade into a soft, floral blur. She thinks about how the sun goes down after its peak and the moon wanes after its full. You're amazing, let me give you another reward, she says, leaning in for another kiss. He grins and asks, can't you reward me twice? She laughs and calls him a pervert as the bus continues its journey through the winding cliffs. Eventually, they arrive at their destination and stop at a local restaurant called Lam Palmo to refuel. The steaming bowl of soup is placed in front of them, looking absolutely divine. The male lead doesn't waste any time, glugging the soup down like he's been wandering the desert for weeks. It's delicious, he exclaims, his face lighting up with pure foodie joy. He pauses for a second, looking over at her. Why are you eating so little? He asks, concerned about her appetite. Fang looks down at her bowl, which is still mostly full. Do you think everyone has a voracious appetite like yours? She retorts, amused. He looks her up and down. That's right, how heavy are you now? He asks curiously. She thinks for a moment. I guess I'm probably 65 kg. Why? Without a word, he picks up his own bowl and starts pouring more of his food into hers. In that case, eat more, he commands, making sure his girl is well fed and happy. After filling their stomachs, our couple sets off to find a place to crash for the night. But our male lead is already overthinking things, staring off into space as the ultimate question haunts him. He's internally screaming because, as a couple, do they book one room or two? He tries to imagine a scenario where sharing a room is totally normal, but his brain immediately goes to our girl, Fang, looking far too comfortable. Even though they're official, he's worried it might be a bit too improper to jump straight into sharing a bed. Our heroine just gives him that "I know what you're thinking" smile, and suggests they just look for a hotel already. The male lead decides to play it safe and leave the final decision entirely up to her, promising to follow her lead regardless of the room count. They finally arrive at the reception desk, and he's secretly praising her for being so decisive so he doesn't have to guess her every thought. But then the receptionist drops the bomb, so a room for two double or and his brain short circuits. He starts sweating under his collar, his eyes practically glowing with an eager, panicked energy. Our girl He Fang is blushing up a storm, and before things can get any more awkward, he blurted out, "I'd like a twin room, please." The shock of his own voice hits him, and he's left trembling in embarrassment while the receptionist hands over the keycard for room 301. He's internally kicking himself, thinking that if they weren't in public, he would have swept her up for a kiss or two right then and there. As they ride the elevator up, he's already daydreaming about watching her fall asleep. They reach the door, and with a satisfying beep of the keycard, they're officially in. He steps inside, convinced our girl is plotting some devious plan to tease him. She struts toward him and purrs, a man and a woman alone in a room. He tries to keep his composure as she gets closer, acting like this is no big deal since they've hung out at his place before. But He Fang isn't letting him off that easy, asking how he can possibly compare being at home to being out at a hotel. She turns into a little chibi ball of fury, huffing a HMPH men. She points a finger at him and warns him to keep his hands off her. But our male lead has finally found some courage and pulls her close, whispering that if she dares to go overboard, she'll be the one booking a new room. The tension is through the roof. "Sure, I'll keep my hands off you," he says with a smirk. Amidst a backdrop of imaginary flowers, he leans in and captures her lips in a romantic embrace. Their feet are practically dancing around each other as the vibe gets heavy. He looks at her with those bedroom eyes and jokes, "But I can use my mouth, right?" He pulls her even closer, and when she nervously asks, "What if I get pregnant?" he just scoffs that she would have been pregnant long ago if it were that easy. He's really feeling himself now, but she warns him that calling her Ms. He isn't going to work on her. He doesn't care, leaning back in for another kiss, thinking he'll use everything he learned in his remedial classes to test the waters. Suddenly, her eyes go wide, and she shoves him away with all her might. "Scram, I'm going to bed," she screams, retreating into her shell. He just laughs it off, thinking they have all the time in the world to continue this later. They eventually settle down to look at a map of Laoguantai, planning out their trip for the next day. He Fang is absolutely wiped from the long car ride and collapses onto the bed, looking like a total angel. He leans over her and she sleepily tells him to go back to his own bed. Their legs are tangled on the mattress, and he whispers that he will, but maybe just a little later as he can't get enough of her scent. She gives him one final warning not to try anything funny before the lights go out. Hours later, the male lead's eyes snap open. He sits up, wondering how he managed to doze off like that. He reaches out to the other side of the bed, but it's empty. "Where's He Fang?" he mutters. Suddenly, his ears pick up the sound of running water. He looks toward the bathroom and sees her silhouette through the frosted glass as she takes a late-night shower. Talk about a cliffhanger. Our poor male lead is currently fighting for his absolute life while sitting on the edge of the bed. He can barely keep his heart from leaping out of his chest as he stares at the wall. Why? Because He Fang is currently in the shower and the hotel's bathroom glass is, well, let's just say it's not exactly opaque. He's blushing so hard he's practically glowing, desperately trying to shield his eyes from the silhouette. "No way, why am I having such thoughts?" he screams internally, trying to convince himself he didn't mean to look. Suddenly, the door clicks open and our girl steps out, casually drying herself off. She looks over at him sitting in the dark and asks, "Why didn't you turn on the lights if you were awake?" Letting her long magenta locks cascade down. "Start," she commands simply. He grips the dryer like his life depends on it, whispering, "How should I dry it?" She points to her hair, explaining he needs to lift it up so the air can reach the roots. As the warm air starts blowing, she looks back at him and asks if he usually dries his own hair this way. He shakes his head, blushing, and says his hair is short enough that a quick wipe with a towel does the trick. She chuckles, noting that short hair certainly is less of a hassle. But then she decides to dial the teasing up to 11. She stretches out her slender, damp legs and asks, "So how do they look? Are they beautiful?" Our guy completely loses it, shouting, "They look amazing." He Fang just huffs, telling him that no matter how good they look, looking is all he's allowed to do. She reminds him that they are strictly sleeping in separate beds tonight. "If you dare to come over, I'll beat you to death," she adds with a smug little smile. He stares at her porcelain skin, feeling like the most bullied man on the planet. But deep down, he's determined, thinking to himself that she'll be his sooner or later. He tries to focus on the hair, but her shifting around is making it impossible to stay calm. He's staring a bit too intensely at her back when she turns around and declares, "From now on, you'll be my personal hairdryer attendant." He Fang panics, screaming, "What happened to you?" He makes a literal run for it, vanishing behind the door. He shouts through the door for her to search for some remedies in the meantime. He Fang is left sitting alone on the bed, hairdryer in hand, wondering what on earth just happened. Meanwhile, inside the bathroom, our male lead is leaning against the wall, trying to get his heart rate under control. He looks absolutely defeated, muttering to himself, "What a malevolent fox she is." After what feels like an eternity, he finally emerges with a towel draped over his head. He's still wearing the same shirt though, and the bloodstain is staring He Fang right in the face. "Have you taken a shower? Has the bleeding stopped?" Our girl asks, looking concerned from her spot on the bed. He freezes like a deer in headlights. He stammers out that he'll change into spare clothes as soon as his hair is dry, hoping she doesn't ask too many questions. Fang doesn't seem to suspect a thing, though. I searched your symptoms on my phone. It seems like you have heatiness, she explains helpfully. She tells him to just avoid spicy food for a few days and he'll be fine. Yeah, he sighs, feeling like the luckiest and unluckiest man alive at the same time. He realizes that the mutton soup from earlier was way too nourishing for his own good. He clicks the hairdryer off, finally feeling like he might survive the night. He tells her he's finished and is heading off to change. Fang gives him a look that is pure mischief. Why don't you change here? Why make it so complicated? She teases. He lets out a strangled sound and bolts out of the room. He returns a few minutes later in a fresh gray tee, still looking a bit frazzled. Then why don't you change here? He retorts, trying to flip the script on her. Fang isn't bothered at all. How can that be the same? I don't want to see your bare skin, she says with a straight face. She pulls her knees up to her chest, looking like an absolute angel of chaos. She leans forward, a playful smirk dancing on her lips. You actually do want to see, don't you? She asks. He stares at her, his pulse skyrocketing again. I can show you if you want, she offers, leaning back and making herself comfortable on the bed. He turns away, trying to act like he's above her teasing. Whatever, forget it, he huffs. Get lost, he adds, though we all know he doesn't mean it. They finally settle into their separate twin beds for the night. He's staring at his phone, but his mind is miles away. Fang is busy playing a game, her brow furrowed in concentration. He can't help but peek over at her. Her earnest little face is just too adorable, even when she's losing. He's caught red-handed when she looks up. Have you seen enough? She asks knowingly. Am I that good-looking? She adds with a giggle. He smiles to himself, thinking about how crazy it is that they're finally living together. All right, good night, Fang says, reaching over to click off the light. The room plunges into darkness. They lie there in the quiet, the space between the beds feeling like a canyon. I can't sleep at all, he screams internally, his eyes wide open in the dark. His skin feels like it's on fire just knowing she's right there. Every time he closes his eyes, his brain starts playing a highlight reel of her. He starts reciting mantras about emptiness and form, trying to pray the spicy thoughts away. He's tossing and turning, losing the battle against his own heartbeat. Suddenly, a voice breaks the silence. Student Chin, she whispers. He shuts his eyes tight and holds his breath, pretending to be dead to the world. He tells himself to ignore her, convinced she's setting another trap. He hears the rustle of sheets and the sound of slippers on the floor. She's moving, she's coming closer. Mr. Chin, are you asleep? She asks, her voice right next to his ear. He stays perfectly still, his heart thumping against his ribs like a trapped bird. He feels the bed dip as she starts to crawl in beside him. Is she trying to sneak a kiss again? He wonders, his mind racing through every possibility. But instead of a kiss, she just burrows under the covers and snuggles into his side. She rests her head on his chest, letting out a satisfied sigh. Our poor hero is frozen solid, his face turning into a literal tomato. He's completely baffled. Didn't she say she was going to kick him out? Now I definitely can't sleep, he thinks, his eyes darting around the dark room.